All right, I'm gonna go in speaker and then hit record here in a second. All right. All right. 3, 2, 1. And we're back. It is day 2 of the NFL draft, which means day 2 of our NFL draft show here on Steelers Now and, of course, Pittsburgh Sports Live. I'm your host, Mike Asti, and joined alongside yet again is Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh. And I believe Nick joining us throughout the entire one for this one. So we have a lot going on. We have a lot in store, and this one actually gives Steeler fans even more reason to be excited because the Steelers are going to have a pick. So the Steelers will be more involved. You're going to get maybe more Pittsburgh Steeler talk for this edition of our draft show here again on Steelers Now and Pittsburgh Sports Live. Again, we're doing it virtual just like they're doing it virtual here. I'm in my basement studio just like Goodell is. Unfortunately, not as cool as Goodell's, not really even as cool as Cale's. Certainly not to the level of Cliff Kingsbury, who basically looks like the Wolf of Wall Street out there. Don't even really wants to know what he's doing when the cameras aren't rolling, as he's sitting back with his mind on his money and his money on his mind. And we now have a lot to discuss here as we're still probably 5 so minutes away from the second round actually getting underway. And round 1, as you saw from the highlights on Pittsburgh Sports Live and from all the articles on Steelers Now, it was a roller coaster ride. Started off kind of slow, mostly mundane, mostly chalk, until you get midway through the first round. We finally see some trades. And then there were some surprising moves. The Dolphins with a surprising addition after drafting Tua. They kind of go off the cuff with the next couple selections. Then the shock of all shocks, which I actually see is doing very well on the channel there based on, I guess, when you title something rant, I guess you're going to get some views. But the Green Bay Packers trading up to draft, I guess, the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers. The man's not done yet. He's still playing at an elite level, but they're already planning for the future, say, unlike the Pittsburgh Steelers, as Jordan Love is now a Packer. So, Alan, we're going to roll out here. I'll start with you, as I did last night and as I usually do here. What are you expecting is in store here headed into round 2, just in general? Do you think it's going to be crazier in terms of more trades than we saw in round 1? Now everyone got their footing. Is it going to maybe get underway quicker? Will teams be more reactive or more proactive? And are we potentially in store for more surprises? Because we did get some towards the end of that first round.
Well, I think if you're going to see more trades, the 2 places you'll see them will be early and late. I think the one thing that, the big break after the first round gives teams a chance to really reset, see where players are that maybe they didn't expect to be available, players that maybe they had evaluated differently than the rest of the board did. They can sit there and say, oh, well, maybe this guy's going to be available where we pick. Maybe he's not. What is it going to cost to move up? And then it removes the time crunch, right? I mean, if you're a team that wants one of the 3 or 4 best players that are left on the board right now, you can shop around. You can talk to the different teams and see who's willing to move down. And of those teams that are willing to move down, who's going to give you a best deal? Maybe you can trade a player instead of a draft pick. Those kind of things are on the table. And then I think at the other end of the spectrum, as we'll be drafting rounds 2 and 3, I think you'll see some teams at the end of each round maybe look to move up into the second round or up from day 3 into day 2 to try to make a couple extra selections today. But after the first sort of wave, I expect that it'll go much as yesterday did. I think most teams are going to, if they're going to make a move, they'll have used this off time to set it up, and it'll come quickly. And if not, they'll stay where they are and make their draft. And I think you'll see a pretty much a normal day 2 draft here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. And Cale, you look at the Steelers in particular, they're going to be very interesting right now because there are some players that I'd imagine were high on their big board that are still around that they may have thought were not going to be around after that first round. You look at McKinney, you look at Fulton. They have several need positions, and many people would say receiver, running back are probably going to be that first selection for them. However, if you have a player like one of those 2 or maybe somebody else that is high on your big board, even if you feel like you filled the need more than other positions, do you just have to bite the bullet and take the best available, or you see them going to stick to their normal plan? And what they do can affect the rest of the draft. They now become an X-factor team here in the second round.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't really think the Steelers are kind of in, dire need of any one position. I mean, they kind of have a lot of different directions they can go. Obviously, a lot of the talk has been about running back and receiver. And with running back, especially, we only saw one running back go in the first round, and that was Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the final pick of the Chiefs. So a lot of the really talented running backs, one is or two is going to drop. Not every team here up until pick 49 is going to take a running back. So
Right.
there's going to be some guys that are in the mix there, maybe a Jonathan Taylor, maybe a DeAndre Swift, maybe a J.K. Dobbins. I think one of those three guys can potentially be kind of in the mix there for the Steelers when they get to pick 49. But yeah, with McKinney too, safety is kind of one of those underlying positions where the Steelers, they have some guys, but they don't have depth at there. And getting a guy like McKinney could definitely provide them with the opportunity to do some different things, to have some depth and have some quality depth behind Minka and Terrell Edmonds right now. So if he keeps dropping, which I really don't expect to happen, I think that, maybe first 5 picks here tonight, Xavier McKinney is going to be off the board because he is that kind of talented player. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of wide open right now, and it's actually setting up really well for the Steelers that a lot of the guys that they've been targeting, there's a really good chance that they're going to have an opportunity at them here at number 49.
Yeah, it definitely appears that way. Again, day 2 of our NFL draft coverage, NFL draft show here. Steelers now on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh here, second and third round now, which will give you some Steelers picks, unlike the first round in day 1. Nick, if the Steelers happen, hypothetically, if the Steelers are just wowed by best available and those guys are still around and they do take one of them, how will that impact the rest of, say, your mock and other people's mock drafts? Because that would then mean that they didn't take a need position. The need positions would then have to be taken in the third, fourth, and the rest of this draft, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a few true need positions. I think you need another weapon. I think you need some more interior depth on the O line. I think you need a safety. There's just no depth there. So if you say take a linebacker, cornerback, any of those positions that maybe aren't a main need at 49, you got to push everything up. So at 102, it becomes best need available at that point. Because if you're doing BPA at 49, you still have to fill those needs. It doesn't matter. I mean, listen, all these people do talk about best player available. This is how you should draft. Yeah, to a degree, but you have to fill needs with the draft. Teams do build through the draft. And the Steelers have done it to great success under Kevin Colbert, obviously 2 Super Bowls and a lot of success. So, yeah, you have to fill the needs at some point, and it just stacks up everything sooner. And this is also a reason why I could see the Steelers trading out of 49 and perhaps getting some more draft capital to fill some more needs if they see fit.
That would not be shocking. It would be interesting because they obviously didn't have a first round pick, even though that's de facto Minka Fitzpatrick that we've, went on and on about in the first edition and the first round show. And that's all throughout the channel and on Steelers Now. But that would then even be further away until they actually pick. So that would be interesting, but they certainly could do that depending on how this draft falls. Now, there's one thing I also want to touch on here that's going to segue into the Steelers, and we got to give it more Steelers talk on this show because they're actually picking, and we spent a lot of time on the rest of the league in round 1. There were some other rumors that we didn't discuss in the first round show, not only just Juju, but there were also rumors of what the Steelers are going to maybe do at running back and if they were going to look to fill that position outside of the draft. And if they were actually going to truly go forward and bring in somebody like Leonard Fournette, who has been in rumors of potentially being available. There's been conversations of a 4th round pick. Maybe that could even be as little as a 6th round pick. That's been a very polarizing conversation. I know that him and Connor, they're 2 backs that are different in a way that Connor wasn't expected to do what he's done so far. He's achieved above expectations, even if some would want more from him, whereas Leonard Fournette has arguably underachieved to this point in his NFL career. And Connor does have him beat in certain stats. However, there's a lot of talent still with Leonard Fournette and maybe some untapped talent. He did play better last year than before. And at least for me, there's a possibility if you're truly going for to potentially pair the 2 together. And if you can give up only a 4th or a 6th, I wouldn't be against it because that wouldn't mean giving up Connor altogether. You then pair the 2 together and potentially 2 guys that I don't think either one is a feature back. You could pair them and have a perfect marriage, and then you wouldn't have to worry as much about Connor or Leonard Fournette getting hurt. Any of you, what are your thoughts on Leonard Fournette conversation on whether or not you would advocate doing that? Cale, we'll definitely go to you here first to get your take. I mean, obviously that's polarizing. Everyone loves Connor so much, but it maybe would, if they do that, if they went that direction, it would change the course of this draft for sure.
Yeah, it definitely would. And, I like the idea of adding another running back for the Steelers. I'm just not totally sold on that happening here at pick 49. I think that the way to do it in the modern NFL is to have a committee of running backs, to have multiple guys that can do different things.
Right.
I think they'd be better served using that pick here at 49 at another position than running back. But Leonard Fournette, if the price of the 6th round pick, which is something that we've heard, I would absolutely do that deal.
Okay.
The only thing is that he is very similar in his skill set to James Conner and what they have already. He's a powerful guy. He's also a guy that can catch the football as well. I was really kind of blown away to see that he had 76 receptions last year. That's something I didn't really even realize that.
That's underrated, because when I advocated for Fournette, I heard a lot of people say, well, he's not as great of a patch catcher as Connor has become, but that's not true based on what Fournette has now become last year.
Exactly. And that's something that I didn't necessarily think that he had in his skill set. Clearly he does. It's all about how he ends up being utilized. But my thing is, if the Steelers were to add another running back into this mix, I think it'd have to be someone with a completely different skill set than James Conner to give you kind of a thunder and lightning kind of dynamic, a change of pace guy, something to mix it up, something that Jalen Samuels obviously hadn't been. Benny Snell is very similar to James Conner as well. But Leonard Fournette is a guy who, he has some NFL pedigree. He probably hasn't lived up to the hype, but he's a guy too that if you can give him a 6th round pick for him to add another element to this running game, I would definitely look into it. And I think 6th round is not a very high price to pay, but he does have a very similar skill set.
But you wouldn't do it for a 4th round then? So if it's 6, you just are willing to do it if the value drops.
No, I wouldn't do it for a 4th round pick. For a 6, which I've heard too, I would probably do it for a 6th round pick. The only other thing though too is he had 9 rushing touchdowns in his first year. He's had 8 the last 2 years combined. So the Steelers need to score points. That's something they really had difficulty last year, especially punching in from down close to the goal line. And even though he's a big body, that's not something he necessarily has been really good at.
Yeah, and that's odd because you figure if you're in your ideal world, if you're going to pair Leonard Fournette and James Conner together, you'd want Leonard Fournette to be your workhorse down in the goal line territory, get those touchdowns. If Conner maybe moves the chains prior to that, and he's not yet put that together, I, though, would even do it for a 4th round. If you're truly going for it, I think they work together well, and I don't personally think Conner can handle a full season of workload. He was a Pro Bowler 2 years ago.
I agree.
But even got hurt at the end. He's literally not had a full season of work really since high school, and not even as much then. Nick, if the Steelers do not go Leonard Fournette, because again, that's been a rumor, but we had rumors with Juju, we had rumors with several other players, and none of those occurred. This does not appear to be the rumor draft, I guess, with things being a little different this year. So if the Steelers do not bring in Leonard Fournette, whether it be a 4th or a 6th, if they don't go out of the draft, then if they go running back at 49, if they feel like they have to pair Connor with somebody at 49 and they just do it through the draft, who do you maybe have in mind for Pittsburgh?
The ideal running back is Jonathan Taylor out of Wisconsin. He's the classic Steelers running back. The build that Taylor brings is exactly the Steelers running back type, but he has track star speed, so he brings you a home run threat that you don't have in James Conner, Benny Snell, or Jalen Samuels. So he's an option. And then there's obviously J.K. Dobbins, and Cam Akers. I think Cam Akers is an underrated option here. He creates a lot of yards, was behind a bad offensive line at Florida State, and create a lot of yardage out of that. Very good receiver out of the backfield. Pretty polished and pass pro as well for what he does. So those are the 3 options. I'm not even going to talk about DeAndre Swift just because I don't think he's even going to come close to 49. But if he's there, he's another option. Complete back. Better in a committee, going to be that would be a really nice change of pace from Connor. He's just more shifty than fast, but he is very shifty and makes you miss in the open field with ease.
Nick, we've talked a lot about the receiver position and how this is a deep draft for receivers. Is this a deep draft for running backs? If the Steelers don't go running back at 49, should they be able to feel like they'll still get a talented enough player that could maybe still slot ahead of a Samuels or a Snell in the 3rd or 4th round?
I'm not going to say it's super deep, but I think there are going to be guys that are in round 3 or 4. Yeah. A guy like Zach Moss, maybe there at 102. The one interesting visit that they had a virtual meeting with Darrington Evans from Appalachian State. He's a speedster, home run threat, good return man. He's the more complete Kerrith White, so he's a receiver as well out of the backfield, ran a healthy route tree at Appalachian State. So I think he's an option that you look at later. There's guys like LaMichael Pirine in the 4th round. He's a nice change of pace option, a little bit too much like Connor for my liking, but he is a solid guy, probably would be immediately the second best running back in that rotation. Anyone from pretty much, I could name Eno Benjamin, Zach Moss, LaMichael Pirine, Darrington Evans, or Josh Kelly would be better than most of the guys in this backfield right away, and they would add depth to this unit.
In comparison to any of them to Snell, what would your thoughts be in terms of the future of that position? If it's not Fournette and it's Connor with a young back, whether that be Snell or any of those guys, what would you prefer?
If personally me, it depends on the player, but I think a lot of these guys are comparable to Benny Snell. I think the one thing Benny Snell suffers from is that he just does not have the burst or speed. He's a good short yardage back. I think we can agree with that. He's a nice short yardage back, runs really tough, but also he's not going to give you the big plays or any explosiveness out of the backfield. I think all the guys that I just listed have some sort of explosiveness to their game, a little bit more wiggle than Benny Snell. So I think they'll get more work out of the backfield than him.
Well, now we're only a few minutes away from the Bengals pick, and this would be the first pick here of the second round here in day 2, our NFL draft show here on Steelers Now and, of course, Pittsburgh Sports Live. So, Cale, where do you think the Bengals go here? They get the Tiger King. They started off round 1 with the guy they wanted to potentially be their savior. They haven't had a playoff win in 29 years, which is older than 2 out of the 4 of us. Not too much older than me. I'm only a little bit older than 29. But anyway, where do the Bengals go here as they kick things off in the second round?
Well, like you said, they got the guy they wanted. They got Joe Burrow. They locked him up. They have their franchise quarterback. And we talked about, too, yesterday. He's in a pretty good situation offensively with some of the weapons they have already, the wide receivers. They re-signed A.J. Green under the franchise tag. They could go wide receiver here if they wanted to get a wide receiver kind of for the future, assuming that A.J. Green isn't there long term. But also I think they could really go edge rusher here. I mean, they got some aging defensive ends as well, and Carlos Dunlap and Geno Atkins. So maybe if they want to go for a guy like Eder Gross-Matos out of Penn State, maybe A.J. Epinesa out of Iowa to get some youth there for edge rushers. But I think I can really see them going either way. They really need interior offensive line help as well. But as you look at the board and how it stands right now, there's not really any guy that seems like at 33 is worth that pick right now in terms of interior offensive lineman. So I'd probably say they're going to go edge rusher or, go with one of those wide receivers that's still on the board to start things off with a bang here in a second.
I'm seeing a lot of receivers and running backs on the national broadcast right now while they're talking Bengals, and we've been thrown off by that before, but then they were correct on the Jordan Love.
I think that's the kind of assumption they're making, is that there's going to be a run here, especially at the beginning of the second. And a lot of these wide receivers, top wide receivers that are still left, and a lot of these running backs, because I think they're assuming that there's going to be a run on running backs that started with the last pick last night that's going to continue here early on.
Yeah, and I think, if you look at this, the Bengals don't need a running back at all.
No.
The Bengals don't need a wide receiver for right now. They do need some future help at wide receiver. A.J. Green, obviously signed a franchise tag, and they've got two young guys whose contracts will be coming up sooner rather than later. So they could use some depth, but to me, tight end is their biggest need on offense. But Nick, I'm not sure there's a tight end that makes sense right here.
No, I'm going to bet on this being a receiver. I just think it makes sense. Get your quarterback help. The one guy I would look at, I think the one thing that they lack outside of A.J. Green, they lack a little bit of size here. So 2 guys that immediately come to mind, Denzel Mims and T. Higgins. I personally believe that those 2 guys could be the pick.
And the pick is in. It is T. Higgins, big receiver from Clemson, a physical guy. And, man, Cale, that's a pretty fearsome – 1 through 4, to me, that's the best group of wide receivers in the division right now.
Yeah, I absolutely have to agree. No one really, I think, comes close. Cleveland's right there, but it's just really their 2 guys in Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham Jr. Yeah, I think that, like you said, they don't necessarily need a wide receiver right now, but this is a guy that can kind of grow alongside Joe Burrow. And I think the assumption there in Cincinnati is that they're not going to have AJ Green, that he's going to move on after this year. And I think there's also in kind of showing us that maybe they're only going to have him under the franchise tag for this year, and then they'll say, all right, see you later kind of thing, because we have T. Higgins who can do some similar things. But, I like the pick for the Bengals. You pair him alongside Tyler Boyd as well going forward. He's a long, rangy receiver. He can go up and get the football. He had a ton of success at Clemson, obviously, 2-time All-ACC, and plenty of guy that Joe Burrow played against in the college football playoff there. So, I was stand up his teammates.
I was going to say the only way that AJ Green, and he probably is not going to be back, the only way maybe you could persuade him to want to stay there is if Joe Burrow lights it up right away and they have a very entertaining offense and they finally win, which he's not really experienced in Cincinnati, or at least not for a while. That maybe could change the corner. Does that put pressure potentially for someone to think about on the Ravens and other teams to add more to their receiver depth? They thought about maybe doing that earlier in the draft and it did not happen.
I think definitely. I mean, I think it's turning into, kind of an arms race. And yeah, that's what we talked about with the Ravens is they didn't address that. And that's something they're definitely going to, I think, try to address here as the night goes on, is to get another receiver to play alongside Hollywood Brown, because last year was Willie Snead and that really wasn't working out. And we talked about too yesterday how they lost tight end Hayden Hurst too, one of their other top pass catchers. So they definitely need a target for Lamar Jackson to throw to. So I agree. I think that the rest of the division now, and I think this goes for the Steelers too. I think the Steelers also need,
because Juju's future is still in flux. He did not get traded in the first round, but he's not going to be there beyond next season. Fans don't want to admit this. That's the reality.
I think the assumption is Juju's not going to be there after next year either. So they'd have to get another weapon as well, not only for this run with Ben Roethlisberger, but getting another receiver as well for the future. And I kind of real quickly want to mention, we talked about, Nick was talking about running back there and what the Steelers might do at pick number 49. I think the Steelers are better off not going with running back at 49, going with running back with their third round pick because of some of those exact guys he mentioned, because of the change of pace. We talked about how Fournette's a similar guy to James Conner. A lot of those guys that will be available there in the third round, a guy that especially sticks out to me, those little raw, is Antonio Gibson from Memphis. Guys that are completely different than James Conner, but can add a completely new dynamic to the offense.
Hey, Nick, Colts here on the clock. Where do the Colts go? They're a team that's changing the corner a little bit as well. Philip Rivers now at the helm. This is kind of a new era of Colts football. They still have some talent there, though.
This is a team that can go three places: tackle, receiver, or corner. Christian Fulton's there. At tackle, they have Josh Jones there. At receiver, we have Mims as well. But they need size. So Mims, Pittman, Shenault.
And here's the Colts pick, as I am still 10, 20 seconds behind Cale as I receive a text message.
Michael Pittman, another physical receiver, 223 pounds from USC. This is a guy that Nick and I have talked about the Steelers liking because of those NFL bloodlines. His father played in the NFL.
Right.
But beyond that, I mean, 2 wide receivers and 2 picks. Nick, how does that change the outlook for the Steelers getting one at 49?
I mean, that's big. I mean, that's 2 of the top 5 gone. If you count Hamler, Mims, and Shenault in that 5. So Mims, we have reports that Matt Rule wants Mims. So that could be another guy off the board here soon. There's still needs at receiver. The Jets need a receiver since they went with Becton in round 1. It's looking less and less likely that receiver is going to be the pick at 49 to me. There's just not going to be any there.
The Jets have to get weapons or else they're almost a cruel franchise for their young quarterback. I get protecting him, but they do need some weapons, and it does become the emphasis of this draft. We mentioned it on the first round show that a lot of these teams have young quarterbacks, and the emphasis is either protect them or give them weapons, and ideally doing both. And there's some teams that have yet to do both that need to do the other thing. The Lions now on the clock here, and also there, I like with Michael Pittman, anyone confused, he does have the NFL bloodline there with the father winning the Super Bowl with the Buccaneers. He's from Woodland Hills, but not Woodland Hills in Pittsburgh, Woodland Hills in California. Cale, where do the Lions go here?
Well, I wanted to mention real quickly on the Colts that they take the pick of Michael Pittman Jr., the big, long, can go over the top of people wide receiver. And I think this kind of lines up. Well, not only does it give them a completely different guy than T.Y. Hilton, who's been the star there in Indianapolis for many years, they get a guy who's completely the opposite. So they can kind of get guys that can get to do 2 different things. But also they had a guy that really is kind of a favorite type of target of Philip Rivers, the new quarterback, obviously.
Right. And he can still sling it. He can still sling it.
Yes, and he's been accustomed to throwing to big targets, and he likes big targets his entire career, whether it was obviously Antonio Gates, but also Vincent Jackson, Malcolm Floyd in the past as well. He really likes throwing to those big targets. Mike Williams a little later in the Chargers' tenure as well. So I think that's a pick catered for, let's try and give some more weapons to Philip Rivers right now and weapons that he likes. If I'm the Lions right here, obviously took Jeff Okudah out
and their
of,
pick is in.
Yeah, obviously took Jeff Okudah out of Ohio State to start the draft off. They need interior defensive line help. So, guys on the board right now, Ross Blacklock from TCU. They got Neville Gallimore from Oklahoma on the board, two guys that can help them there. They also need an edge rusher too. So maybe this is where we see Gross Matos or Epinesa go off the board. I think it's kind of all defense for the Lions, but also this is where we could see our second running back go off the board too, because get another guy in there with Kerryon Johnson as well, another weapon you could hand the ball off to take some of the heat off of Matthew Stafford.
We got to respect the Detroit First Everybody shirt for the kid there. That you got to have one of those every time there's a Detroit team involved. It's Detroit versus everybody. So there you go. And I don't have confirmation myself. The Lions pick in officially.
It's in, but they haven't.
It is in, but we're still waiting.
Okay. How does this affect the rest of the draft in terms of the Giants and New England? Because New England's a little earlier than they would have been back in the first round. This is earlier in the second round than they're used to potentially. That the Pittman receiver clearly, I would imagine, was probably the best available on most big boards. That he's now gone.
I'm just going to throw this out there. Could the Patriots be looking at Jalen Hurts?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be shocking.
Yeah,
that would be really high for him. I wouldn't project him to be that early of a second round type of player, but who knows? I mean, that could work for them.
And we have the first running back off the board in the second round, DeAndre Swift of Georgia.
Okay.
To the Lions.
Yeah, so that does take away another option there from what we talked about with Nick as a Steeler potential running back. So he is now again off the board. And that does bring up the Giants there is now, and I'm like 30, 40 seconds off right now on my broadcast from where I was last night.
This is something I want to talk about because running backs and receivers coming off the board, we know the reports are best weapon available for the Steelers. Very possible. Now I think it shifts maybe towards defense at safety. If the safeties keep falling, I think safety might be the pick at 49, especially if Winfield, McKinney, Davis, all of them are there.
They're still there. Why do you think those two in particular are still falling? I mean, I get that there's an argument if somebody's a mid-first round player and they fall late to the first round, that's not really a fall. But now we're getting towards the early, probably mid-second round. Those teams like the Steelers are not going to shy away from somebody who they feel is top of their big board, even if it's not necessarily as much of a need position. But why are these guys still around? Is it just these other teams need these receivers and running backs more right now?
I can't tell you. It's like, listen, like the safety position is the weirdest position in the NFL in terms of the draft. I can't predict how these guys fall. Last year, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson fell to the fourth round and then turned out to be on the all-rookie team. I mean, we get talented safeties that fall every year in the draft. So it's just another trend. I guess the league just values safeties less than other positions. And
what about what we were talking about actually before Alan and I joined us here, before we actually officially went on air, about maybe the Steelers, if they still go to their position need, even if these guys fall and they do shy away, do they maybe trade a Lane? Do they maybe even trade a Joe Hayden to try to bring talent back and change their positioning in this draft? And Hayden, I told you, I know personally from talking to him, he does not want to leave the Steelers. Got that big deal. Then he even had it restructured. He wants to play in Pittsburgh to end his career, but maybe his value is best served elsewhere. Any possibility there?
I mean, anything is possible. I wouldn't bank on it. Hayden's cap situation is pretty sticky, especially after the restructuring. So they'd have to eat a lot of dead cap to trade him. Lane, it's possible. It's certainly possible that they do trade Lane. If they're not impressed with him, maybe they just...
Yeah, the value, though, wouldn't be as high, obviously.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be. But it is possible that they do trade Lane if they see it fit. It's possible they maybe trade a Cam Sutton in a contract year, something like that. I'm not betting on the trades, though. I'm really not betting on the Steelers moving anyone. Usually the Steelers don't trade guys before they leave. They usually just play them through the contract and then recoup the compensatory picks. So
Yeah,
probably what's going to end up happening.
we have the Giants here on the clock. Alan, what do you think maybe the Giants would do here? They're a team that hasn't really cared what any of the public or media thinks the last couple of years with what Gettleman's been doing. Daniel Jones, then he's looking to protect him based on the offensive tackle in the first round.
Actually, I think the tackle was more about making some running lanes for Saquon Barkley.
Well, that's true.
About protecting Jones. I think they want to be able to run the ball more.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't see them having as some gaping need here. I mean, I think tackle was the big one that they wanted to take care of. So they could be in a best player available kind of mode. It's not going to be a running back, I don't think. Obviously, with Barkley there. But it could be a wide receiver, if they like Mims. I think that's still a good pick here. The defensive backs are obviously available. And I think there's some really good edge rushers too that, the Giants defense, it doesn't have big holes, but it also doesn't have a ton of big time playmakers either. So maybe a guy that can get to the quarterback is what they look for here.
It does seem like they're going to be a best available type of situation right now. They do scream as a best available. They'd have multiple needs, so it makes sense for them to go just best available. And I would imagine, Cale, Nick, I'd imagine this is where the running back train would be derailed here.
Yeah. The one thing they could use more offensive line help, interior O-line.
Again, I mean that would be there'd be safe picks, but that would be a lot in that position early on.
Yeah, it would be, but some teams they do need to rebuild the O-line. It's been bad for years. I mean,
okay,
certainly is possible that they could go there, Hennessy or Cushenberry, but I think edge rusher, clear need. I mean, who else do they have? Lorenzo Carter there, but not much else. So
yeah, Cale, do you have an idea of maybe somebody if they do go defense in particular? We talk a lot about what's going on offensive line wise. They already took care of that in the first round. They do have to go again, but what if they go defense? They have needs there too.
Yeah, I agree that they could definitely go edge rusher here. That's definitely a clear need. They could also use a linebacker as well. So maybe we see Zach Bond from Wisconsin go here. But they also could use a safety. It's not necessarily that high up in their needs, but I think they could use a guy like Xavier McKinney off the board here. Could definitely be a guy, a playmaker on that defense for them. But I think in my opinion, I think the pick is definitely going to be defense here. They addressed offensive line, the offensive tackle early on to give help for the young quarterback, like was much of the narrative in day one of the draft. I think definitely this is an opportunity for them to kind of beef up that defense a little bit, and which also indirectly helps out the young quarterback. You beef up the other side of the ball, it takes a little bit of the pressure off him as well. So I think it's definitely defense here, and they're throwing up their needs on ESPN right now, and it's all defensive. It's edge, linebacker, safety, and corner. So I think that's definitely the direction that Joe Judge and Gettleman are going right now.
Nick, where did you have the Giants mocked? Who did you have mocked to the Giants at this point, and is that player still available, especially in terms of defense?
Well, with the late surge of his stock, I had Logan Wilson going here as a linebacker. I think they could use a linebacker with Wilson's coverage ability and instincts. Blake Martinez is the best linebacker in that room, meaning they really need one. They passed on Simmons in round one, so get the best linebacker available here. I think it's certainly possible.
Did you see Gettleman wearing the face mask? He's the only one actually I've seen to this point wear a mask in his house war room. I've not seen anyone else, Coach GM or anyone else.
Goodell's giving the Giants pick right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still behind that. I got the troops here out there. So we'll see. This also is definitely going to impact what happens in New England and Carolina. And it'll really be shaky in this draft if the Patriots do not go Jalen Hurts. Then it'll be very interesting what they do. And if you're just joining us here.
Safety. They go Xavier McKinney.
Okay, so McKinney's finally off the board. He is somebody that if he was going to be around, these teams would eventually be salivating and eventually have to just bite the bullet. Steelers couldn't be so lucky to have him still fall, even though Fulton's still available. But McKinney's that guy that I was surprised he left the first round. The Giants needed to take best available. I'm not too surprised by that. Again, NFL draft show here. Steelers now on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh. Alan, what are your thoughts on McKinney to the Giants?
It makes a lot of sense. He's a good player in space. I think that's something that they don't have a ton of. And I said they just need playmakers on the defensive side of the ball. They don't need positions. And McKinney kind of You can move him around a little bit. You can put him in the box. He can play center field. He's a guy that has some decent ball skills. You know, to me, I think it's just the best player available pick, and it's a position that every NFL team needs. You know, Nick was talking about why the safeties are falling, and I'm not really sure why the safeties are falling, because to me, safety is a very I think what we saw in the last 10 years, talking about NFL defense,
it's hard to have an elite one. It's hard to find an elite safety.
What we've seen in NFL defenses in the last 10 years is that, it started out where, okay, all these teams are playing all these wide receivers. All right, we got to play nickel and dime corners are going to be starters. But then offenses started running out of those 4 receiver sets. And so now, okay, well, a dime corner doesn't make sense as much sense as a third safety does. And so I think more teams are playing more 3 safety sets. They're playing more hybrid safety linebackers. And so to me, it doesn't make any sense for the safeties to be falling, because I think they're really valuable right now with the way most teams are playing defense.
Well, with the Patriots now on the clock here, if they don't go Jalen Hurts, because we talked about that a lot, where do they go?
They could go safety too.
Yep,
they could, and they might just be a best available team as well at this point too.
I'll tell you who fits a safety mold for them. They love traitsy guys that they can mold and create into studs. Kyle Duggar out of Lenore Ryan. I would expect Kyle Duggar to come off the board.
Kyle Duggar's off the board. They just picked him.
Wow.
There you go. There you go. And I don't think Nick was even watching.
Lenore Ryan.
Yeah, D2. That's the highest a D2 player has gone since 1999.
And that's higher than you thought, because you opened up the first round show talking about how the D2 players and the smaller school players, they weren't going to get as many looks. They weren't going to have a pro day. So they may actually slide out of the draft, or certainly into later rounds with teams not willing to take as much of a shot. But this is somebody early second round out of a small school, a skill position that is off the board to a pretty smart team in the greatest franchise.
This is a terrific landing spot for Duggar. A raw processor, but great athlete. I mean, you could not go to a better spot to develop into a stud than the New England Patriots. Great system. A great coach, Bill Belichick. Duggar's probably going to be a Pro Bowl guy just because of his landing spot.
Yeah. Cale, any thoughts now that because the Patriots did not draft Jalen Hurts, where he may go, and if he is still there for Pittsburgh, do they maybe consider it, and do they do it even though they have other needs? And obviously that would be a polarizing decision.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at the board right now, potential teams, you have Jacksonville coming up in a few picks here. Maybe they're not totally sold on Gardner Minshew and his mustache. Maybe they want to kind of go in a different direction. Other than that, I mean, maybe Tampa Bay wants to pull a Jordan Love, and, we want to get our next guy after Tom Brady, who they obviously just signed. But yeah, I mean, for the Steelers,
I think Aaron Rodgers is going to play longer than Tom Brady is going to play in Tampa, though. So quite frankly, that would make more sense.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely be it could be an option for the Steelers. I mean, I think a lot of people would be upset if they picked a quarterback. I think some people also would be pretty happy. I think it's a very split. It's split the fan base. I think the Steelers definitely got to take a look at it, but I would probably go in a different direction.
And the Panthers pick here is in, as you see, Gross Mattis being the selection for the Panthers. So out of Penn State, we get a relatively local boy getting off the board, somebody that would have been covered by this market. So
yeah, I covered him a bunch actually. Saw him 3 times, I think, play with Penn State against Pitt. When you look at the film, I think sometimes it's a bit inconsistent, but I see a player that has a ton of upside. It's a bit of a higher risk play than maybe some of the other edge guys that, to me, I think maybe have a little bit of a higher floor. But I think he's got a pretty high ceiling guy, and he gets a place where he can go and develop. And we said yesterday that Carolina needed playmakers on their defense. We thought they were going to go linebacker. They get other playmakers on their defense, but still, I think it's an interesting. You get Matt Rule, right, and then you're picking defensive guys. That's probably not what what most people thought.
No, it probably is not what most people thought, especially losing Cam Newton. You have Christian McCaffrey there, but you need more than just him, obviously, to win. That was proven evident from last year. And they have Kuechly retire, so they need to replace that position. And it seems like they want to replace the entire defense based on losing some members of that defense the last couple of seasons. The Dolphins now the team on the clock, and they're a team that was very interesting in round one. They get their guy in Tua. Cale talked about how all his friends are thrilled about it. They finally get a first-round quarterback that seemingly the fan base is excited about. First time probably in decades, really, and they have a legit quarterback there. However, they need a lot around him. They didn't really feel that as much as maybe I would have liked in that first round. So what do they do now?
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity for maybe to look at another wide receiver here. Based on who's left on the board, though, because they went offensive tackle and they kind of went really off the board and went corner, which I don't think anyone really expected, especially with at least who they have at one corner is Xavier Howard already, who I think is the highest paid corner in football. But maybe this is where we see, a wide receiver like Mims go off the board, because we talked about it ad nauseum yesterday. They need weapons for Tua. And they also need a running back too. So I think there's definitely an offensive skill position pick coming up here for the Dolphins. And it says here on my extremely fast TV that the pick is in. They addressed offensive tackle. Maybe not the guy we thought they'd take, but they picked an offensive tackle at pick 18, which was obviously previously the Steelers' pick. So they addressed protecting their young quarterback. They got the young quarterback. They got a corner as well, kind of off the wall. I think you definitely got to go with a skill position here, a weapon for Tua to utilize. So, look at maybe this is where we see Dobbins or Jonathan Taylor is in the running, or Chenault Jr. from Colorado, Mims.
And Taylor's the top available on the Kuiper billboard. Taylor's the top best available on the Mel Kiper big board right now.
Yeah, exactly. And so they got a bunch of guys there that are in that mix right now that are probably in the next up in line. And there's been this kind of run that was kind of halted here on offensive skill players. I think we get back to that right now.
I still think they could take a safety. It's still a big need for them. And really from a best player available standpoint, I think it'd be hard to argue against Antoine Winfield and Ashton Davis. I think those are really good players compared to the rest of the board. Even if they wanted to go to a guy, Jeremy Chin, I don't think that would be a terrible pick right here either. And
they are, but isn't it time to give Tua some help? Because we agreed, and it's been talked about, and I've talked about it all day on Twitter, that the Dolphins don't have enough around Tua right now, and he is in the worst position out of any of those first-round quarterbacks.
Yeah, this is a multi-year rebuild. They're going to be terrible again next year. That's already pretty much in stone. So, they need all.
But how long does he have? Obviously they're not going to win next year, but say you put him in towards the latter half of next season and then he sucks there, but that's fine because he's a rookie. And then he sucks again the next year because they still don't have any help. And then he sucks again another year after that. Then you're basically giving up on the guy at that point.
I just think when you need every position, you take the best player available. And I'm not sure. I like Chenault. I like Mims, but I think I like the safeties more.
I would go O-line.
O-line.
I'd beef up the O-line again.
Okay.
This is the reason. Like, the biggest negative with Tua is his injuries. Protect him.
Yeah, and you talked about that, and you can find that clip on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
And there's still first-round tackles to me. I think Jones is a guy that probably should have gone in the first round. We talked about Cleveland. There's good tackles out there. It's not crazy, especially considering that they kind of went a little bit off the board with their tackle pick yesterday to go get another one and really position. Again, they need them all. So I don't think I honestly I think
they do need them all, but it's unfortunate if you're doing that just to make up for the first round pick, basically.
Yeah, but I don't think wide receiver is honestly like that compared to where they have needs other places. Wide receivers can be found relatively easily, places like free agency. You can find them. You don't find tackles outside of the top 50 picks in the draft.
Yeah, Cale?
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, that we talked about how with their last pick in the first round, they went corner out of Auburn, and I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. They just brought in Byron Jones in free agency to play alongside Xavier Howard. I was trying to figure out who that other corner was, and they brought in another corner in Byron Jones. So we've kind of been questioning what the Dolphins have been doing ever since they took Tua with their 5th overall pick. Ever since then, it's kind of been scratching heads like, all right, they took this Austin Jackson guy who Nick had as like the 200th player or something.
Yeah, it was 102, I think.
Yeah.
And then they take this kind of corner out of nowhere, and there were other corners that were probably higher rated on the board at that point. So I think the Dolphins kind of got to get back on track here a little bit with this pick. And yeah, I agree with you, Alan. I think that wide receiver is definitely a more plentiful position than offensive tackle. And I also agree that a guy like Josh Jones from Houston here would make sense too, because Nick's right. As much as you need to give him help and people to throw the ball to, he's not throwing the ball to anyone if he's not on the field or if he's on the backside. So you got to keep him upright. If you already addressed one side of the line, you've got to address the other here as well. So yeah, I can see them going that way, but I also, like we've talked about, Mike, and I think you're going to agree with me here as well, is they need weapons for him. They need him to someone to throw the football to. So they can go a bunch of different ways here. And
it's hard to be mad at going any of those ways.
But that's the beauty of being the Dolphins here too, is they pick again in like 15 picks or so.
The way to be mad about going any of those ways is if they go off the board again and take a guy who we have 10 players that, I mean, that the position doesn't matter as much as just pick a good player this time. I think that's
but
where the big criticism came from what they did yesterday.
Yeah, and I get that you and Nick are kind of saying,
guys, they take guard Robert Hunt from Louisiana.
Wow.
2019 first team All Sun Belts.
Wow. Okay. So this guy had third round grade for me, 65th overall on my big board. Listen, he's not bad. He's actually pretty good. He's a road grader, but good athletically, mean streak. He'll run you right over. I think he's a solid player, but this feels like a reach to me. I think they could have gotten him at 56.
That's what I was going to ask. Couldn't they have got him earlier? So if you were going to do this, would you not then draft a receiver right now and then worry about getting him later? Because as Cale articulated, they pick again in like 10 some picks. And now you take a guy who you say is a third rounder on your grade. Clearly not to them. They must disagree with you and value him higher.
I mean, obviously, if I were the GM here, I'm smashing Antoine Winfield into this pick and going safety. But if I want to go receiver, I'm smashing Denzel Mims into that pick. I mean, there's so many options. Hunt feels like a reach here when there's a lot better value picks on the board. I'm not sure I get it.
Yeah.
You could have gone
Alan, they went off the board again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you told me after two of the Dolphins took a tackle, a guard, and a corner in their next three picks, I'd have probably said, okay, yeah, you're going to protect Tua. Everybody needs corners. That's fine. I just think it's the guys they're taking, not the position that they're taking.
But I think the other thing, too, you got to take into account is you got to remember, maybe this is I guess this is what we're seeing is that Brian Flores is from that Bill Belichick coaching tree. And if they like their guys, they've scouted their guys, they want to make sure they get their guys. They don't care where they pick them. So maybe that's what we're seeing here. Maybe we're seeing this built in Belichick's image, just, 1,500 miles to the south. But yeah, it seems like another pick where you could have got this guy later. And I get that you have a million picks in this draft, so you can kind of fool around, you can miss. But does that mean you need to be taking these kind of reaches and, not taking the best available guys? I think when you have this many picks, that's an opportunity where, okay, well, right now, we can take Winfield off the board. We can take Mims off the board. We can take those guys that are really good value picks and fill needs, and we can get these other guys who really like later.
Yeah, and the Texans now are on the clock, and their pick officially is in, so we'll wait for it. But what I do want to say about the Dolphins, and Chris Greer could try and be built it the same way as Belichick was, as I see the Texans pick officially comes in, is the fact that if you're the Dolphins, you need so much. And this strategy by a GM going off the board, even though it might be your guys and you don't care how other people value them, this can get a coach fired. This can be a situation where the coach is not going to be around long enough as those guys develop. And Bill O'Brien, who are waiting to be funky, as he certainly could be that monkey wrench of this draft. He goes Ross Blacklock, D tackle there out of TCU, and they do bring another Texas boy over to the Texans. So, Nick, thoughts on this pick? 2017 Big 12 co-defensive freshman of the year. He's a guy that built up into success, but had a lot of success early on.
I'm a fan of Blacklock. I mean, I think this is a good pick for the Texans. I mean, this is not a reach by Bill O'Brien. I think it's great value. In fact, I think for me, he's the fourth interior defensive lineman. For a lot of people, he's the third. Blacklock, high motor, really powerful guy. He's going to bring a good bit to this front. That front just got better with guys like J.J. Watt there, Whitney Merciless. They have a nice front there in Houston brewing.
Yeah, and J.J. Watt's not going to be leaving the Texans, Steeler fans. I'm sorry. There won't be a trade
No,
for
he's not
J.J.
gonna be
Watt.
traded.
As all the rumors that could be out there, that was the one that every time I saw somebody cover that or some blog put that up there, it's like, you guys just want some clicks. And you know you were going to get the clicks. But after a while, I think we all have to agree that we're going to put that to bed. J.J. Watt's not going to be a Steeler. They have 2 out of the 3 Watt brothers, which isn't too bad. Cale, thoughts on this pick for the Texans with the Colts now?
I also like the Blacklock pick, and another reason why they go in this direction is because they lost DJ Reader in free agency to the Bengals. So they have a void there at defensive tackle. Blacklock's able to slide in right there and become a starter from day one and fill that need. So really like the pick. It satisfies a need, and maybe for the next 5 minutes we'll say, okay, good job, Bill O'Brien. But after that, we can go back to roasting him because he's made some really inane decisions over the last few months here. But I like the pick; it was a good decision.
This is interesting.
Yeah, and this puts the Colts back on the clock here. Another pick for Indianapolis, and this is a Colts franchise that they had T.Y. Hilton be hurt a lot last year. They have Phillip Rivers now in there. There's still talent there. They aren't far from winning, and that is a division that seemingly anybody can win, and nobody has more than 9 or 10 wins. Alan, what do you think the Colts do, and how far are the Colts from actually being a winner? Again, can they win next year with Phillip Rivers at the helm?
I don't know. They play in a division that to me was the most difficult to really pin down in the whole NFL.
Well, we saw them at Heinz last year, and Brian Hoyer almost led them to a victory over Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I think that's a division where it doesn't take a great team to win. Right. Tennessee ends up going to the AFC Championship game, but I don't think they scare anybody. Houston's been very inconsistent. I think Indy, they weren't a great team, but and then they picked Jonathan Taylor here, running back from Wisconsin, who's a guy that I think is pretty universally liked, has some fumbling issues, but generally is going to be a pretty solid running back. And, I think to me, it's all about how they get Phillip Rivers into their offense. And that's really the key. If they can do that, add a little bit of running game, I think they'll be one of the better teams in that division.
Yeah, and I actually like the Colts, and it might not be for the long haul because eventually they'll need to replace Phillip Rivers. He's not going to be there forever, but they have a relatively young team. They still have weapons there if T.Y. Hilton can stay healthy. This will help Phillip Rivers take pressure off with Jonathan Taylor there, who can be great his rookie or freshman or sophomore season. So we'll see if they can play well enough defensively. The Texans don't scare me. They scare me even less now after losing Hopkins. The Titans don't scare me despite last year. The Jags never scare me. It's wide open, as Alan said, and this certainly could be maybe the Colts being the favorite in that division if things happen to roll their way. Jacksonville now on the clock. Again, Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, Nick Farabaugh here. Steelers now, NFL draft show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Nick, thoughts about the Jags?
The Jaguars, a team that can use a few things. They could use help along the offensive line. I think this is a place where you can see Josh Jones come off the board. Ezra Cleveland's another guy who come off the board here. There's been talks of them moving Cam Robinson over to right tackle, so Cleveland would slot right into that left tackle spot. This is another possible running back destination. J.K. Dobbins, Cam Akers still on the board. If they want to trade Leonard Fournette, it's a possibility there. They could use another cornerback. I mean, Fulton's here. Henderson and Fulton wouldn't be a bad duo.
Is this Jalen Hurts? Is this where he would go? And if he doesn't go here, how far could he fall again?
Yeah, I mean, if Hurts doesn't go here, Hurts is. And this is an interesting scenario. I think if the Steelers trade out a 49, Hurts could be the player that someone comes up to get if they value him. I think Hurts goes sometime in the 3rd round.
Well, if you think that, though, and the Steelers trade out, maybe they don't even have to trade out to get Hurts. Maybe they just go who they think is best available at 49 and they get Hurts in the 3rd round if he's still there.
Can we stop talking about the Steelers taking quarterback because it is not happening?
No, I think the Steelers are going to trade out of 49. Someone's going to come up at 49 and get Hurts.
It's not happening.
I don't think it should happen.
It's not even better than the backups that they already have for one.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
Okay,
for sure.
And two, they have so many places with their entirety of their strategy for the last 2 off seasons has been about maximizing the talent on the field for Ben Roethlisberger's final years.
Yeah.
Backup quarterback does not do that. They've made unprecedented steps that the Steelers have never done before, like trading a 1st-round pick to put that talent on the field for Ben Roethlisberger's final year. They're not taking a backup quarterback, and they're certainly not going to take it here, where they have so many players that could make an impact this season.
No,
Yeah,
and it would be incredibly hypocritical if they do so based on what they've done. They've been wonderful in trying to win now for Big Ben in his final years. So, no, it would not make sense, but it's just been a conversation out there. And I don't even like Hurts well enough to take him even early third round if he happened to
So
fall
what I
there.
was thinking with Hurts is what I said. I think a team could come up at 49 and get him. Steelers could trade
Yeah, that's not the Steelers,
with
correct?
that.
Yes.
So it's possible that that could happen, I think. But right now, the Steelers have a few guys there. I'm currently looking. Mims is there still. If Denzel Mims is there, I think he's the pick. I think he's the pick. Either him or Chenault. They have the two receivers. Antoine Winfield also there on the board. We know Winfield, NFL bloodline, ball hawk, kind of what the Steelers look for in their safeties as of recent. So Steelers look like they're going to get a good player here. We have Josh Uche still on the board. If they go edge rusher, a lot of talent. And I mean, there's 3 tackles on the board too. If the Steelers want to go offensive line, which is a possibility, they can go offensive line too. So a lot of talent for the Steelers to look at here at 49 for sure. I like how the board's falling
for sure. Yeah, the Steelers are for sure going to have a great player available here, and they do have positions that they're going to go after as they continue to try to win now. If Jacksonville, depending on what Jacksonville does here, what do you guys think about Cleveland, Chicago? They're coming up here with the next couple of picks. Where do they need to go?
I mean, I could see Cleveland potentially going offensive line again. If you look at what the Browns did in the first round, if I can find it here. Yeah, they already addressed offensive line in the first round. So, but still, they could always use more help, even though they signed Conklin in the offseason. So, if I'm the Browns here, I could really see them going linebacker. But if you look at who's on the board, I mean, Zach Bond's the guy that lines up as the next best middle linebacker prospect. They lost Schobert to the Jaguars in the offseason as well, so they have a hole there at middle linebacker. I could also see for the Browns potentially edge rusher and maybe a wide receiver too. But I think really linebacker is where it lines up for them.
And the Bears? Any thoughts on Chicago?
The Bears have a few needs. Corner, Prince Mukamara is gone. I think tight end. This could be where the first tight end comes off the board, I think. You could see Adam Troutman, Cole Kmet go there. They have Jimmy Graham, but they cut.
I was going to say they signed Jimmy Graham.
So, but like Jimmy Graham's in in the twilight of his career. They don't really have a young option behind him. It's possible. They like to use a lot of heavy sets and 12 personnel. So
they're paying him more than the Steelers are paying Eric Ebron, though.
True, but it's also, I mean, it's a terrible contract, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, they're paying Jimmy Graham off of what he did 2 or 3 years ago, and he's been completely fading while Eric Ebron's 6 years younger and getting less per year. Great deal for the Steelers. I think that Eric Ebron signing is going to be one of the better moves of this entire offseason for Pittsburgh, for sure.
It's just tough to kind of predict where the Bears go because they have a lot of holes on that roster when you actually look at it.
You think defense?
I'm thinking defense. I think, listen, your quarterback situation is met at best with Foles and Trubisky. So you got to beef up the defense as much as you can. Try to create as much turnovers, get as much pressure as you can. They could use a guy opposite of Khalil Mack, I think. So that's another area they could go. We could see an edge rusher come off the board. Maybe Zach Bond is still on the board here.
I'm seeing Jalen Hurts put on the national broadcast a lot there with the Jags still on the clock. I don't know if that's potentially where they're going to go, as I am behind here in my coverage.
And the Jags go wide receiver. They take Chenault Jr. from Colorado.
Okay.
So it appears that they're going to stick with Gardner Minshew, and they want to give him some help out of some other weapons for him. Also, just got Jay Gruden as their offensive coordinator this offseason after he was relieved of his duties with the Redskins. So him another toy to work with. And it appears that they're going all in for Uncle Rico.
It does appear that way, Alan. I saw you shake your head. Are you not sold on Gunnar Minshew? I'm personally not at all, but they clearly are.
I'm not particularly sold on him, but I didn't think there was any chance that they were going to do anything other than go into this season with him as the starting quarterback and give him a shot.
Right.
I mean, if it doesn't work out, they'll address it next year. But I thought for sure that he's going to be the guy this year. And so I think Chenault's a good player for them. I think it's really good value right here. 10 picks into the second round. I think he's a guy I had mocked to go in the first round. I think he could have certainly gone earlier. And it really, for me, the big takeaway here is wide receiver is now starting to get a bit thin for the Steelers at 49. I mean, outside of Mims, Nick, who else do you have that could be a realistic option there?
Hamler would be an option.
Yeah.
Jerry Dulac mentioned that Hamler was a guy that the Steelers were interested in. So Hamler's still on the board. Outside of him, they're reaching at that point. I mean, the next tier is kind of guys like Brian Edwards, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Van Jefferson. And at that point, that's just a reach. If you want one of those guys, trade back. That's all I'll say.
Get him in the third round.
It almost appears now the Steelers are primed to be trading back, because if they're not going to get a receiver running back that they fall in love with at that position, they're not going to go backup quarterback, which we discussed. So maybe then you trade back.
Yeah, but I mean, I think trading back this is what I would do with how the board is falling. The two best value positions right now are safety and tackle. Those are the two best value positions. You could get Winfield at 49. You could get Davis at 49. You could Chin still on the board as well. You could get one of those guys. You could get Jones, Niang, or Cleveland. I mean,
I like the idea of taking the safeties, because I think that even if you don't consider, one of them a starter this year, by doing what we talked about, moving Edmonds to the blocks, playing 3 safety, nickel, they can play them a lot. I wonder how much they'd be hesitant to take a tackle for the same reasons we said they won't take a backup quarterback, and that's a guy that's probably not going to see the field this year unless there's an injury with
Right.
Filer and Al, even though those are guys that are running on to the end of their contracts, and certainly future need is large, and depth is important as well. Also, I kind of think that they like Chuks Okorafor and a little bit. I think that that's a guy that they would not mind see play some next year. So I don't think I think tackle's a good for the board, but I'm not sure it fits the Steelers' needs particularly well. Certainly not as well as interior offensive line would. But there's not as many of those guys. Maybe Lloyd Cushenberry here would be an option.
Yeah, and I'm very jealous of the Jaguars' war room there. I think they're the winner for chairs in terms of comfort. They had the lounge chairs there and the massage chairs.
And all the Gatorade drink.
Yeah, that right now might be the winning room, along with Cliff Kingsbury and the Wolf of Wall Street castle that he has there. The Bears currently on the clock. Their pick is in. They have several needs. Nick did go on and on about them. Any other thoughts on what the Bears do here? They're a team that felt like they had a chance at winning going into last season. We know about the missed field goal prior to that.
Yeah.
And how close they were.
I just keep coming back to the Bears, and I keep looking. From the start of this process, it has been destined that they were taking a tight end, either at 43 or 50. I'm feeling tight end.
They're like the Ravens, though, which we talked about in the first round, that if there's a quality defensive player, especially a backer, they just can't avoid doing it.
If it's a tight end, is it anyone other than Kmet?
Troutman, maybe, but Kmet seems like the NFL's favorite. I'm pretty low on Kmet. I mean, he's not my top 100, but
it is Kmet from Notre Dame.
Okay.
It's Kmet.
Well, Nick, why are you low on Kmet?
He doesn't do anything particularly well. So he's a big target that can work up the seam, but he's not particularly physical in getting those contested catches. So he doesn't fight through contact very well. He's not a good route runner. As a blocker, he's below average. So I don't really want him in line a ton. I don't know if I can start him. He feels like more of a tight end 2 type to me than a tight end 1 that I would spend a day 2 pick on, especially here at 43. I think this is
hometown flavor a little bit here, kind of the hometown team a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit here.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure what Kmet brings that makes him special. He's just another guy to me. He does some things well, some things bad.
Is it helpful maybe, and they felt more comfortable because Jimmy Graham is there? We agree Jimmy Graham's overrated right now in his contract, and he's a shell of his former self, but he's still okay. He can be productive. So that adds another guy to the other side of the field, doesn't put as much pressure on somebody, and maybe he can mentor a young tight end.
Yeah, I think it does help. If Jimmy Graham has made a living off of anything, it's by going and winning above the rim. I think that's what Kmet needs to do the most right now, is learn how to use his physicality, use his body to go up and make that. What better person to do that than Jimmy Graham? He did that for years in New Orleans. So
And
yeah.
another NFL family player. A lot of these players in this round, more so than even in the first round, are legacy players. The teams maybe feel more comfortable because they have the lineage. Cale?
But the other thing too about Komet is if Komet is not, a physical inline blocker and a guy more set up to be a tight end too, that's kind of what in terms of physicality, Jimmy Graham really isn't that guy either. Jimmy Graham is strictly, a pass catching guy. So, in that Matt Nagy offense, they like the receiving tight ends. They like to utilize those guys, but neither tight end on the roster right now is a guy that's gonna, pancake people or drive guys back in the run game.
Yeah, and Cleveland now on the clock. Cleveland on the clock here. Their pick in. Thoughts on the Browns? Like we talked about it earlier, they're a team that has some needs, but they're a team that, not far from the playoffs a couple of years ago or last year after turning things around from that 1-15 season.
This has got to be defense, linebacker or safety. Biggest two needs on that Browns defense. Easily, there's a ton of safety here.
Who would be the best linebacker available for you? Because we talked a lot about safety to this point.
Yeah.
Who's the linebacker?
Akeem Davis-Gaither would be the main guy. Would step right into that Schobert role and thrive. Great in coverage. I think he'd be a nice boon to that Cleveland defense that needs that hawking linebacker underneath to rob the middle of the field for them, especially with the loss of Joe Schobert. That is a massive loss that people are underestimating, I think, when they look at Cleveland's roster. But they do need a single high safety as well. So there's a few guys, Ashton Davis. This could be Grant.
And who knows how many games Myles Garrett's going to play? He might get himself suspended and miss a few games again. So,
yeah.
I think edge is a legitimate option for him here. I mean, they have two nice ends, but that's a rotational position in that defense where they can bring somebody in that works their way in. Maybe Zach Bond could be an option there. Epinesa Uche. I'm not sure he's a 4-3 end, but the Browns might think he is. With the number of sub-package snaps that happen, he's a guy that can play pretty much anywhere. So,
yeah, and they have plenty of picks later on in this draft too. They don't necessarily have to go crazy right now. They do certainly have needs, but they have a deep draft remaining and do have multiple needs as well. And how does this draft so far fall, Nick, in terms of if the Steelers are going to be trading down? Because that actually now appears pretty possible. What's a team you think that might be a trade partner for Pittsburgh?
It's tough. It depends on how far they want to go back, first off. Because when you look at the third round, there's a few teams that they would have to slot back 30 spots. But they could trade all the way back to 77 with Denver and maybe get 77 and 83 that kept their original third back, which would be something of a turn. It could go if Oakland wants a quarterback and wants to come up, they could trade 80 and 81 to come up, but that's a far back fall. There's a few teams that I'm looking at right now in this discussion. I think Buffalo could come up for sure. I think the Rams could come up. And the one team that has talked about coming up, the Vikings, have said that they would do anything to make sure that their ideal scenario plays out today. So maybe trading back to 58 is a possibility, and they have more than enough draft capital to do it. So Steelers can certainly keep a fourth.
And we talked about a team maybe coming up to take Hurts, but if you look at the teams that are behind them, Chicago just had an opportunity to take him and didn't. Dallas, the Rams, the Eagles, the Bills, the Ravens.
They're not going to do it. So
Rams,
nobody has that pressing need.
I mean, if it's a team that's coming up to take Hurts, it's a team that's coming up from very far down to do it. But I do think that Kevin Colbert is going to want to stack some more draft picks. I do think that he wants more than what he has right now. I don't know that he would trade like down to the middle of New England's at 71. So like if they really want Hurts, would he trade that far down? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be totally against it just because the way this draft has fallen. However, it would be interesting because you have a situation where they traded the first-round pick last year. They get Minka. That was a great move. But then if they basically give up the second-round pick or at least go deep into it, that would be almost giving up the major portions of the draft, even though it's so far worked out for Pittsburgh. We'll see what happens, and it could be somebody for Hurts. But when you think about it, all those teams you named, Alan, none of them need a quarterback. So they're none of those teams. And really, if it's anyone after those teams, they're going to be giving up a lot to get into where Pittsburgh is. And I don't know if they're willing to do so. So this might be hard for Kevin Colbert to find a trade partner. This might be a difficult trade, even though that's what he probably right now, I would assume, wants to do and is probably on the phone. This is the new Kevin Colbert. This is the I don't give a you-know-what Kevin Colbert, where he's kind of going for. It's different than where he was even 3 years ago.
Guys, the Browns pick is in. They go with LSU safety Grant Delpit, 2019 Jim Thorpe Award winner.
Okay, good pick for the Browns. They get that deep safety ball hawk. They needed this. Their safeties last year were just bad. Demarius Randall fell off a cliff out of nowhere. Delpit's a guy doesn't tackle well, so if he gets one-on-one situation against James Conner or Deontay Johnson, don't expect him to wrap him up. But this is a guy that's going to create havoc on the deep end with his instincts, range, and ball skills. Good pick by Cleveland. I like it. They love their LSU players, I guess. Greedy, OBJ, and now Delpit.
Yeah. I think it's a good pick for the Browns. Clearly their second most pressing need other than offensive line, offensive tackle. They obviously addressed that at 10 earlier on. But they also addressed safety and free agency as well. They signed Carl Joseph and Andrew Sendeo. They bring in Delpit now, so I guess maybe they're going to go with a little kind of combination of those three guys. But yeah, definitely was an issue last season. The only issue I have with Delpit, his 2018 tape, I feel like is way better than his 2019 tape. He missed a ton of tackles in 2019. I think that's something Nick can attest to as well, is the tackling is, I think, the biggest thing that pops out. But also, he's a big name because he's a guy that played for, obviously, the national champions in the SEC, he played against league competition. So those are all good things. But, yeah, the tape has a drop-off from 2018 to 2019. The tackling is the thing that really stands out. But it is the pick they needed, and it's what they had to address. And now the best safety available is Antoine Winfield.
Yeah, and I would say in comparison to, say, Miami's draft, for another team that had a lot of picks here, the Browns have done a tremendous job. Say the Niners have done a tremendous job. Right now, the Dolphins, are the team that everyone's probably going to fail and probably going to criticize the most if this pans out. Tampa Bay now on the clock. Their pick officially is in as well. Where do you guys think the Buccaneers go? Obviously, this is a franchise that wasn't far from the playoffs a year ago. They had an offense that moved the ball. Points weren't always there. They turned it over tons with Jameis Winston. Now they're going to at least have more control of the football and have pressure to win right away. So they do have some needs, though, to make that happen.
I think running back is a real option here. They don't have anybody that really scares anybody there. And really they could take anybody on defense. But, another tackle is probably the best value pick on offense. To me, Denzel Mims is it is clearly the best wide receiver left, but to me, he does a lot of the same things as the two guys I already have. To me, I think running back or defense. To me, I don't know, Nick, what are you thinking?
Defense here. If I were them, I would be going defense. Looking at their defense, they do need some help off the edge. I think possibly Zach Bond fits that bill quite well for them. They also need help at safety. Listen, there are safeties.
And as you see, yep.
So it's Antoine Winfield, who to me was the best player on the board left. The safety starting to go now with Delpit and Winfield. Ashton Davis still there, though. Jeremy Chin still there. Still some options if that's the way the Steelers want to go.
Winfield, I feel like, was one they thought maybe they could get lucky with.
I don't think anybody thought Winfield was going to be there at 49. I certainly didn't.
No.
Davis, on the other hand, Nick, didn't you mock Davis to the Steelers at 49?
Yep, I mocked Davis. I think Davis fits the bill, too. I think he could be the pick. Guys, as we get closer and closer, I'm going to call my shot. 49, Josh Uche. I think Josh Uche makes sense. They were at his pro day. Gives you outside linebacker and inside linebacker depth. Explosive guy. I don't know. Best player available, best fit available maybe with Uche. I think Uche makes a lot of sense at 49 if he makes it there.
And what would be the team that maybe would stop him from getting there? If he does not make it there to Pittsburgh, who maybe stops it and takes him?
Atlanta.
Right here?
Yeah, Atlanta could do it. Atlanta could go Uche, Okwara, Bond. There's edges on the board. It doesn't mean that Uche is going to be off the board, but Uche certainly fits that Falcons system quite well. So could be the pick, but.
Yeah, and we're only a few picks away now from the Steelers' first pick.
I also think here, guys, that if the Steelers were going to go wide receiver, I think the only guy you kind of stand pat for would probably be Mims, maybe Hamler. If not Mims, though, I think that's even more of an indication the Steelers might try and trade back here. And I don't think Mims gets past the Jets at 48. We talked about how important it was. They needed to get some weapons for Sam Darnold. They didn't do it, and we were all completely shocked that they didn't. I'm not sure Mims gets past 48 and goes to the New York Jets. And that, I think, leads more to if they don't fall in love with the edge rushers, and maybe that's where Atlanta goes and takes their guy off the board there. I think that's more of an indication that maybe the Steelers try and trade back.
Yeah, it's very possible, but again, it's trying to find that team to trade back with.
Of course,
and that might be very, very difficult because there's no team that really needs a quarterback directly after you. And then does a team want to give up that much capital to what Kevin Colbert would probably ask for?
Okay, this is big then because I just talked about Mims, and KJ Hamler goes off the board to the Broncos at 46 out of Penn State, obviously.
And that's another Penn State player, another player that was covered in the region. But, Nick, I want to ask you, he goes off here. So what maybe could be the thinking of him instead of Mims? If for anybody that would have evaluated Hamler ahead of Mims, what maybe could that rationale have been?
I think it's the fit for the Broncos. They pretty much have Mims already in Courtland Sutton.
Okay.
So get another speed guy. So you have Judy, who's kind of the route runner, get open guy. Now you have your electric deep threat who can stretch the field in Hamler. So that's probably the fit there. I personally don't see it. I mean, I would have taken Mims regardless. I think Mims is still a fine fit. You can use two big wide receivers, especially with how fast Mims is. But I get the pick. It's an electric receiver. I'm lower on Hamler just because he doesn't defeat press very well, and his catch technique is really sloppy. But it certainly gives them a nice quartet of wide receivers. Also, Deshaun Hamilton there, and two Penn State wide receivers are in Mile High City.
And it also gives them a return guy as well. So if they want to put Hamler back as kickoff returner, punt returner, he can jump right into that role for them.
Yeah, now we have the Falcons here on the board, 47. So we're a few picks away from the Steelers finally having a pick here in this draft. It took to the second round to get it. Our NFL draft show here, Steelers Now on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh. What do you think the Falcons do here?
We talked about it earlier. I think edge. I think edge is the way to go here. Uche, Bond, or Okwara, my three guys.
And I'd imagine the Jets would then potentially be looking at receiver. Maybe they're the team that goes Mim right in front of the Steelers.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that they go Mims. They give another weapon. They get a weapon finally for Sam Darnold. Maybe it paid off for them waiting their time to get him in the second. And then maybe that's more of an incentive. If you get your top edge rusher and your top wide receiver left on the board here, they go off the board here right before them. Maybe that's why the Steelers decide to trade back.
This is falling. If you are a fan of offensive line of the Steelers, this is a perfect fall for you.
Absolutely.
Like, listen, Alejandro Villanueva is on the final year of his deal this year. Josh Jones is on the board. That's very tempting to me. I think Josh Jones is a very tempting player here at 49. So is Ezra Cleveland, both very good tackle prospects. I would not be surprised if the Steelers go tackle. Also, J.K. Dobbins and Cam Akers are here, so if they go by that best weapon philosophy, it's Akers or Dobbins.
Yeah, and the Falcons pick is officially in as well now. And that could be the situation where if the Steelers don't trade down and they can't find a partner to trade down that they like, maybe they're forced to go in that direction if Mims is off the board right in front of them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But this is setting up for tackle, edge, or OT to me. We'll see which one they go.
If the Falcons don't go edge, any other thoughts? Off the grid thoughts for the Falcons? Because they're a team that potentially could go off the grid.
For the Falcons, they can go interior defensive line. Maybe we get Gallimore from Oklahoma here. Maybe they're a team too who wants a little help at running back. Obviously, they brought in Gurley, but maybe they want an additional guy there that can, take some of the load off Gurley, because we saw that, letting him be the workhorse didn't necessarily work out for LA. And part of the reason why he's not there anymore is just because he couldn't take the pounding. So maybe this is where we see a guy like Akers or Dobbins go off the board too, because they want to have a 1-2 punch with Gurley, even though they're paying him all that money. But they want to preserve him for the long haul, for December, for January.
Yeah, and that could actually be a smart play, because people forget when the Rams went to the Super Bowl, that was with C.J. Henderson rolling off his couch and leading them way through the playoffs. Todd Gurley was hurt most of that run.
PJ Anderson looked like a couch when he was out there running for the Rams.
Yeah, but he was dragging some
But it
lazy boy
worked.
defenders with him. He was dragging some lazy boys all the way to the end zone. I mean, he was
Yeah.
he was their stud and their workhorse, and it was incredibly surprising. And that kind of vilified and was an indictment of the running back position in terms of the value of that position overall. That year, what happened with Gurley is why Bell didn't get the money he wanted, why none of these running backs were getting the money they want, and why the running back position is falling. And we didn't see anything in the first round and are barely seeing it now. The Falcons with their pick in. If the Jets don't go receiver, because it seems to me the Jets got to go Mims. If I'm Sam Darnold and they don't go Mims, I'm furious. However, and they've already
If they don't, I'm calling Child Protective Services and getting Sam Darnold out of there because they really don't care about his well-being, about anything, having him success at all, because they need a wide receiver. They lost Robbie Anderson, who wasn't, I don't think, that great to begin with. He goes to the Panthers. He was the number one receiver, and they have Le'Veon Bell. And you know what? Maybe I'll call in and get Le'Veon Bell out of there too, because
he wants out of there. I think Bell doesn't.
He's going to take a pounding too, because they're going to throw him the ball and give him the ball in every play if they don't take a wide receiver here.
And there's been rumors of him potentially being traded, and maybe that's bringing value back for them. But if they don't draft the right guy, that won't matter. But Bell's not going to carry you, and they do need more weapons for Sam Darnold, who is a quarterback that I like, and I think he has the right pedigree, but he needs weapons around him. Nick, if they don't go receiver, any other thoughts outside of calling Child Protective Services like Cale will?
Well, it looks like the Jets traded out of 48. Seattle's on the clock.
Oh, there you go. They did. They did.
It's not like Seattle doesn't need a wide receiver.
That's the thing. Seattle could also. We talked about that last night. How Russell Wilson potentially needs help as well. I know that's not how they build their team, and maybe they don't need it as much as say the Jets would have. I gotta say this though. Obviously, the Seahawks could be a team that could draft Mims there. That still could be an issue for the Steelers. If they don't, I'd imagine he does go to Pittsburgh. However, what do you guys think the Jets' thinking is right now to trade out of that? That's probably going to mean they're not going to get Mims, so that's going to hurt them again. Weaponize for Sam Darnold. What are they doing?
They must love someone else later in the draft. I mean, it's a deep draft, so you still have a ton of talent.
I think positionally right now it's really weird that it's just, in certain positions there's lots of talent, but if you're looking for a linebacker right now, it's a bit thin. If you're looking,
we see the Falcons pick here.
Yeah, I just think there's a couple positions where if you really had a need, I don't know, it's questionable. If you really,
I would have been fine staying there and taking Mims though. If I'm the Jets, I'm just staying and taking Mims.
Yeah, because that's the only player that I could even picture the Seahawks trading up to try and get is Mims right now.
And Marlon Davison, D end out of Auburn, goes to the Falcons.
Okay, yeah, which actually also kind of helps Steelers because they don't go, one of those edge rushers that maybe the Steelers are looking at.
Right.
Some of those guys that are kind of top, best available edge rushers are still there. They also don't go running back, obviously. So Dobbins and Akers are still in play. But, yeah, for the Jets, unless they're getting some, significant haul and, you couldn't pass it up, it doesn't make much sense to me why you trade this pick to Seattle, who I think is almost definitely taking a wide receiver here, going to take Mims from Baylor. That's who you should have got for your.
Yeah, I don't like that trade at all. Yeah.
So they're coming up to get the guy that you want. Clearly, they have some other plan, or they got some kind of return that they just couldn't pass up, or they have a plan that they're getting a wide receiver later to help them out. But I mean, they're coming up to get their guy that they should have gotten, and they decided to trade back. So I think a weird move here, but we'll see. I mean, Seattle went off the board and picked a guy we never heard of in the first round, the linebacker out of Texas Tech. So maybe they kind of go with a wild card here.
Nick had heard of him because Nick has heard of everyone.
Well, Nick's heard of everyone. Nick's mock draft is going to have everybody on there possible, so there won't be.
Yeah, Nick knows who that guy's third grade teacher was. What he ordered for what he orders when he goes out to eat and stuff. So he had an idea already.
What was his shoe size when he was in fifth grade, which I see thrown up there for some of these kids. Yeah, and honestly though, Cale, I'm right with you that it was clearly Mims to the Jets. It would make up for lost ground in the first round. They needed to protect the quarterback as well as provide him weapons. They didn't do the weaponry Henry in the first round. That's okay. They got the protection. That's fine. They needed that too. Sam Darnold's been often injured. However, you can't just have Le'Veon Bell and pretty much no other weapons. He's an older back. He doesn't want to carry the workload anymore. He can't handle the workload anymore. This is not Le'Veon Bell of 4 or 5 years ago, where he would also basically be a receiver for you. He's not that guy. He's a shell of his former self. You don't really have a playmaker receiver.
Guys, so Seattle goes Darrell Taylor, defensive end out of Tennessee.
That's shocking.
So Mims is still in play for the Steelers here at 49.
Now, does Seattle do that just because Alan and I got in this debate in the first round show where I said Russell Wilson needed some receiver help? He doesn't have it. He's never had a playmaker receiver. The Jets don't draft Mims. Seattle doesn't draft Mims. They don't even go receiver. They want to shore up the defense again like they need to. However, I get they're a run-first team and they're predicated on defense. I almost feel bad for Russell Wilson in a way. I mean, he's going to get himself in the Hall of Fame at this point, but he needs some help. And this now, again, leads to the Steelers. The Steelers drafting at 49 when Seattle doesn't do it. I got to imagine now, guys, and Nick, you called your shot earlier. We got to get some final picks in here. What do the Steelers do? They have a chance at running back with the guy they like. They have a chance now for Mims when the Jets and Seahawks both didn't do it. I think both teams should have drafted Mims. They didn't. What do the Steelers do right now? They are right now on the clock.
I'll go Uche still. I think it's just the fit. He fits it.
I'm going to go with Mims. I think they need another weapon, and they're trying to maximize Ben Roethlisberger, so they get another wide receiver.
Is it just receiver over running back for you in terms of the weapon?
Yeah, because I think I think you can get really quality guys in the third round, like Nick talked about earlier. I think a lot of the running backs that'll be there, you know, when you look at a guy like maybe a Zach Moss, Eno Benjamin from Arizona State, who I like, Darrington Evans from App State. I mean, guys that are change of pace guys that do a lot of different things, that do a different skill set than James Conner. I think those guys are going to be options in the third round when the Steelers come back around at 102. So I think you go wide receiver here and you maximize that offense. The defense right now, immediately at this moment, I think is okay, except for interior defensive line.
Well,
so I think you need to definitely go wide receiver. You got 2 more years of Ben Roethlisberger. Let's maximize it.
I mean, the defense last year had 2 players that were legit contenders for Defensive Player of the Year, and maybe would have won it if they would have gotten the playoffs in terms of T.J. Watt and Minka. So the defense isn't perfect. There are holes there, but they're way ahead of where they were even 2 years ago, where now the offense has some holes that they didn't have a couple years ago. So it does make it interesting. Nick, if the Steelers don't go running back or they don't go receiver here, if it's not Mims, if it's not Dobson, what do they do defensively? What else maybe do they do? Do they go – you keep bringing up maybe offensive tackle as that would be a safe pick, but it seems like the weapons have now fallen in their lap.
Yeah. Me personally, I go Mims here. I would go Mims. I think it makes too much sense. I think you add a missing element to the receiving core with that size and speed combination. But if they don't go Mims or Dobbins or Akers, Ezra Cleveland, they had him in for a visit. So that's a possibility. Ezra Cleveland, Josh Jones, Ashton Davis. In my mock draft, I mocked Ashton Davis to the Steelers. He's still on the board. Certainly could see him come off the board here. And as I said, outside linebacker, again, I think is a sneaky high priority for them. So we'll see if it's Uche, Okwara, or one of those guys.
Alan?
I think, to me, Mims is the guy I would take.
I would take.
But I think Uche is a very Steelers pick. And I think Davis, to me, makes a lot of sense. I also wonder if the way the safeties fell, that they think they can wait on taking a safety. I mean, there still is a couple of guys there that at that 3rd round pick would make sense for. So maybe they think they can wait on safety. It's a bit deeper to me right now than, say, wide receiver. Like, to me, I think Mims, and after Mims, Claypool,
I'm seeing Claypool all over Twitter right now.
Brian Edwards, I guess. I don't know. To me, I think wide receiver is a bit thinner at the moment than safety. I don't know. Josh Jones would not surprise me either. I think that would be a good pick. But to me, I would take Mims. That would be what I would do.
The Mims would be who I would take. He's just the best weapon available, even if I was going receiver, running back, and thinking they're both equal, which they're not. It's a longer shelf-life position. He could potentially help replace Juju if need be. And I, again, thought the Jets and Seahawks both should have drafted Mims, and they did not. So This is a Steeler team that's not afraid to draft wide receivers. We've seen that over the years. Kevin Colbert's all about drafting wide receivers, trading up to get San Antonio Holmes, drafting Juju, even going back to bring in Plesko Burris prior to that.
Guys, I'm seeing multiple outlets saying that it's Claypool, and Goodell's announcing the pick right now.
Okay.
All right. Let's see.
I mean, I'd rather have Mims than Claypool, but I think the Steelers
Looking at Tomlin and
have
Colbert.
earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes
It
to
is Chase Claypool.
the wide receiver position.
Guys, I hate this pick. I'm not kidding. I hate this pick.
Okay, why?
This is
I thought you
horrific.
would.
Go off.
So
Yeah.
he ran a 4.42 at the combine, but plays like he's like a 4.65 athlete.
Yeah.
Listen, this is a guy that just is all size and physicality. I get he fits the Steelers mold, but he's not 49 good. He doesn't run good routes. He's not dynamic after the catch. I don't get this pick. I really don't. There's better options. Mims is a better receiver than Claypool. It's just terrible value. There's better weapons on the board. It's a reach to me. And I think Claypool is going to be fine, but he's not good value at 49. I don't like this pick at all.
Alan, I know you got to write this up for our outlet here. So your thoughts?
I just think they do deserve the benefit of the doubt when it comes to drafting wide receivers. They haven't missed too many. I like Claypool's size, and to me, we're talking about the wide receiver that Juju Smith-Schuster is probably looking at his last year. Claypool is a Juju clone when it comes to size and physicality. So if you're looking at 2021, him replacing Juju Smith-Schuster, then to me that makes sense. I do think it wasn't a pick that needed to be made right here, right now. There are better options out there, but I think the Steelers deserve the benefit of the doubt with a wide receiver, and I can see the theory of taking a big receiver that is the heir to Juju's spot on that outside.
Yeah, and maybe they think James Washington or Deontay Johnson or somebody else will continue to step up. Deontay Johnson certainly did last year. James Washington stepped up here or there and had some high level of play, even though it's been spotty. Maybe they think they can get somebody else, or one of those guys can be the receiver that takes the top off the defense, while this is more of a big bulky receiver. I, though, would have went Mims. I think he was the top receiver to take there. I almost got to ask Nick and maybe even Cale here, as we're going to have Alan take a little break while he puts this up there on SteelersNow.com, where you can go and read all about the evaluation of this pick for the Steelers. Mims seemingly was the guy on everybody's big board to be the higher value player. He seemingly was a guy that some even argued, I heard some prognosticator argued, that he should have been taken already and was maybe ahead of some other receivers that already went in this draft. The Jets trade out when they had a receiver need. The Seahawks don't do it when they need a receiver. The Steelers draft another receiver. Is there an issue with Mims that we're not aware of? Is something going to come out with Mims? Is this about Mims, who did not have a pro day here? Clearly, teams do not like him.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, what could it be? Because he's a guy who I think's in that, maybe just in that top, in the second tier, but just below the top tier of the wide receivers here. And I don't think, like Nick said, Claypool doesn't seem like a guy necessarily who should go at 49. But like Alan said too, the Steelers, they get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to drafting wide receivers, right? They haven't really missed on anybody in quite some time. Every time they take a wide receiver, it seems to work out and pan out. I will say though, I get why you go with the bigger receiver, because you have Deontay Johnson, kind of a smaller guy to play in the slot. You have Juju on the outside of the other side, so you get another big receiver to play on the outside, a big target for Ben Roethlisberger. But do they necessarily need a big target? Because they just went out and signed Eric Ebron to be that big red zone target for Ben Roethlisberger, the big guy who can box people out, who can go up and get the football. I know he's a tight end, not a wide receiver, but they kind of already have that figured out, I feel like, offensively. So I think it has to be something with Mims of why he's dropped this far, because to me, Mims seemed to be a more well-rounded receiver than Claypool. Claypool, and I completely agree with Nick, when you watch Claypool on film, he doesn't play that fast, especially not as fast as his 40 time at the combine. So he's strictly a guy who, he's going to run the fades on the outside. You're going to throw it up to him and he's going to make a play. I get that. But you kind of already have a guy who does that in Ebron, albeit mostly in the middle of the field and in the red zone. So I would have taken Mims too. I don't necessarily love the pick of Claypool, but I think we got to give them the benefit of the doubt because they don't miss when it comes to wide receiver.
Yeah, we now see the Cowboys here at 51 as we lost track a little bit of the draft. And what, in terms of after the Steelers pick, Nick, and any thoughts on what's going on here in the draft and now with the Cowboys up?
Yeah, the Cowboys, man. So they obviously just add CeeDee Lamb. They need a corner. They need a few things. They need edge. I think that Christian Fulton is here. That'd be a dream scenario for them. For me, I think Fulton would be a great compliment.
Yeah, and that could make sense after what they did in the first round. Now, Cale, in terms of the Steelers, because there is some rationale to maybe going Claypool and not going Mims. We talked about maybe some concerns with Mims. Do you feel the reason why the Steelers didn't trade down is maybe because there wasn't a partner, or is this maybe a situation that this actually was a guy that they liked and that fit right in? Try to get in Kevin Cole's head a little bit.
I'd probably say more of there wasn't a partner because, I don't know, and Nick can attest to this as well. I don't know that there was someone chomping at the bit to take Claypool right after the Steelers or something. So this probably maybe was an opportunity for them to be able to trade back, still get their man, still get the guy that they wanted. Right. But, when you look at Denzel Mims, I just think he's a guy who, first of all, he is a high point catcher of the football, so he can go up and get it just like Claypool. He's also got the speed as well, more speed on film. He's a physical guy, and he had 12 touchdowns last year at Baylor, so he's adept at catching touchdowns. He can score points for this offense as well. Right. So, but I think that it clearly is just a matter of no one wanted to come up and take the pick. Everyone else was content with where they were and felt like they could get their man wherever they were. And the Steelers, I guess, were afraid that they were going to get their guy. And we got to take into account, like, this might be a reach, but they don't pick until 102.
No, and the Steelers have had
it's not like they pick again in 15 picks. I mean, like, if they had a guy they liked, they did have to get him now. So yeah. It's a reach, but they weren't going to get him because maybe he goes at 99. Maybe he goes at 95. Right. Even if he didn't go for a while, they still have a very long time until they pick again. They have 53 picks. So I understand why they got the guy they wanted, but it might seem like a reach, but it's going to be a while till they go again here in the third round.
Yeah, and speaking of the Steelers' next pick and in the third round, it is a while from now. This is basically going to be these back-to-back day broadcasts that are going to pretty much carry a very minimal amount of Steelers picks, but we got to keep the Steelers conversation alive because this is Steelers Now. This is Pittsburgh Sports Live. Nick, where do the Steelers go now in the third round as they move towards this draft? They do take a receiver there. It's not Mims. It is somebody else who's basically a Juju clone, as you mentioned, more of a big body receiver who can run those routes. They pair him now with Ebron and company. What do the Steelers do moving forward? Do they try to get a running back when they pick again, depending on who's available later on? Do they then go safer with a tackle? Do they go back to the defense if anyone's available? What are now the thoughts of the Steelers?
If I'm the Steelers, I'm going defense next pick. I think you need to go the defense. Listen, there's still holes on this defense. As elite as it was, you need depth at safety. You have to get depth at safety. You have to get depth at outside linebacker, I think. I mean, Skipper and Ola Adeni have shown flashes, but they've never put anything out on tape in the regular season. And there could be good value there. I think it's a deep edge class. And Kevin Colbert has spoke extensively about that. A guy like Alex Highsmith has been tracked to them a lot. Interior offensive line is another option. But I'm looking at outside linebacker and safety as the two main ones. But we'll see how the board falls. There could be obviously a great value at running back if Akers falls somehow or something of that sort. But right now, that's what I'm thinking. They got their weapon. Now let's build the depth out throughout the team.
Yeah, Cale, if the Steelers don't go defense, do you have any thoughts in terms of what they do elsewhere?
I mean, if they don't go defense, I would say we've talked about, a lot already is running back. And, you look at the guys that might be available there, and we continue to hark back to they're going all in. They have 2 years of Ben Roethlisberger. They got to win now. And the defense is really good. One of the probably 3, 4, 5 best units in the entire NFL already. They just need depth. So if you're trying to address the offense right now, and I think it's going to be an offense-heavy draft, especially early on, I think when we get to 102, I think there's going to be some pretty good guys at running back there. And like I talked about earlier, I didn't think it was the right move to go running back at 49. Because if you look at the modern NFL, you don't need to get the workhorse. You don't need to get the top guy. What you need is a consistent unit, a consistent committee of running backs that plays well together and complements each other. And I think that they could have addressed wide receiver here at 49, which was a need that they had, and they could have waited to maybe 102. There's going to still be quality running backs on the board. You have guys like Evans from Appalachian State, P. Ryan from Florida, Gibson from Memphis, who I really like and think could be a kind of do-it-all guy and could be an offensive weapon. You can line him up a wide receiver. You can line him up in the backfield. He can return kicks if you want to do that. He can do all kind of things for you. I think there's a lot of options there at running back for them. So now that you've addressed wide receiver, maybe not the guy that everyone thought they were going to take, but clearly the guy they like and off the chart measurables, but it remains to be seen how he's going to pan out. I think that they're definitely going to go running back here. Now, I can see defense. I get it that you want depth, but I also look at this team and I think the defense is good for the next 2 years. Let's try and load up this offense again as much as we can and try to get it somewhere back to the Steelers offense that they had 3 years ago when they had no defense. Now they have a defense and the offense was bad last year.
They just can't meet up.
Yeah, let's try and get it to line up because that's the ideal thing. People said the Steelers should have at least made it to multiple Super Bowls when they had the killer bees in there. That offense is ridiculous. The defense was terrible. And so now you have a great defense, an elite defense, one of the best in the NFL, and the offense was atrocious last year. Bottom 3 in rushing, bottom 3 in passing. They were turning the football over the place. Now, let's get some offensive weapons. We got our franchise quarterback back, and let's get some offensive weapons for him to utilize. We don't think James Conner is necessarily the workhorse, nor he should be. James Conner is a great player, but James Conner also just hasn't shown the ability to stay healthy. Right. And it's 2020. I mean, you don't have those workhorse running backs anymore unless it's a guy like a McCaffrey, like a Zeke Elliott. And I think everyone can agree that that's not James Conner. But all the teams that have had success here, whether it's the 49ers, the Patriots in recent memory, they all have a group of running backs that complements each other. And I think that's exactly what the Steelers should do at 102 is get a running back that complements James Conner, complements a guy like Benny Snell too, and does some different things and diversifies this offense and makes it more deadly.
Yeah, the only reason why you would not do that, and I do agree with you, they definitely need to get another backer in there. Absolutely. Connor's not going to be the guy. You mentioned the Eagles, the Patriots. These teams have won recent championships with multiple running backs.
Eagles as well. Eagles too, the one I was remembering. And this isn't a knock on James Conner.
No, nor any running back, really. Honestly, McCaffrey's probably the only running back right now that is an elite back leading his team. And to be honest with you, I'll say this to be fair to everybody. I hate that deal for the Panthers. I get they had to give him the money, but long-term paying that much for a running back for one guy is incredibly risky. Whereas the Steelers,
but you get it. You had to do it because
they had to.
Zeke Elliott's the other guy too, so I get it.
Right.
But that's not who James Conner is. That's not who 95% of the NFL is. And that's what we've seen is you have success when you have a diverse group, a group that complements each other, can keep each other fresh. I mean, the 49ers did it to the max last year. I mean, they ran all over everybody. It was the hot hand, and they had different guys that could do different things, and it worked out for them. I think that's exactly the direction the Steelers need to go to. The only thing is that's what the Steelers haven't traditionally done. The Steelers are let's give it to one guy who's going to carry it 25 times a game, and he's going to be our workhorse for 2 years until the wheels fall off kind of thing.
And we do see Cam, speaking of running backs, Cam Akers goes off the board to the Rams here. So the Rams take a running back, which makes sense. They didn't have that many needs, and they now need to replace Gurley and probably have Akers for 3, 4, 5 years, depending on how it goes, and then ship him off. How does that affect the Steelers board? How does that affect maybe the depth of the running backs in terms of who the Steelers like?
Listen, I think we're going to see a run on running backs here throughout the second round and third round. I don't know how many running backs are going to be there at 102. I really don't. We'll see. I think maybe one will be there, maybe like Michael P. Ryan. We'll see if Darrington Evans falls.
Do they ever consider – we talked about trading down so much, but they don't pick again for a while, and these backs are now going off the board. Any consideration to trading up?
I wouldn't. They have limited draft capital, and they have –
Yeah.
In my opinion, I just think they have too many depth needs to fill on day 3. So you have to, with those 2 fourth-round picks, ideally you get a safety and you get an interior offensive lineman, depending on what you do at 102, of course. So yeah, you have to fill out the depth on the team. Not unless they're not done in free agency. That's kind of a wild card. They could go sign someone,
Well, this is the other question. This is where I'm going to go now, and we have to keep on going there. If they don't have an opportunity to draft a running back at 102, could they maybe draft someone else there or worry about trading? And then that brings back in the conversation, do you plan to try to trade for Leonard Fournette?
Here's the thing. I think there's still running backs that are on the market that I would probably rather get for free without giving up a draft pick than go. Okay. I'm sorry. The Eagles just took Jalen Hurts.
Interesting.
I'm confused by that. I mean,
now is that now we got to ask the question.
Let's talk about that real quick before we get back to the point about the Steelers.
Go ahead.
They have Carson Wentz and they've locked him up and he's their guy, and they got him a wide receiver to work with earlier. Now maybe this is Doug Peterson wants an offensive weapon kind of thing, and they're going to utilize Jalen Hurts in a bunch of creative ways. But personally, I feel bad for Jalen Hurts because I think he's better than that. I think he's better than a Taysom Hill kind of gimmick thing. I would have liked to see him actually go to a team and maybe have an opportunity because I think he's an incredibly exciting player, an incredibly hardworking player. He's been incredibly successful throughout his college career. And I think he's also kind of tailor-made for the modern NFL. But that doesn't make a lot of sense to me for the Eagles, because I thought the other thing too is they could have gone offensive line because they have an aging offensive line, and Carson Wentz has been banged up as well. I don't think he's played a full season yet, if I'm correct.
Yeah, and we talked about with
they got him Rager, and now they need a guy to protect him so he can get Rager the ball.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. We talked about the Steelers, and I get they're not the same age. That if you're trying to win now, you don't worry about the backup quarterback. You worry about trying to help out that quarterback.
That in my eyes is more ridiculous than the Packers drafting Jordan Love.
That's big words.
At least Aaron Rodgers is 36 years old, and I know you're trying to maximize him, but Aaron Rodgers has shown that he can throw the ball to anybody, have success with anybody.
Right.
So it's different with Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz hasn't proved anything. Now, I'm not saying they hasn't proved anything, so they need to go out and get Jalen Hurts, but Carson Wentz needs to be kept upright, and Carson Wentz needs receivers to throw to that aren't Greg Ward Jr., who was playing quarterback 3 years ago at Houston. So I just think that they could have done more to help their young quarterback who's, 26 years old, 25, 27?
Yeah, and people are going to say, and I know the knee-jerk reaction is going to say, well, they needed some security blanket if Wentz would get hurt again. But to make this clear, as Cale's saying, they gave Wentz the money. They have picked Wentz as their guy. This is not pre-money Carson Wentz. They have provided the money. They brought the truck and the bag to Carson Wentz. He was not the starter during the Super Bowl, but he was that starter that led them throughout most of that regular season. He played well last year, went in there, but again, did get hurt. I get it. He wasn't a part of those postseasons, and the regular seasons aren't as important, but he's shown I don't know if I agree as much that he hasn't shown anything. He's shown he can have success. He was an MVP candidate.
No, I agree. I'm saying to the point of Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
Obviously, like, he's young, but that's even more. Like, Aaron Rodgers, 36 years old. So obviously it was kind of stupid that they did that, but also, or not stupid, but a head scratcher that they did that because you want to maximize him right now. That's even more the case for Carson Wentz, because that's been the case for their team going forward in this draft here has been, let's help out our young quarterback. And the Eagles did it. They were one of the earlier teams to do that, drafting Jalen Rager. But now they decide, all right, well, we got him a wide receiver, and he's a pretty mobile guy, so he can run for his life better than maybe the quarterbacks. We don't need to get an offensive lineman here. But back to the Steelers. Yeah. What was the initial question on the Steelers again? You asked me. We had a divergence because that's like one of the more shocking moves of the draft.
No, I would say that's the second most shocking behind the Packers trading up to get the replacement for Aaron Rodgers. But your argument's valid.
That is true. That is another shocking part.
Yeah, that's my thing. That if that's part of the rant, that's why I included that in the tweet. They traded up to make that happen, and I also think you have to also count in the fact that Aaron Rodgers is going to complain and expects a lot of this man. I know he's made everything happen with anybody out there. He doesn't like doing that.
One should, and
this is going to be dissension now.
That is the case.
There's going to be dissension now at their Hall of Fame quarterback, and I would not be shocked that depending on how next year goes, he might want out of there because there were rumors of him requesting a trade 2 years ago, and he's not retiring yet. But anyway, in terms of back to the Steelers, I believe I was going in the direction of we were talking about Leonard Fournette, and maybe you materialize the running back position another way if you can't get somebody in the draft. I get there are still running backs left. The Bills, by the way, are the team. The Bills are the team, by the way, now on the clock. And you were talking about how
I was going to say
you didn't want to go to Fournette still.
That I think there's other running backs that are still on the market that I'd probably rather have than Fournette, because even though I said
does it depend on the value though? Because you mentioned earlier if it's a 6th round pick, then you would have no problem with Fournette.
Yeah, but also Nick has brought up a very good point that they don't have a lot of draft capital. I mean, like they need all their picks,
right?
And it remains to be seen how much a 6th round pick is going to help you immediately. But also, they also need to try and maximize as many picks as they can, and maybe even use that 6th round pick to move up earlier in this actual draft. But there's still guys that are out there on the market, like a homecoming for Shady McCoy, a Carlos Hyde who was very effective for the Texans.
How effective is McCoy now, though? He didn't even play for the Chiefs.
That's what I'm saying. I think McCoy in a very limited setting, in a committee type of role as a change
so it's
of
with
pace.
Snell and Connor, not just the
as a change of pace guy. If you use LaShawn McCoy as a gadget and you don't give him the ball, 300 times or something or whatever it is, that obviously won't happen. But if Shady McCoy is a guy that's strictly catching passes out of the backfield or getting looks here and there in certain packages, I think he's a guy, because what I keep coming back to is don't bring a running back that's the same exact guys you already have. Because I think the guys they already have, Benny Snell and James Conner, are, I think, carbon copies in my eyes. They're the same type of runner. They're the same type of guy, the same type of skill set. And then you bring in Leonard Fournette, and he's the same exact thing, maybe with just a little more pedigree because everyone thought he was a man-child coming out of LSU. I think, though, that you can bring in a guy for the minimum in LaShawn McCoy, because the Steelers, as we know, are cap-strapped to the max, even with all the restructuring they did. You bring in a guy like LaShawn McCoy, who, first of all, the fans will buy in because it's a homecoming for him. Obviously, an all-time career at Pitt, one of the best running backs in Pitt history. You bring him back. He only wants to
Snell will be a little bit of an outcast in the running back room.
Yeah, and he wants to play like 2 more years kind of thing. Yeah. He said that in interviews this offseason. He's like, listen, I just want to play a little bit more, and I'm done. So why don't you bring him back and you give him a few opportunities a game? He only touches the ball 10 times a game or something. But he still, I think, has enough in the tank in terms of he's still Shady McCoy. I think he's still shifty enough to make people miss and give you 10, 12 touches a game and add another element to your offense. So I would probably go that route and sign a Shady McCoy over trading a 6th round pick for Leonard Fournette, because like Nick keeps saying, and I agree, you got to make sure you kind of maximize all your picks here and try to get something out of them in this draft.
And talking about maximizing picks there, Nick, I'm going to go to you anyway. The Bills there go defense. They keep shoring up that defense, and it really feels like the Bills could be the class of that division moving forward the next decade, depending on what New England does and with Bill Belichick's thinking there in his genius mind. But regardless, especially with Miami's draft being so chaotic, regardless, not so much to harp more on Jalen Hurts and the fact that he was taken there when you already are paying the money to Carson Wentz, because I think Cale and I kind of hammered that home. But how does that affect the rest of this draft now? Because I would assume that was surprising to a lot of these teams, which now makes more players available that ruined the entirety of a possibility of trading. The Steelers clearly didn't have a partner to trade down with because the Eagles wanted him right there. How does that affect the rest of the draft now that Hurts goes when he went?
Well, it's pushing down a lot more guys. Listen, the edge rushers aren't even going yet. I mean, we have a ton of talent at edge on the board. I mean, Epenez is the first edge to go off the board since Chase On went off the board. Or no, since Gross Matos went off the board, sorry. But there's a lot of talent there. So that's pushing down that talent. It's pushing down Mims. I don't know what's going on with Mims. I don't know why he's not off the board yet.
Yeah, we got to learn something. I feel like something's happening, or else SVP is going to be talking to him tonight, or there got to be some report. I don't know what he said in his virtual session with anybody, is this any guess you can have? Is he affected by no pro day? He clearly did it big in college. Everyone saw that film and had their jaws drop.
This feels very DK Metcalf-like. I'm just saying this. He tested like a monster, a height, weight, speed monster. And the big thing that he didn't do was the 3-cone and the short shuttle. And he didn't do well in those. So that was the thing for me. I don't get it. I don't know. Like, unless there's some character concerns.
I don't know. I mean, this isn't like that was like a Randy Moss issue. There was character concerns, but I don't hear that with him.
Yeah, no. And we don't know of any injuries in the past. So I don't know. Maybe teams I don't get it. I really don't. I think some team's going to swoop up here real soon, trade up and steal him. Don't let him fall to the Chiefs, please. Do not let him fall to Kansas City.
Yeah, how much of a weapon would that be for Patrick Mahomes? And I do want to
Oh.
ask anybody, we do see it, we do have some live watchers here, live listeners. Head over to SteelersNow.com while you're viewing this. We do have the articles. Alan is putting finger to keyboard right now, giving you the analysis to the Steelers draft pick of Claypool, who ends up being their selection at 49. And that's a receiver that does fit the mold of Juju and feels like Juju is probably now in his last leg as a Pittsburgh Steeler this next season. But another Steeler drafted in the history of the franchise, and Kevin Colbert. And we now go to the Ravens at 55, Cale. Is this now a situation where we've talked about Mims and we thought he would go to Pittsburgh, we thought he'd go to the Jets, we thought he'd go to the Seahawks. They maybe want to pair somebody with Hollywood Brown. Do they maybe say, you didn't do it, we're going to do it, we're going to show you made a mistake, we're going to have him and we're going to have Antonio Brown's cousin and screw you over for 10 years? Or is there something else they do?
I definitely see this as a probable destination for Mims here because, yeah, like you guys said, there's got to be something that's caused him to drop here because the tape is off the charts.
Yeah,
the production is
more
there.
than off the charts.
Yeah. And the 12 touchdowns last season for not, an incredible quarterback. And
is it because of the conference and they just feel like it's inflated?
I don't know, because how many Big 12 wide receivers have we seen go off the board already? We've seen CeeDee Lamb, we've seen Jalen Reagor. I mean, there's been guys that have already gone off the board, and he, I think, was in a problem.
There's a history of some Big 12 wide receivers, though, underachieving. I mean, Crabtree's been good, but he's not been great.
Yeah, and Justin Blackmon, but there's, he was probably in the tougher situation at Baylor, too, than any of the other guys. If you're a CeeDee Lamb at Oklahoma, you got Lincoln Riley scheming up the plays, and you got Jalen Hurts, you had Kyler Murray, and you had Baker Mayfield all throwing you the ball over your career. You were pretty good, and you had other guys to worry about. If you're Denzel Mims at Baylor, it was you, and he still find a way to have success.
Yeah, so, double coverage,
Exactly. So this definitely seems like an area where I could see the Ravens go. Here's the other thing, too. They pick again in 5 picks. They have another pick at 60.
Yeah.
And
if he's still there again and they don't do it now.
Yeah, they're pretty well set up here in this draft. So I think they definitely did a good job securing middle linebacker with Patrick Queen. Now I would say, get your wide receiver here, but maybe they think that he's going to continue to fall and they have an opportunity to get him in 5 picks here too. If I look at what else the Ravens could need, they already got the middle linebacker. They could use an edge rusher. And like Nick said, I mean, there's edge rushers that are still on the board.
If this is Uche, I'm going to be mad.
Uche is there. Curtis Weaver from Boise State, or Weaver from Boise State is a guy as well. There's edge rushers on the board if they want to take a shot at one. So
we got a pick here. Would that anger you more, Nick, than seeing Mims catch touchdown passes? Because
no, I would much rather them get Uche than Mims, but I would rather.
Goodell's giving the Ravens pick right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hope they waste it on someone bad.
Yeah, I think it could be Mims.
Yeah, feel free to give the announcement, Cale.
It's Mims or it's Weaver. All right. They take J.K. Dobbins, running back from Ohio State.
Wow.
We were completely off.
And that's odd because they brought in Mark Ingram a couple years ago to be that workhorse back. Maybe they're trying to pair backs together, but that does seem like similar backs, which is the opposite of what we talked about. Now, that's clearly an athletic player, but I don't know. I mean, I guess here's the thinking that maybe could be there. That Ingram's an older back. They maybe want more weapons for Lamar Jackson, and maybe they're feeding, as much as Lamar Jackson's been a legit MVP and has been the face of the league along with Patrick Mahomes, and they're going to carry it on to the next decade. Cale, maybe they're feeding in a little bit to what others, and I've said this too as a criticism, Lamar's great, but that style of play does not last 10 full years. It eventually will wane out. So maybe they want to add more protection for him with more weapons, with it not always being running, either passing from him, and they have other possibilities. Maybe they want to take the weight off his shoulders.
Yeah,
they realize the long term isn't there.
Yeah, but not even, I don't know if this even has anything to do with Lamar Jackson as much as it is they've committed themselves to be a power running team. And Mark Ingram's is not a young guy. I mean, Mark Ingram has some tread on those tires, or he's been worn down. I mean, he has spent a lot of years in this league. So, maybe this is, maybe this is just, okay, we're going to go 1-2 punch for a while. Yeah. Maybe for them, it's, we like this style of running back because they are very similar. We have the mold of a running back we like, and Mark Ingram's kind of on the way down. Not sure, how much longer he has on that contract. I mean, he just signed it last year, right? So that was his first year with Baltimore. Yeah. So, but maybe they're realizing, okay, we're going to continue to play this style, and we just want to have more and more options in the backfield for Lamar to run, that read option with, to run that zone read. We want to make that thing more deadly. When you look at the running backs that were behind Mark Ingram last year, I can't even name a guy for you. Gus Edwards was one. I mean, I think J.K. Dobbins. What was that?
Justice Hill was there.
And Justice Hill. I think J.K. Dobbins is definitely an improvement on both of those guys. And yeah, Mark Ingram's an older guy. And running backs, how long do they last? We know it's not very long. So maybe they're just kind of planning ahead. They're getting a younger running back to pair for the future with Lamar Jackson. And maybe they're not trying to stray from that style. Maybe they're just saying, okay, we're going to commit to this fully, and we're going to get a dynamic running back and a young dynamic running back to play alongside Lamar Jackson. But the one concern I do have with Dobbins, and I say this is a guy who, grew up rooting for the Buckeyes, following the Buckeyes very closely. He's got a similar concern that I had with Jonathan Taylor. And that is, like I said with Mark Ingram, but obviously a little different, is, the miles on them. I mean, Jonathan Taylor ran for like 6,000 yards in college. J.K. Dobbins is up there too. He ran for a ton of yards at Ohio State. And, maybe this is a scenario where we know running backs don't last long to begin with. Their shelf life isn't that long. How much are you going to get? How long are you going to get J.K. Dobbins? How long are you going to get use out of him in the NFL, similar to a Jonathan Taylor, because they've already ran for a ton of yards with the college ranks. Now they're going up to the NFL. How many years do they have, kind of thing, that they can be productive? That's my only kind of concern that I have with J.K. Dobbins, but he's a fantastic player and he's exciting to watch. And I get what they're trying to do there in Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, if I were them, I would have been a little tempted to just try to stick it to the Steelers. Although maybe it wouldn't be sticking it to the Steelers and drafting Mims, because maybe there's something they all know that we don't know in terms of all these teams that have either traded or didn't draft him. But that would be a nice pairing with Hollywood Brown.
And I think what's interesting is, like, we're not seeing Mims on the TV broadcast.
No, they're not. I mean, I have it on mute, obviously, but they're not. We're not.
Neither do I. But we haven't seen him. Like,
we haven't showed him. No, yeah. I mean, I would imagine that's going to get cleared up here real soon. I'd imagine Adam Schefter, that's going to be his first order of business, to find out what's going down, because something has to be going down.
Yeah, same with Fulton. Why is Fulton falling?
Exactly.
Yeah, well, Fulton as well. Why is Fulton falling as well? And then the Dolphins here go Alabama defensive tackle here, Davis.
Oh, that's an awful pick.
I got to ask you guys, and I know that I said this in round one, and Alan didn't want to yet give it to me, despite he was very critical of their offensive tackle pick when they went off the grid. You guys thought maybe I jumped the gun a little bit on the Dolphins. At this point, the Miami Dolphins are the biggest loser, and they have basically failed this draft with the exception of drafting Tua. Am I wrong?
I don't think you can definitively say that right now, but here's the thing, like, what I'm kind of reminded of with and I'm kind of going to go off the grid here, so bear with me. This kind of reminds me of the Celtics and Danny Ainge, like about 6 years ago. Remember they had like every draft pick,
okay,
KG to the Nets. And
yeah.
Everyone's, all right, trade the picks, trade it for a star. Let's see what you can do. And they honestly, they took some of them and it worked out for them. They got Jaylen Brown, they got Jason Tatum, and other ones they took and they just kind of didn't work out. What I'm seeing here with the Dolphins is, you have 14 picks in this draft. Why haven't they decided to package some of these together and move up a little bit? Instead,
that's what I was going to say. This is not the NBA. You're not going to make as many trades where you can package those picks if they don't work out.
Exactly.
This is when you trade them.
But that's the thing, is that instead they've kind of just stuck with their guns and they haven't gone best available. They've gone strictly with their board and said, okay, we like this guy. We don't care where we're at. When we're up next, we're taking him, kind of thing. And other than Tua, that's kind of been the story so far with them in this draft. Now, if it all works out like it did with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum for the Celtics, then great, you did a good job. But you can't make 14 picks in a draft, because you can't sign all those players, and you can't have 14. You can't have, or obviously you're not going to sign this. Maybe the 7th rounders, they might not be on the opening day roster, but you can't sign 11 draft picks or 10 draft picks and they're all going to play next year. You got to put some of them together and try and move up in this draft to get, some of these guys that are dropping, like a Mims, because they still haven't gotten a wide receiver. And that was another opportunity for them to get that and help Tua out.
Yeah, I think there's clearly something wrong with Mims for them to turn him down.
There has to be. But I just can't fathom them just saying, okay, we're going to just take 14 picks and hope one of these guys lands, like we're throwing darts at a dartboard. I don't think that's the right strategy. I think let's try and package these, and maybe we make 6 picks, but they're all really right where we want them to be, and we're able to get way better value than if we just stayed pat and, tried to hope that some of these landed.
Here, the one thing that's kind of interesting to me, because the Steelers currently having a press conference about Claypool. Fichtner is going on about Claypool's catch radius and how he doesn't lose in contested situations. If they wanted that, I don't know why they didn't take Mims. He's the more athletic version of Claypool. So listen, there's something going on with Mims. If the Steelers didn't take him, because they're describing exactly what Mims is, just he's more athletic. So, I don't know what's going on with Mims, but I don't know what's going on in Miami either. Raekwon Davis is a day 3 run stuffer. So a flash in the pan in 2017 hasn't done much since in terms of pass rushing. He's only gotten worse. So,
yeah, and the Rams now on the clock here with their pick coming in, and they're a team that not too far removed from a Super Bowl appearance. They are a little bit different in terms of shape than they were even a year ago now with what they're going to be in the future. They do get a little bit younger as well. Clearly a team now built around Goff and company, but still a strong defense. They're going to be a team that doesn't need that much help, but thoughts about what the Rams do here and how the rest of this draft even works now, because you have some quality teams. And I got to say, the Dolphins have been the monkey wrench team, and I think they're the biggest loser so far. They haven't done well with these picks, regardless of what they're going to do in the future. The Jets are coming up at 59. If that's not a weapon there, Sam Darnold should call the police.
That needs to be receiver. That needs to be receiver. The one guy
and maybe it'll be Mims again.
It could be Mims, but another guy we've heard some buzz about. How about Lynn Bowden? Throw that out there. I'll just throw out Lynn Bowden.
Okay.
Could be a weapon there. But yeah, they need to get a weapon for him. I mean, you don't just let Robbie Anderson walk and not replace him. I mean, you have to.
Well, and that's the thing is, I'm not a big believer in Robbie Anderson to begin with, but he was their only option last year. So like even last year, they didn't have much help for him. And that's part of why we saw, not necessarily that he regressed, but why we just saw him kind of plateau in his second year is because he had Le'Veon Bell and Robbie Anderson. And then like, I can't name another receiver on the roster. I don't even know if Devin Smith of Ohio State's still there. So yeah, I mean, like they have to address this and give him someone to throw the ball to. He's got to have some help or he's going to turn into the next Josh Rosen.
Yeah. I think they have a Nunwa, but he's dealing with neck issues.
Nunwa, yeah, okay. That is a name I recognize.
Is Jermaine Kearse still there? I don't even know who the Jets
maybe they can bring back Percy Harvin. I mean, like who knows? Santonio Holmes, Braylon Edwards.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, they signed Brashad Perriman. Okay. They brought in him. They brought in Jamison Crowder, Josh Doxson. Yeah, they could still use a receiver though. I mean, Perriman broke out last year, but Mims would fit right into that perfectly. They need the size. So
exactly.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Either that or a Van Jefferson, get a route runner like him, would make sense. For me, it's for the Jets.
Van Jefferson just went to the Rams.
That's a good pick for the Rams. That's interesting. That's
replacing Brandon Cooks.
Now, and is that also that's some help to Jared Goff? And he's a young quarterback who's had success to this point, but he's not a quarterback who's going to light it up and throw 300 yards every game. They've been mostly a ground and pound team with allowing him to throw some shoddy passes. They traded a wide receiver recently, so this now replenishes the well here. And another NFL legacy type of player. This has just been a complete montage here in the second round of these athletes with relatives and mostly fathers who also either played in the league or one was a Harlem Globetrotter. But this is another athletic kid who certainly could help a young quarterback and get a Rams team back at the top of their division, which they weren't far from, and they were at the top of just 2 years ago. That division oddly has owned the NFC now 2 years running, with both being the NFC champions. And this now goes to Minnesota here on the clock. Minnesota, a team that also is a recent contending team. They had that moment over the Saints. They're a winning team, but they haven't got yet over the hump. What could maybe get them over the hump here? And also, guys, Do you expect any trades here? Because this has mostly been, except for the Jets, who were the team that should have, even if it wasn't Mims, because maybe he broke a leg that we're not aware of, or he shot somebody. I don't know what's going on with him. But even if some criminal report's going to come out about him that we're going to find out about soon, they could have taken another receiver, maybe even go with what happened here with the Rams. They didn't do it. They trade down. We'll see who they get now at 59. But any other moves, any other trades you could see happening here? Because aside from the Jets, it's now been mostly chalk. You also can throw in Jalen Hurts going to the Eagles, which was a surprise.
It's tough to really talk about trades. I mean,
or anything funky, anything that could go off the grid a little bit right now. Because again, you have contending teams, and now we're seeing teams that are just picked or getting picks again. The Ravens picking again, the Jets finally picking, Minnesota back on the clock, and Minnesota might also be a contender for the war room backdrop there. That is typical Minnesota Viking. If you look back, they got some deer, I believe they killed there on the wall.
Here's where it could go off kilter. If we start seeing like players get traded, like if Yannick Ngakoue gets dealt, if Trent Williams gets dealt, Leonard Fournette gets dealt, if some of those players, Joe Thuney, if one of those 3, 4, or 5 players gets dealt, that's when we can start going off the grid a little bit here. Other than that, though, I don't know. Maybe the Patriots trade up. I mean, they have 4 third-round picks, so they could certainly have the ammo. Maybe the Raiders do it. Some of the picks have certainly made this draft go off the rails without any trades in itself. But I don't know. It's been a very weird day 2 to me. Some of these picks are very head scratching.
It's been a weird day 2, but it wasn't a weird day 2 for me until 10 or so picks in. I mean, you had a lot of the running backs and receivers going off the board early in the second round that they were not off the board in the first round. We get the value of the running back not being as high. They finally go right around the time when the Jets decided I'm just going to punt the pick, basically, and they don't know what they're doing. That's when it's kind of went totally off the rails. The Jets now are on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. The Jets, figuring that we don't know something about Mims because we're hosting a show and we're not obsessed with Twitter right now, that maybe is out there. If one of you guys can look that up for me and try to dig what's going on with Mims, that Alan might be
already on it.
But regardless of Mims, because we've also talked about to no end, what will the Jets do here? And I got to also ask, what should the Jets freaking do here? Because this has to be a weapon of some sort, even if not Mims, because there's something we don't know. But some weapon has to exist for Sam Darnold, or you did not win this draft, regardless of what round you get it in. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that I could point to for Mims is, he did drop a few balls, I mean, at Baylor, but I think clearly this is a disconnect between what the media thinks of Mims and what the NFL teams think of Mims.
Yeah, and that could be. I mean,
that's all that
we're not GMs, we're not executives, we don't build any championship teams.
Here's my theory with Mims' fault.
Go ahead.
I think it's because he ran a Baylor Big 12 route tree that is mainly consistent of vertical concepts, and he doesn't have a full, healthy, pro-ready route tree. That's my main guess. They did it with DK Metcalf last year, and he almost fell out of the second round. They're doing it with Mims again. Hakeem Butler fell last year to the 4th round, largely due to the same issue. That's got to be it to me, unless, of course, we see anything character or injury related come out here soon.
This might be a concern, and we even saw this with the studs at WVU under Will Grier that didn't exactly get drafted to where they maybe would have thought they were going to be. This might, I don't know if it's going to hurt these Big 12 schools in terms of recruiting wide receivers who want to get to the next level, because they were very coveted 10 years ago. They're not so much now. They're dropping in this draft. They're losing.
Well, I think it also kind of depends on where you go. I mean, we've seen Oklahoma, the last 3 years have all had, receivers go in the first round. Or
well, maybe with the exception of Oklahoma, though.
Yeah, they're the exception to the rule. But some of these other schools, I mean, like Texas right now, I don't see Texas as a place where, you're going to get a lot of wide receivers that are going to go high from there. No. WVU, the same thing. And
Neil Brown, maybe if Holgerson was still there, but Neil Brown's not as much of a prolific offense guy.
I have to agree with Nick that I think that it probably is just the route tree and his body of work and what he was asked to do. Now, that being said, NFL teams and NFL coaches and decision makers are very confident in themselves that they can take somebody who's raw and build them into something, right?
Yep.
I think especially when it comes to
Like the
route.
Steelers. That might be the thought
Yeah,
process with
but
Claypool.
especially when it comes to something like, okay, he didn't run a lot of routes that were very nuanced in college. I think that's something they would be confident in themselves that, all right, once we get our hands on him, we can teach him how to run, a 15-yard dig. We can teach him how to run a crack corner, any kind of like triple move, whatever kind of routes they are running in the NFL differently than at Baylor. I think NFL decision makers can be like, all right, well, that's not an issue. We can figure that out kind of thing. But that also it seems to be the only thing, unless it's something that will come out later that we don't know about, or it's some of the drops that scared them off. But other than that's only speculation right now.
Well, I will say, and I was too busy hosting the shows, I'm not able to take as much of a gander over at the live chat as I normally do when I host actual live chat sessions here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. But there are some fans here in our live chat on the PSL YouTube channel, and a lot of them do actually like Claypool and are arguing that it fits more into what the Steelers do and maybe is a better pick for the Steelers than Mims. So regardless of Mims' personal life and what other teams may think of him, they're just seemingly happy about Claypool and wanted him regardless. So that opinion does exist. Maybe Claypool was just legitimately higher on the Steelers draft board because he fits more of the Steeler receiver than, say, Mims would. Although I will say Ben has been on the record of loving the receiver that can be a playmaker for him. He's always complained that Plesko Burris was let walk. Santonio Holmes I know he had his issues, but then they traded him for next to nothing, and Ben wanted that playmaker. Mims would have been more of that guy than I'd imagine Claypool, because that's the only critique of Juju prior to the injuries.
But that would have been Mims too. Mims is a playmaker.
Right. Yeah, true.
So Claypool.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I would imagine Ben would rather have had Mims.
So what Claypool brings is a mismatch over the middle of the field, since he is a big slot.
Looks like we're getting Allen back here as well.
And then you also have him as a red zone target. So that's another thing I think that is going to be a big thing for them. They wanted a guy that could be that big target in the red zone. He kind of just fits everything the Steelers look for. Another thing, he's great on special teams. The Steelers value special teams a ton. That's why some guys stick around for so many years. And he blocks well. So another thing the Steelers value. I'm not shocked. And something to note, Ike Hilliard, the new Steelers wide receiver coach,
right.
There are not many better guys in the league that teach route running better. That's Claypool's main weakness. Maybe he can shore up that weakness. Maybe Claypool can become more than just a guy you throw the ball up to as a mismatch contested catch guy.
Well, Alan, I see you're back with us here. You did some work there over at SteelersNow.com. The pick had to be posted by somebody, and I'm hosting a show, and we're all on this program, so we appreciate you double duty here for us this evening. The Jets here are picking. You know about what's gone on. Number one, what are your thoughts? Number two, have you learned anything just in the Twitterverse and doing your reporting research about maybe why Mims has been so avoided that we're not as privy to while we're on the air? And then tell us what you have on SteelersNow.com right now.
Yeah, I don't know anything that anybody else doesn't know about Mims, who I will be shocked if he gets past the New York Jets here.
Right.
But I guess I've been shocked.
It's their second shot at him
Falling 3 times now, so fine. Lynn Bowden also around. I think is a guy that
it's Mims
could be interested in.
Okay, they get him anyway.
But about Claypool, I guess I wrote, he's an interesting guy because of his size, right? He's going to be the biggest wide receiver in the NFL. He's physical. He likes to block. He does a lot of things the Steelers like. He's not a game breaker by any stretch of the imagination. I just think, to me, that he's open to playing some tight end. He plays a ton of special teams. And I think that makes him a good fit for what the Steelers are looking for, is a guy that can contribute right away. When you look at the receiver position, okay, what do they really need, right? They have Juju Smith-Schuster, who's a big physical receiver. They have, but really a possession receiver also. They have Deontay Johnson, who's a kind of do everything speed guy. James Washington's obviously a deep threat. But to me, the two areas that I look at is he's going to be a good run blocker, and he's going to be good in the red zone. That's an area the Steelers were terrible last year. And he had 19 touchdowns on 66 catches last year for Notre Dame. So to me, I think a lot of the idea of the selection and his fit with the team makes a ton of sense. I'm just not sure it was the best player available. It felt like maybe 25 spots more, he probably still would have been there. With Mims just now being taken at 59, at least 10 spots more, you think he would have been there. But I think that that it's a fit in a lot of ways for what the Steelers like to do.
Yeah. And what do you have over there on the site right now? Because fans obviously can multitask.
Yeah. So I just
feel
put
like
up
the
a
people
pick
can
first, and then
multitask.
my second story is just my conversation with Claypool at the Combine. We talked about him maybe playing some tight end. We talked about his journey as a prospect, which was interesting. He's a late blooming kid. He didn't have great numbers until his senior year. He wasn't a big prospect until the Senior Bowl, and really he wasn't on anyone's radar to be a first round pick until he put that number down at the Combine and ran what he ran. I know, Nick said that he doesn't feel like that. He looks like that on film, and he doesn't. But I think the athleticism at the size is the allure for the Steelers, and maybe they do use him as like a pseudo flex tight end. We've seen more and more teams go to a bigger slot receiver to take advantage of some mismatches against some undersized nickel corners.
Yeah, and the Patriots right now have their pick in as they're certainly
Go ahead, Nick. You were going to say something there about Claypool.
The separate thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will say this: Mims is not a slot.
No.
That's
No, for sure.
This is what I think sold them with Claypool over Mims is the slot capability. So you have now two big slot guys in Ebron and Claypool, and you also have another guy that's a physical slot in Juju. So you're using physicality over the middle of the field. Meanwhile, you have a guy that can take the top off the defense in Washington, and you also have a guy that can work underneath and be dangerous in Deontay Johnson. So you have a variety of styles on this team, and you have a ton of guys that can stretch the middle of the defense. And this is what Ben loves. He loves these big targets over the middle of the field. Claypool's going to get a lot of work just by sitting down in zones. I mean, that's how Heath Miller did a ton of his work. Granted, Claypool's going to do a lot of that. And you have Vance McDonald still there as well.
Yeah.
So this is what allured them. I don't hate the fit of Claypool. The only thing I hate about the pick with Claypool, I just don't think the value was good. And that's just what irks me. I think he's not worthy of 49, especially that since I think they had a lot of what he brings in Ebron and a lot of these guys, but he does add things to the receiver and your own receiving core. And you're only asking him to be a wide receiver 4 at this point for that, and maybe a wide receiver 3 next year. And when he's going to be asked to do that, I think he's great as a wide receiver 3.
Yeah, and as much as Ben's a step up from the two backups of last year in Duck and Rudolph, he is still older, and you still want to get him as much help as he possibly can, and he's certainly going to welcome all of it. So you add somebody who maybe fits more into your mold, and there have been a lot of teams here that have just stuck to their board, say the Patriots just now, sticking to their board more so than just doing best available in general here with the Titans currently on the clock. Thoughts about the rest of this draft right now as the next few picks here, Titans, Green Bay, Kansas City there. A lot of those players we were worried would maybe still fall to the Chiefs are now gone.
Well, I want to talk about Josh Uche here going to the Patriots, and Nick and I both really like. I love his Ben coming off the edge, and I think New England is a scary fit for him and how good he can be in that defense.
Well, and remember what they did last year in terms of breaking Pittsburgh's heart in terms of who they drafted last year with Winovich going over there. So this has been a defensive-minded drafting for the Patriots for a while now, but they're trying to get younger, and that defense has been what has helped them win throughout those last several years and get in the Super Bowls and win those championships in that recent dynasty. So they're now even getting younger defensively. Yeah, Nick, thoughts on that pick by New England? I know you liked him. You thought he was maybe going to go to the Steelers, and that's what you wanted.
This is a great pick by New England. They needed someone to fill that Kyle Van Noy role as that hybrid edge rusher off ball guy. The difference between Van Noy and Uche is way more athletic and better in coverage than Van Noy ever was. So they upgrade in athleticism. And I think something you're noticing with Duggar and now Uche is this defense is starting to get faster. I mean, they've been an aging defense. They have a thumper and Dante Hightower there, but they're adding some speed now with Uche and Duggar. So they're reloading the young guns into a little bit more of a modern NFL style thing with some hybrids. Interesting that they are doing that. New England makes the hybrids work better than anyone else in the NFL. So fully expect Uche and Duggar to compete and do very well there in New England.
Yeah, and that's a place where, especially defensively, Belichick is going to get the most out of you, but he's also going to expect a lot from you. So we'll see what happens there for sure. And going to Tennessee now, as Tennessee's pick is in here, Tennessee is a team that they're built one way. They're built in that older school way. They're kind of built more unique than any other team in the league. What could they potentially be doing here?
Man.
I mean, I think corner is a need for them, and there's some guys that are still available that I think are really good players that I'm not sure.
What about edge? What about edge or defensive tackle
available?
What about an edge guy?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a couple guys out there. This doesn't feel like a part of the draft where the edge guys are particularly plentiful. Alex Highsmith, I guess, could be an option from Charlotte.
That's a little early for him.
Yeah. Maybe? Yeah, I can see that.
Zach Bond's still on the board.
Zach Bond's still there. Yeah, that's a good call.
Yeah, there's a few guys still on the board. Terrell Lewis out of Alabama still there as well.
Alan, how have you been doing this round here? I know you were busier in terms of your mock, because you did do a mock and you were accurate in the first round. Has it gone off the
No,
road?
I just did the first round.
So. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything further from you. I know that Nick went fully deep here, and we got Cale back with us. Cale, what do you thoughts on what Tennessee could do here? Thoughts even on what New England just did? New England getting another fantastic pick that Nick wanted the Steelers to potentially pursue, and that's now with Winovich last year. Belichick getting really younger on defense and reworking the whole thing over again, kind of.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that was a good move by New England. That's definitely something they needed to do, was to get younger. We thought they were going to pick a safety earlier because they need to especially get younger at safety. But, yeah, I like the pick of Josh Uche, and they also, picked a Michigan guy and a Pittsburgh guy last year, Chase Winovich. They get another Michigan guy. They go back to the Ann Arbor well once again. So I like the pick, and they're clearly, trying to get younger on the defensive side. For the Titans, they went offensive line in the first round. They also need an edge rusher. So, maybe this is where we see a guy like Curtis Weaver of Boise State go off the board. Also Terrell Lewis from Bama maybe. But in addition to edge rusher, they also need interior defensive line as well. So look at it, defensive tackles. Neville Gallimore, a guy that I feel like I keep bringing up, is still on the board. So maybe he's a guy they go for here as well.
And scanning through the Pittsburgh Sports Live chat there, because I do see some fans chatting back and forth while we do have the live feed going here over there on the Pittsburgh Sports Live channel here. A lot of conversation and comparisons even to Claypool like Gronk, which we'll talk about in a second.
And the pick is in for the Titans, and we finally get Christian Fulton off the board, the cornerback from LSU.
And that's another one of those, we almost forgot about him, but he had to be taken.
I kind of thought corner was a need for them, and that's a great value pick. I mean, he's a guy that's going late in the first round. Really, I mean, I think if you're that team and you're building the team that way with a running game, you've also got to build it with a strong defense. And I think they've done a nice job here with the additions that they've made. I think this is a pretty strong draft for them.
Yeah, I think Tennessee's had a very underrated draft. They never get the sexy prediction. They don't get as much fanfare as other teams, but yeah, they've had a solid draft so far. Thoughts in terms of Claypool being compared to Gronk?
No.
I mean, he's not Gronk, but
I mean, obviously he's not as much of a beast.
He fills that role in that he's a guy that's going to be hard to cover with a nickel corner, hard to cover with a slower linebacker, right? It's going to take a special kind of athlete to cover him. Not that teams don't have them. I think the big thing about Gronk was that when Gronk was doing that, nobody else had that, right? That was, to flex that athletic, big athlete out there in space. I remember, the Steelers attempting to cover him with linebackers from across the field, and it just made a mockery of their defense. I think right now defenses are more keyed into that kind of thing, but I do think he'll present a matchup problem, especially for nickels. I mean, nickel corners that are 5'10" are not going to be able to cover this guy. He's going to be open all the time against them.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the areas, especially in the red zone. If you imagine the Steelers in the red zone now, they can go to a spread look with Juju, Ebron, and Claypool off the line of scrimmage, spread out as just giant guys.
No, they're definitely more deadly on offense now. And for sure,
Exactly.
Gronk was so dominating and so unique. It was
He's not
Jack
Gronk.
was in the NBA.
But
no, he's not. No, that was obviously an overreach.
provides a similar niche in that he's going to be a flex slot kind of guy that's going to be a little bit hard to cover for some of the players that typically cover that position. Certainly not at the same level as Gronk.
Right.
But a guy that I spoke to at the combine, and he has a ton of confidence in his game. He feels like he was underrated. He came out of Canada, so he wasn't like this super high level recruit. He did take a while to get into the rotation. I mean, Notre Dame obviously is a place where you can get buried. And it took him a while to kind of come to the top of that Notre Dame receiving class. And then that's not an offense that is a traditional college offense that's going to stand there and throw the ball 65 times a game either. They run a pro-style offense. They do run the ball. And so he just didn't get that many opportunities to show what he's about. I do think he is a player that has some upside that hasn't been seen yet from what has shown on film. Is he a Pro Bowler and a future Hall of Famer? I guess we'll see. That's tough.
And the Packers here finally make their first pick of the draft for this year. They actually are now worrying about right now because they were drafted 3 years prior, but now A.J. Dillon, running back out of Boston College, goes to the Packers. So that's interesting. It does provide them a weapon. It does provide them a running back that they also haven't really had an elite running back in many years, although Rodgers, I'm sure, would like a receiver. But it actually focuses on the present day, which is shocking and not what they did back in the first round. So thoughts on this move for Green Bay there? And obviously the Gronk comparison was very, very gaudy, but I just want to throw something out there that was in the chat.
Yeah, I like that they went in an offensive direction by taking Dillon, and Dillon's kind of different than – I feel like he's different than running backs they've had in the past there in Green Bay. But I think this only confirms that they are going to hammer wide receiver with their next potentially 2 picks. I feel like they need to get weapons in the passing game for Aaron Rodgers, and that isn't A.J. Dillon. A.J. Dillon's a throwback. He is a pound it right up the middle kind of guy, kind of a I guess a throwback and not really what the modern NFL is. But I think they're definitely going to go wide receiver very soon with their next pick maybe, because it's still a deep draft. There's still guys you can get that are valuable. And like we talked about earlier, Aaron Rodgers can kind of throw with anybody and put up numbers. But it's kind of weird that this is not A.J. Dillon, not really a guy that you would kind of associate, I guess, with what the Packers are trying to do and not really a modern NFL player.
Yeah. And I'm not going to go on a rant here again, but that's even why it annoys me why they traded up to get the quarterback before in Jordan Love, because the argument could be that maybe they should have traded up here to get a better receiver, which was more of a weapon they needed, was more of a need position and more of the modern NFL and more help for Rodgers rather than go ground and pound. This isn't the 1970s anymore. However, they don't want to lose more draft capital. Okay, I hear that, but they wouldn't have lost draft capital prior to that if they didn't trade up to get a quarterback that they don't even need for 3 years, and Rodgers isn't done yet. The Chiefs now the team here on the clock. Any other thoughts on what Green Bay did there?
That is weird to me. Bigger needs. They have Aaron Jones, and Aaron Jones is a very, very good running back. So it's not like he's shown the ability to carry the workload. So I'm not sure I get that. They have needs at receiver, and more importantly, there's linebackers on the board, like Akeem Davis-Gaither and Logan Wilson, and they need a linebacker really badly.
They just didn't fill their need. Yeah, they didn't fill their need, and they ruined draft capital worrying about a quarterback for 3 years.
Dillon is like a 2-down running back that's good for short yardage, and I just don't see second round value.
Exactly.
I mean, like he's a solid player, and he'll be in the league for a while. I just don't see the need. There's just bigger fish to fry in Green Bay than getting a 2-down power back in
All
the
right, so
second.
let me try to get into Green Bay's head a little bit here. I mean, so to me, if you're gonna use a player like AJ Dillon when you already have Jones, I mean that's saying that you're gonna run the ball a lot. Like how are they envisioning a quicker end to Aaron Rodgers' tenure there than maybe anyone else's at this point?
Well, that's the thing.
Are they preparing for a future where they don't have an elite quarterback and they're going to need to run the ball a lot more? And that's why you go with the big back who is a workhorse. You can give him the ball 30 times a game. And maybe Aaron Rodgers is done after 2020. And that's what the Green Bay Packers are. The Green Bay Packers are going to look like the Tennessee Titans in a year from now.
The only thing that would make sense from their move to trade up to get Jordan Love, and I said this to kind of defend my rant yesterday, is if they either fell in love with a quarterback, which no pun intended, they shouldn't because Jordan Love is not that guy you fall in love with, or if they know something that the public doesn't know, and you know Aaron Rodgers is going to either retire in a year, going to move on in a year. By all accounts, him and Matt LaFleur get along, and they're buddies, and much more so than Mike McCarthy, who he ran out of town. If he wants to be there, he's still playing at an elite level. He's not as good as he was years ago, but you imagining yourself building around him and trying to capitalize and win with him now while he's still there, like we talked about the Steelers are doing with Big Ben, which is why they would shy away from worrying about a quarterback right now. So I hear that rationale, but I don't get it unless something does come out that Rodgers is going to move on, that Rodgers is going to retire, that Rodgers and Dan Fitzpatrick want to do IG lives instead of playing football and being professionals. I don't know what their futures may hold. Maybe he doesn't want to play football anymore. Okay, that has to come out, or else this draft makes no sense. And if not, then I would imagine Rodgers is going to be requesting a trade here soon, because this isn't how he's going to even want to finish his career as an individual, as the Chiefs here pick does come in.
Willie Gay Jr. from Mississippi State, inside linebacker.
Linebacker was a good value pick there.
Yeah, and he's a really good player too, Willie Gay. Overlooking character concerns aside, he's just explosive, hard hitter, good in coverage, modern NFL linebacker, 3-down linebacker. That's a nice fit for Willie Gay.
Is the character why maybe he's in this position and not higher up?
Yeah, for sure. But although maybe it's not. I mean, Willie Gay was a late day 3 pick before the combine. And then there were reports that he passed all of the interviews with flying colors at the combine. So it's possible that he's just a riser and this is just his natural spot. But I don't know. It's possible for sure.
We do have a trade here. The Seattle Seahawks trading the pick to the Panthers. So we finally get a trade after a while. I know we were concerned we weren't going to get another one, and that was a question. So we do see one here. Thoughts on what Carolina's doing to get back in here? Carolina, obviously a team that has that one weapon. They've gone defense to kind of reshore up and rebuild the defense they lost after Kuechly retiring. Do they go back on offense here now?
I think it could be Davis Gether. It could be the linebacker that we've been saying that they
directly replaces Kuechly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it could be that.
I think that would make a lot of sense. So would Logan Wilson. I think corner makes sense too. They lost Bradbury in the offseason. So
who do you have at the top of the list as far as corners here? Dantzler, maybe?
Reggie Robinson out of Tulsa has been a riser. Senior Bowl standout, could be a sleeper pick here at the top of the third.
Okay. NFL draft show here, Pittsburgh Steelers Now, Pittsburgh Sports Live. Again, head over to SteelersNow.com for our coverage of the Steelers draft pick of Claypool. They do take Claypool as Mims slid and eventually got drafted again by the Jets, but the Steelers get their guy in Claypool to get another offensive weapon. And Alan, I think you hit the nail on the head earlier. They are going to be dangerous on offense. They can put so much out there in terms of goal line territory, red zone territory. There are going to be so many guys for the defense to key on, and this is going to make it even easier on Ben, who now needs to cut down those turnovers and be more efficient than he was a couple years ago when healthy. And I think that's going to be an easier task for him now with a guy like Claypool in there, even though I maybe would have went Mims, but apparently there's something we didn't know, and maybe it's irrelevant because the Jets got him anyway, despite trading out when they could have drafted him in the first place. Any other options for Carolina? What if they do go on offense? Obviously, Christian McCaffrey is there, but he is so far really the only Lone Ranger weapon-wise, and you can't just run with one guy as great as he is.
I think they
maybe Adam Troutman.
It's possible. Troutman could be a pick. They could go receiver. We've seen the rumors. We've seen the rumors with Curtis Samuel possibly being traded, so it's possible we see receiver here. Brian Edwards, maybe. Yeah, maybe O line even.
Yeah, they need some help on the inside, right?
Yeah.
So
Cushenberry maybe.
Yeah, Cushenberry could be an option.
So yeah, this is interesting. They could also use some help at safety. Ashton Davis still on the board, so
safeties keep falling.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier too. Yeah, we talked about that also when you were gone a bit. That Nick articulated on that safeties are falling, and safety is that position that potentially was going to fall in this draft, and it is. Any thoughts on what I'm seeing a little bit on Twitter right now? That there are some people giving us some pushback that despite the Claypool draft pick, that doesn't guarantee that Juju is gone after a year. It seems that money-wise, he's going to want more money. They're not going to give it to him. And the fact that he needs to really, really step up to even be warranting of it, because he did not prove to be a number one last year. He didn't get the separation even when healthy. He's not had a good year without AB there, despite the quarterbacks that were throwing him the ball. Any chance, Alan, that Juju is back, or does this solidify things?
I mean, I don't think it really changes my opinion much. I do think Claypool is a potential Juju replacement if he pans out well. But listen, I didn't think there was.
He seems to fit a similar mold.
I don't think there was much of any chance that Juju was
okay. Yeah, I didn't think so either.
I mean, just like if you look at Juju's 2020 season, where's the range of outcomes, right? If he disappoints, will they want to sign him to a free agent contract?
Maybe they could lowball him and get him at a sweet deal then if he disappoints.
Maybe, but I mean, if he has a bad season, he's not going to take less money, right? Somebody's going to give him money. So if he has a bad season,
the Raiders or something,
they're not going to want him. Okay, if he has a really good season, they're not going to be able to afford him,
right?
And so the idea of like, okay, what has to happen for Juju to come back? And it's like, well, I don't know. There's a pretty narrow middle there for me. Like maybe he gets hurt and signs, misses half the year and then signs like a 1-year show me contract.
What if he does this, Alan, which is the defense that some people say when I talk about how he had a poor 2019 and was not a number one and didn't prove anything? What if he has a season like 2019 where he's injury prone and misses those games, but when he plays well, unlike 2019 where when he played poorly. So you have a few games of solid play, but then your injury concerns where he's not going to fully cash in.
I think
that's the middle ground,
maybe he signs a 1-year deal and 1-year extension as a show me contract and then tries to cash in after that and then leaves. But like the idea that they're going to sign him to like this 5-year, like the extension they gave to Antonio Brown, that's not coming. Like I just don't see that happening at all.
No, and Antonio Brown, as Cale said in the first round show, Antonio Brown was the best receiver in football when that deal was offered to him. And that's not the case for Juju, just flat out. He's barely even proven that he could be a number one at this point, as great as he was those first 2 years.
Well, I think the one thing you got to remember with Juju is he's had a good year. He had a great year in his second season. Last year was bad, but I don't think that last year can entirely be put on Juju Smith-Schuster.
No.
The injuries hampered him the entire season with the knee and the foot and made him miss games. But with the quality of lack thereof, quality of quarterback play that he had to deal with the entire season, I don't think that the numbers he put up in 2019 are indicative of his ability as a receiver. But that being said, you still got to produce, and that's what's ultimately going to determine the contract that he does or doesn't get from the Steelers. But with the quarterback play from Mason Rudolph, who we all know has been widely advertised, had the worst quarterback rating of any qualifying quarterback in the league. And then you had Duck Hodges in there, who was a great story, but couldn't throw the ball farther than 25 yards. That isn't a Juju Smith-Schuster problem to me. That's a backup quarterback problem.
That's true. The only pushback I would give to that there quickly is the fact that if you look at the percentages of being able to separate, and that's what truly a number one receiver needs to do. Juju was bad when healthy, and that includes time with Ben and Deontay Johnson, who was on the other side of the ball was phenomenal at it. And I'm not saying he's better than Juju overall, but Juju was bad at getting separation, which if
Agreed.
that's all he
But
was
you gotta
good at,
take into-
I'd be fine with it.
I'll say this. I don't think Juju was as bad at getting separation as was advertised. His separation per target numbers are bad because the quarterbacks were just chucking it up to him because he's the most reliable contested catch target on the team. When you look at his film, when
True, but there were some passes they chucked up to James Washington a lot, especially Mason Rudolph lived
they
off
did for him
Washington.
too. Yeah, they did for him, but Juju had a terrible catchable ball rate, like a terrible catchable ball rate. He couldn't catch a ton of his passes.
Yeah.
Juju was open a good bit, I think. And like, listen, here's my bottom line on Juju. He's 23 years old right now. He's a young wide receiver. If he bounces back this year, the least the Steelers are going to do, I think he's a very possible. They've shown the propensity to do this in recent years. He could be a tag candidate, for sure.
A tag candidate, but they got to make the cap work next year, and all of the restructuring that they did this season to get under the cap are all going to come due next season.
Right.
I mean, is it possible to get a tagged Juju under the cap? Probably, but it's going to take some real work.
It's going to depend on everything. We don't know how the cap situation is going to look like next year. It's going to take a lot of maneuvering around. But if Juju produces, he's probably going to be back on like a 3-year deal.
And we see the Redskins right now are on the clock here at 66. The Bengals taking a linebacker, I believe, here.
Real quick, you got to take into account too with Juju that in his 2 seasons prior to last year, he was the number 2 guy, and the other guy on the opposite side that was drawing all the coverage was Antonio Brown. He was able to thrive in that situation.
Right.
But last year, no one knew what James Washington was, or especially what Deontay Johnson was. And so Juju was getting just double covered, safety help over the top, getting the other team's best corners. So that's another reason why I feel like the separation numbers are kind of skewed as well, like Nick said, because he's getting the other team's best corner. And Deontay Johnson's are pushed up because he's playing the lesser of the 2 corners, or he's in the slot, and he's not having the safety help over the top that Juju was having. Now, that's not a big away from how good Deontay Johnson was, because he was great, and he seems to be another diamond in the rough for the Steelers. But that's, I feel, the caveat on the Juju numbers and his performance last year. I think a lot of things were happening that were out of his control, and someone's got to throw you the ball. You can't throw it to yourself.
No, 100%. I totally get you. And I also don't want to take away from those first 2 years for Juju. His rookie season was Randy Moss-like in terms of a freshman year in the NFL. His second year was arguably better than AB, who was the best receiver in football. That stud-like stuff and big money stuff, but he needed to prove himself. And then he'll have to prove himself next year to really show that he can be a number 1, because regardless of what you guys are saying, 2 years in a row of either injuries or poor play is no one's going to be able to defend that, even if your separation numbers can be skewed. So if he does it,
though, because someone's still going to pay him.
No, someone is, but I'm just talking about.
It doesn't matter if he proves he's the number 1 receiver or not. He's still going to get that check.
Oh, well, he's going to get the money.
Here.
He's going to get the money. It won't be in Pittsburgh, but I'm going to criticize him as not a number 1 if he doesn't prove it. That's all I'm saying. He's going to get the money from someone. The Raiders, somebody like that. Somebody's going to give the money just for what he did even 2 years ago, and they're going to be able to skew it a certain way. He's certainly going to not have his wallet be compromised. As we get towards here, the Lions now at pick 67. Anything surprising to this point here, as we did see a wide receiver just go there. We actually had somebody off the board that we talked about earlier.
Well, I do like the pick for the Redskins of Antonio Gibson. He's a really dynamic player, and I think kind of perfect for what they're trying to do. They need to get weapons for their young quarterback in Dwayne Haskins. They have the running back. They have the wide receiver in Terry McLaurin, who had a really good rookie season. And I like that. You add a kind of just an electric player, a wild card kind of guy. He was a guy that I thought the Steelers would hope, and the Steelers maybe would take a chance on there at 49, depending on how things kind of played out, because he's a guy that you can line up in the backfield. You can line him up in the slot. He can return kicks and punts for you. He's a very versatile guy. And I think that's a good thing to have for a young quarterback. He's a guy that you can just get him the ball in space and let him go to work.
Yeah, Nick?
Gibson's a weapon, and that's what – I don't know if he's a receiver or a running back. It's kind of tough to reject him. But this guy's a weapon. Can be a slot receiver, can be a running back that you use on outside zones, stuff like that. breaks tackles with ease. I mean, his film was silly at times, vertical deep threat. Washington just gave Dwayne Haskins a easy target to just check it down to, and the guy could take it to the house. So, like,
I do
don't
find
think
it
that-
interesting over there in the Pittsburgh Sports Live chat world, and this is what I've experienced too doing shows on PSL. The YouTube fandom and the Twitterverse are totally different, and oftentimes maybe YouTube's a little bit more rational and more logical with what they say, because they're all saying that no need to give Juju the big money, you can spread it out in other ways. Whereas Twitter, oh man, you can't lose Juju because we love Juju so much. So it's just interesting what I've noticed in the converse between Twitter and YouTube in terms of social media and the fans out there. As we now have the Lions pick is coming in. What thoughts on where the Lions could go here? We talked about the Skins pick there, and Gibson as a wide receiver and more weapons for a young quarterback there that they also try to protect back in the first round. So that makes sense there. The Lions have a veteran in Stafford who I believe is underrated and certainly still a quarterback that you can win with. He just hasn't had the horses and has kind of been unlucky. Do they go defense here?
I think they could, for sure. There's a few places they could go. They were looking at D-line. I know that they were looking at that earlier. Derek Brown was rumored there. Could go D-line. There's a few targets here. Gallimore are still on the board. At edge is another need that they kind of have. So we'll see. There's a few places they could go. I think this could be where Bond goes off the board. Bond is slipping. I did not expect that to happen. I don't know if it's the diluted sample at the combine or what, but Bond is slipping down the board.
Is he that player that you're the most surprised right now is sliding? We talked about McKinney. We talked about Fulton. They're both off the board now. Is he the next guy?
Yeah. I thought his versatility and skill set would be pretty intriguing in the modern NFL, but teams either have a hard time fitting him into their defense or they just don't like his game. I'm not sure. Josh Jones is still on the board as well. That one is
That's the one to me that is super surprising. I mean, we've seen a lot of offensive tackles taken. I'm just shocked that he's still there. And that's a guy that I thought was a first-round pick. He's going to be available in the third round. Hey, could that be the pick here for the Lions? I mean, I don't. They did,
if not the Lions, where?
They do need they do need some help on the offensive line, I believe. I don't know, because I mean, so many of these teams that needed a tackle have already gotten one. I think that's the thing that is a bit questionable at this point. Is like where there's still big needs at tackle. I'm not sure there was a team out there that really needed one that hasn't gotten one yet.
Yeah.
So the pick is in for the Lions. They go Julian Okwara, the outside linebacker.
Yeah, so they do go defense. They do finally want to shore up that defense to mix with everything else they're doing offensively, and that's nice. They're not a franchise that's been drafting defensively that often. They went tight end last year that we were all surprised by. So they actually go to the defense, which makes sense, and that seems like a Belichick pick. That seems like a Belichick Patriot tree type of pick.
Yeah, for sure. Okwara is a guy with a ton of burst and bend. That's an archetype that you don't see all that much in actually that system, and that Belichickian system. But in the Lions system, they use a lot more of 3-4 looks and guys that are springy off the edge. So they'll mix in 3-4 looks, and I think Okwara is going to be great in those looks. Specifically in 3-4 underfront, he's going to be fantastic in that.
Any thoughts on what the Jets do now? The Jets are the team on the clock. They finally got Mims, even though that they traded away from him. They had him slide. They ended up getting him anyway, so they kind of end up not having that criticism out there. They do actually get the weapon for Darnold. They honestly could get more weapons for Darnold, quite frankly, but now do they go offensive tackle to try to protect the man? Do they go offensive line? Do they now go back to the defense or running back, since Bell's not going to clearly carry the rock for too long?
Well, they took Becton in the first round, so I doubt they'll go tackle again. But you know, it could be an interior lineman. I think that's a need for them. We talked about Cushenberry being here still.
Right.
You know, offensively, like there's just not that much that's not sort of. I mean, they could take another wide receiver. Let's be honest. Like they really have.
That's what I'm saying. Darnold needs help, and he barely got any with Mims. And if Mims slid and has some personal issues or something else off the field that we don't know, maybe they need more weapons. And they need. I wouldn't mind a tight end to help as a security blanket for Darnold.
There isn't like a big weapon. I mean, Troutman is a nice player, but he's not like going to be a guy that you're going to be throwing the ball to.
No.
How about a guy like Lynn Bowden here?
Well,
Nick,
Ashon Davis, safety, California. That's exactly where they go. They go defense. They don't give any more weapons to Darnold.
That's a great pick, though.
That hurts. Ashton Davis is my guy. This is a guy that's a track star, but he's not a track star on the football field. He's a football player. This guy hits like a truck.
Would you hate the Jets or something? You can't have the Jets have him. They're gonna mess it up.
I wanted him to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, man. I really wanted him to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. At 102, that would have been a pipe dream, obviously, but
right.
This is just a really nice fit for him.
And you see the track film. That's exactly what ESPN goes to immediately. The track film. So he's clearly a burner, and you have an athlete on the defensive side of the ball that maybe could flip the field. That's a big deal.
Yeah, he's a guy that can play in the box, in the slot, because he's a converted cornerback into safety, so he can man up in the slot. He's got the deep range. He's obviously got the guts to fill in the box, so he gives you a ton of flexibility on the back end. That's a really, really good pick by the Jets. I really like that.
Does Seattle now go weaponry? Because they've avoided it in the past. We talked about getting help for Russell Wilson. They kept going defense. They do need to repair the defense, but the Jets finally got their guy in Mims. Seattle did not draft him when they could have, when they made the trade with the Jets. Still needing help are the Seahawks. I can't imagine they just go entirely a defensive draft, but maybe. What does Seattle do?
I mean, if anybody's going to do it, I could see Seattle doing it.
I guess.
They still need wide receivers. But I think
doesn't it make sense they should have drafted Mims? Is that not a criticism that we can levy here? If you were going to make that trade, that you draft the receiver there, because there's not another receiver that's as good as him that's now remaining. So you're dropping off more in terms of receiver.
Wide receivers aren't that defensive player. What they do, they run the ball. They play good defense.
But they have the capability of doing more things, and it's not like
they do those things. Even when they had better wide receivers, they didn't throw the ball that much.
No, but they threw it more than they had. No, but you have to have receivers you can rely on. Like Doug Baldwin was never an elite receiver. Metcalf was never the best receiver in football, but you could at least rely on them.
Ooh, I like this pick. They take Damian Lewis, guard from LSU.
That's good too.
I think
that's a safe pick.
It's a little early for Lewis.
Yeah, I think he's a guy I thought that maybe the Steelers could get in with their third round pick, because they do have a big need in the interior of the offensive line. And I think he's a starter at guard in the NFL, maybe not day one, but in not all that much time. He's a guy I talked to at the combine, and he's just a giant.
If that's the case, that's a good pick. Then I get that maybe you would have thought a few picks later would have made sense and value, but they don't have to go off your mocks. I mean, if that fits in, and that fits into the system that you're talking about, and if you can't get more weapons, you get more protection. You help build that system.
You run the ball with a giant guard. I mean, LSU ran behind him all last year.
Right.
They did a great job doing it with Edwards-Helaire. I think it might be a little early, but I like the player.
Yeah. And the Dolphins now here on the clock again. And the Dolphins, Alan, you weren't with us, but I classify the Dolphins as already the loser of the draft and I failed them on their letter grades at this point, except for Tua. They've been off the board so far, and I get that you want to have your own mock, but their value people they could have got way later. They haven't provided the weapons. It just has been so helter-skelter of a draft so far for the Dolphins. But what do they do to try to salvage things, to save things? Because maybe they know something that I don't. Obviously, it's a general manager regime there. That's the Belichick tree. They're going to go their own way. They're not going to care what the media and fans say. However, this type of draft is a draft that takes 2 or 3 years to develop, which is what they're doing. But this type of drafting will get a coach fired. So probably he will be let go in a year, if not at the end of next season, based on what they're doing now.
Well, I think when you're doing what you're doing with Miami, you just take the best player available. I think
they haven't been taking the best player available.
I think the best position group available right here is probably D tackle. There's probably 3 or 4 guys I could take there. They could take another tackle offensive.
But Alan, I feel like they've shown they're not going to take best available. That's not what they've been doing.
Well, I mean,
they did just go defensive tackle too.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
I think we keep
there's
saying
there's
every
better
We're now at pick
tackles than
70 midway
Raekwon
through
Davis
third round here, by the way.
still on the board, which is just everything that we're talking about being wrong with the Dolphins draft.
I think
I think they are going to go offense here. I think it makes sense.
It does.
I think most importantly, what makes sense is going. I think they could go receiver here. I think they go receiver.
Yeah, agreed.
I think Brian Edwards makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense for them. They have Devontae Parker, who's a guy that can get above the rim. Get your alpha male guy across from him who can work in the slot and be that big target over the middle as well. They have a guy with good capability to win after the catch in Albert Wilson. If they want to go along that line, Lynn Bowden's another guy here. I've heard some character concerns about Bowden, so I'm not shocked he's slipping down the board a little bit. But could be a conversation here as well. And yeah, Josh Jones again. This was a guy being mocked to Miami in the first round, and he's here at 70. So could be the steal of the draft for them if they get Josh Jones.
Yeah, and we are at pick 70 here, midway through the third round now, as we're keeping it moving here. The second round definitely went faster than the first. Does that make sense? Third round even going faster to this point now. Steelers Now's NFL draft show here. This is day 2 of our jam-packed draft show here. Claypool goes to the Steelers. We're waiting to another Steelers pick here as we move through things right here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. And head over to SteelersNow.com and at PGH Steelers Now on Twitter for all of our coverage to this point that Alan left us midway through to provide. But after the Dolphins, any comments on what these teams are going to do afterwards? Because again, we're having some good teams come up here. There's not as many needs. We're looking at mostly best available at this point. But some of these teams have went totally off their board in terms of what normally you'd figure would be best available.
Man, if Lynn Bowden doesn't go to Miami here, I could see him going to Baltimore.
Yeah.
And being a really, really dangerous playmaker for that team.
Man.
Yeah. It could be. I mean, you have Arizona after Baltimore, obviously. Arizona's a team that they have the offensive weapons now. They have a young quarterback, still a young receiver who's elite, middle of his prime, maybe needing to shore up the defense.
I could also see a guy potentially going to Baltimore here is Tyler Johnson, the wide receiver out of Minnesota. But they need to find.
Because we kept talking about receiver with Baltimore. We've been talking about receiver with the Ravens for 5 hours of programming now.
Similar to how we were talking about the Jets, because they went linebacker, they shored that up. They went J.K. Dobbins at 55, which surprised us, but we kind of understood the thinking with the age of Mark Ingram. But yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it as it looks like Goodell has transitioned to sitting down now as he reads off the picks.
He's an old man; he can't handle it.
Which makes
Is he going to have any of those Skittles or M&Ms? What's going on?
Well,
you want to tell me how many are in the jar?
He's going to have to do the whole thing. So I guess he's trying to save his legs because they're not going to go set up at the assistant commissioner's house or something. But the Dolphins go safety Brandon Jones out of Texas.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Wow. Goodell definitely is sitting down.
Safety.
Didn't expect him to go this early. I thought he would be a candidate at the compensatory pick for the Steelers at 102.
It's also fitting that he starts sitting down at the Dolphins picks because I feel like everyone needs to sit down to fully take them in since they've been so bizarre to this point.
This is not even, again, not the best safety available in my opinion.
They clearly know who they want.
I've not thought that since Tua, I've not thought that any of the Dolphins picks were the best player at the position they chose that was available. At any of them. This is the 5th pick now?
Yeah, but I mean, that's the same thing that people said about the Patriots and Belichick. This is the same thing they said about the Patriots and Belichick for years, and they kept on winning.
I don't know. I mean, the Patriots just took Josh Uche, and I love that.
No, that's now. I mean, back in the day, 10 years ago. No, Vinovich, and then Uche. Those are solid picks. They've had some questionable picks before, and nobody ever criticizes them because they keep winning and they turn water into wine. Again, I'm not defending the Dolphins. I've failed them already. That's my whole point, that we keep talking about they need everything, so best available. You guys in day one were saying I was focusing too much on their needs because they needed everything. Well, they haven't gone best available. They haven't gone top of anyone.
And this is what I don't get is you have so many picks either package them together and trade up and get more picks early, even though they've already had a ton. They've had like 5, or like
Cale, have you liked any of the picks
best available
since Tua? Have you liked any of the picks?
No, none.
Okay.
No, I mean, if I look back on them right now,
Alan just looks like he's so laid back, almost like he's pissed at the Dolphins right now. I feel like Alan said at Miami.
I haven't liked Jackson. I haven't liked the corner out of Auburn, who I'm still not going to butcher his name. Hunt is okay. I like Hunt.
Yeah.
And the Ravens are having a really good draft.
No, the Ravens are. The Ravens are having a great draft.
Tackle from Texas A&M. Yeah, he's a guy that they don't even need right now. I mean, that's not even a need for them. It's just it's a really good value pick for me. A guy that could step in and be a rotational player right away. He's got crazy athleticism for his size. I wasn't sure that was a guy that a lot of people talked about for the Steelers, maybe at 49 if they were going to go defensive tackle. The Ravens are going to be playing with the guys that people talked about being Steelers. I guess that is the theme of their draft.
Yeah, that's definitely a theme of their draft, and they get retribution on some picks they didn't get to make a couple years ago that the Steelers took instead of them in past years. But that's kind of where I want to segue right now. The Cardinals now the team on the clock. The Ravens have had a phenomenal draft. The Ravens have filled needs. They've got best available. They got a lot of horses. They seem like they're going to be the class of the division, and they're well ahead of the pace of where the Bengals are, despite with Burrow and talent, and where the Steelers are because they don't have a quarterback of the future despite talent there and still being a good team for next year. And the Browns are building as well with some talent in Baker. But Nick, I do want to ask you, because we've harped on, and I like to be negative if it's there. I want to just be truthful. The Dolphins being a team who's failed this draft to this point, and they've been a team that just hasn't had a successful pick since really Tua, who now is not in a great position to have success overall, really, and they aren't on either side of the football. So to flip it and maybe have some glass half full and get maybe more optimistic for what's gone on in the draft to this point, we mentioned the 49ers from round 1, but they haven't been as active here today because the picks aren't there. The Ravens have had a great draft. I think the Cardinals have done okay. I think there's some other teams, even Cleveland has, I believe, had a solid draft to this point. For you, who's a team that you can definitively to this point say has been a winner in the draft for you?
The New York Jets, easily.
Because they get Mims again? Because if they didn't get him, then maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they get Mims. They trade back and get Mims. I mean, they got draft capital and then got Mims. That's impressive stuff. I mean, when you get Ashton Davis, Denzel Mims, and Mekhi Becton, you won the draft. That's 3 top 40 players in the draft. You help out your quarterback by getting a big protector for him, then a weapon for him, and then you help that defense. I mean, there's not many better trios than Jamal Adams, Marcus May, and Ashton Davis on the back end of that defense. That is going to give them a ton of flexibility in the secondary. So this is a big time for them. I really like what the Jets are doing. So they're a team that's kind of flying under the radar right now, having a really good draft. The Vikings are another team that is having a really good draft, I think.
And they don't get talked about that much either. I agree, yeah.
And I think another team we haven't really talked about that much that I think has done a really nice job is Detroit. They sat there at 3 and stayed when a lot of people thought they were going to make a trade to get Okudah, and you think, well, maybe that's going to hurt them, right? Because they lost out an opportunity to add some picks, maybe high picks, but then they sit there and they get Okwara and they get Smith, Swift. I think that's a really good. That's a really good first 3 picks. I think. I think if you put up there 1, 2, 3 against anybody, I think I'll take it. And helps me drafting number 3 and to have the draft capital there. But I mean, they sat where they were, and I think they made 3 really good picks.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, Cale, any other teams? We mentioned the Lions. I mentioned Cleveland. We mentioned the Niners from day one. The Ravens are an obvious team that everybody's going to say letter A grade, sexy pick. Any other teams as a winner? Jackson.
I was definitely going to say the Ravens, but I was also going to say, I think, Alan, did you just mention the Vikings?
He did. Well, no, that was mentioned, I think, by Nick or myself. He mentioned the Lions.
I was going to say the Vikings as well, because you get Justin Jefferson at the 22nd pick. Then you take Gladney also in the first round at 31, And then you get Ezra Cleveland from Boise State, so you can protect Kirk Cousins as well. I mean, I think that in addition to all the teams you guys have said already, I think the Vikings have done a very good job thus far. And they're not done because they got 2/3, they got 2/4, they got they have a ton of picks coming up here. They have like 12 picks coming up over the next, the rest of tonight and then tomorrow.
And
hey, Alan, did you happen to see the reply there on Twitter to us and Steelers Now?
Yeah, I think the 49ers did a really good job yesterday as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They moved down and added and then come back up. I thought they did a nice job as well. Really, I mean, I think in general, I mean, I don't think that besides the Dolphins, really, I don't think there's been too many teams that have badly, horribly screwed this up. I mean, and I think that was one of the things that as we kind of look at the big picture, when we looked at this draft and how it was going to be different with the teams not having their scouts, readily available and be able to maybe make as many quick decisions on the fly as they usually would, I think I would have thought that there would have been more picks that had left us scratching our heads at this point, more decisions that were just outright strange that we didn't get. I mean, I think in general, this has been a fairly well drafted draft by the NFL's general managers. And maybe outside of Miami, like it's really hard to point to too many teams that have just seriously kicked this thing around and had a bad time of it.
No, I would think Miami is the one team that I'm comfortable saying right now has failed the draft. Obviously, they get to who they had to get, and the fans are going to love that. But the rest of it has been players they could have got later. They weren't the value player at that position at the time. They're just very, very confusing picks. I do want to also let the fans know that we do have the interview that Alan did there at the Combine with Claypool on Pittsburgh Sports Live. I do see now actually it's getting some traction and views, so we might bring it back as well as put it through any of these articles on the site about Claypool. But Alan did speak to Claypool. He did talk a lot about his belief of being able to be a player at the next level. He does fit the Juju mold. He has that size. He's going to add some trek to the red zone for the Steelers. So that's on Pittsburgh Sports Live. We'll get that out there as well. Again, this is our NFL draft show here for Steelers Now on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh. The Jaguars still here on the clock at pick 73 as we move towards the third round in our jam-packed back-to-back day 2 programming here, as we're actually giving you more than we gave you last year, even though last year we were sitting in the friendly confines of the Walnut Grill and enjoying apps and beer. No pulled pork nachos, but I got to tell you, I got some comfortable pants on underneath this nice pullover, and I do have pants on, so I will definitively say that is the case. Jacksonville, what does Jacksonville potentially do here? They're obviously a team that has several needs. They've had an okay draft at this point. They're not going to be a total failure like Miami. They had some conversation about maybe drafting that quarterback. That was something the Eagles did and they couldn't do.
Jacksonville's another team that I think has done a really nice job thus far. When you go back and look at their picks, 9th overall, taking C.J. Henderson out of Florida. They needed a corner, but also he's a local guy as well, playing for the Gators. So the fans will like that as well. There's a crossover there. And then they get Chase on, the edge rusher at LSU, which I really like as well, in their second first-round pick. And then they get Chenault Jr. from Colorado there in the second. Looking for the Jaguars now, I think they could really use a defensive tackle to replace Calais Campbell. So if you look at the interior defensive lineman on the board, the best one is a guy that I've been mentioning for the last 2 hours now, is Gallimore out of Oklahoma.
We're seeing Jake Fromm on the broadcast right now, and he's not far away in Georgia. And he had success in college, even though he didn't get necessarily the fanfare of the other quarterbacks in terms of the high-drafted players.
They were showing Easton as well.
Okay.
So maybe they are thinking quarterback, but they could use a defensive lineman. And Gallimore, I think, right now is another incredible value pick. If they could get him, with the 73rd overall pick, I think that'd be a great find.
This feels like if they do go from here, that he's not in a position to succeed. He's a guy that needs to be in the right place, and it doesn't feel like this is going to work.
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely.
If they go quarterback, I don't think it'll be Fromm. Probably Eason.
Okay.
I don't think they'll go quarterback though. I truly believe that they're all in on Gardner Minshew, at least for this year.
That's insane. It'll be entertaining. They're going to have fun on social.
I don't think it's insane at all. I think it's exactly what they need to do.
Well, in terms of the future or this year, I'm not saying they're going to change from this year.
I think they're
not going to change this year. Then don't draft the quarterback this year.
I think they're giving Minshew the audition this year. And if
I don't think there's any question that's the right move.
Like if Minshew's bad, they're picking top 5 next year anyways, and they're going to get.
Well, that's true. Yeah. They don't need. They are going to get a better player at quarterback next year for sure. I just don't expect. I guess I'm already negative in terms of what Minshew's going to do next year, and he did prove enough to earn this spot. It's just hard to rely on him and think that mold is going to be your quarterback of the future. But yes, Jake Fromm is not better than who they would get next year. They're clearly a top 5 team.
I'm not sure Jake Fromm is better than Minshew.
He's not. Jake.
No.
No.
Yeah, I mean Jake. I don't think anyone's high on Jake Fromm, to be honest.
Jake Fromm is the typical guy that doesn't raise the floor of your.
Well, you want to talk about this? Okay, if Jake Fromm doesn't go here, where does Jake Fromm go, or where's the next quarterback to go? How about that?
Where he belongs.
Jake Fromm should be a day 3 pick. Like
yes,
right.
Firmly. Like he has. I think I gave him like a round 6.
The 6th round, like literally.
He's not.
There's no hyperbole there. That's where he belongs.
Yeah,
agreed.
Eason has upside because his arm talent is impressive, and he has some really nice.
And the Jags do go D tackle. They go Hamilton out of Ohio State, so that's a solid pick.
That's a good.
And again, as Cale said, they've had a good draft to this point.
But my question is, what is up with Gallimore? Because I feel like Gallimore's a guy that should have gone by now, and maybe he's a guy similar to Mims who.
Listen, man, I think it's the Big 12.
Yeah,
that's what I asked earlier. Is that going to affect recruiting?
Well, there was a thing. So
that
I
used
had
to get them into the NFL. It's not now.
That Kenneth Murray would kind of get kind of screwed because of the reputation of that Oklahoma defense. Obviously, that wasn't the case. He still went in the first round, and he was fine. But maybe that's what's happening with Gallimore, and maybe that'll happen with other Oklahoma defenders as well, because that's the story of the Big 12. We've seen a lot of Big 12 defenders go already, even some defensive backs, but maybe that's what Gallimore's getting. Maybe that's, you look back at what Oklahoma did defensively the last few years, and it was not very impressive. It wasn't very good. Maybe that's the kind of rap that Gallimore is getting right now. And this Goodell's reading the Saints pick at the moment. And they take finally a guy who was dropping. They take Zach Bond, the outside linebacker in Wisconsin.
That's a really good pick for them. That's a really good pick.
Yeah.
Can put his hand in the dirt, still be that base end that they like, but they also need an off-ball backer, and Bond can do that. So, yeah, you get great value. I mean, the Saints are doing a great job of maximizing their value with Bond. They get Cesar Ruiz in the first round, so really nice job.
And Arizona's a team that I think has had a solid draft to this point. That also.
And I like so they picking high. I had them taking. An offensive lineman. I thought that they were going to be in that team, one of those teams that was going to absolutely want to tackle right there up at the top of the draft. They go a different direction. They go linebacker. They take Isaiah Simmons, the best linebacker in the draft. And then they don't pick again. They don't have a 2nd round pick. They don't pick again till all the way in the 3rd round. And they still get Josh Jones, who's a 1st round tackle. That is an incredible draft for Arizona. Yeah. I don't even think that I could have imagined it going any better for them. That is a fantastic pair of picks in the 1st round and the 3rd round to get those 2 impact talents. I think that's a great job.
Yeah, and it's an odd job, but it's a great job because you have Cliff Kingsbury, who is known for offense, didn't even have a winning record in college, certainly not known for defense, and he's managed to finagle, get lucky as well, and managed to kind of retool the defense and have a solid draft. I think they're very, very underrated in terms of the success of the Cardinals draft to this point, and he's very, very deserving of his little plush pad there, the bachelor pad from the Wolf of Wall Street. He's earned every bit of that cigar right now, whatever else he's going to partake on to celebrate, because it's all been house money to this point. They've had to have some luck and have these guys fall to them. But unlike Miami, and this is why I think I've failed Miami to this point, they're getting the best players available at the positions when they're drafting them in addition to needs. That's why what the Ravens have done well. That's what the Niners did really well in round 1. That's not what Miami did at all. And Tua, any of us would have drafted Tua then. You don't have to think about that. That's not going to impress anybody.
I'm not sure.
Lions here on the clock.
I don't think I would have drafted Tua there, but I understand the pick.
No, you understand what I've been against Tua for a while now, calling him a prediction of a bust. So I get what you're saying, but the situation Miami almost had to do it, from what Cale was saying as well. and they had to. The Saints here, you look at their war room there. They got like an older school 1970s look. I don't know what's going on there in New Orleans. The Lions here on the clock again, and we talked about Detroit. They're another team that doesn't get tons of publicity, but they are having a great draft as well. And with Matt Stafford still in his prime years, he's not incredibly old. He's still productive. That could be a team that could potentially be the class of the NFC North with the Packers in flux. We don't know Rodgers' future and how unhappy he's going to be. The fact that they really have a running game style without that many weapons. Defensively, there are question marks despite improving last year. The Bears are all over the place, and they have older players. They don't really have a legit quarterback. Foles is there, but who knows how he'll play in the regular season. And then you look at the Vikings, who are a good team, but they haven't been able to get the job done. I think Detroit's really set up for the future well.
And they take Jonah Jackson, the guard from Ohio State, so we get another Buckeye off the board. And
this has been a great draft for Ohio State.
Provide some help for Matthew Stafford there, giving some protection up the middle.
That's not the guy I would have taken as the next guard, but it seems like a reasonable pick here. And Nick, what's your take?
That's a mean interior O-line with Frank Ragnow. Both of those guys are mainly power guys that kick defensive linemen's teeth in for a living. He's not a great athlete at all, but he's a solid football player. Will protect Matt Stafford well there. I like it. I like the pick. Better guards on the board. Netane Moody is who I would have gone if they like the medicals just fine. But yeah, Jackson's good value here. I don't mind it.
And you have the
I
Bucks
think in
now.
general, guard was a good value for that pick as well. I think if you look at the position groups that are, I think there's a lot of good guards that are finally rising to kind of the top of the big board at this point in the draft.
But look at that for the Lions there. Akude, Swift, that's a solid draft, all four of those players. And they weren't in the greatest slot every time. They had to get lucky, but they certainly got their guy. Detroit versus everybody. Detroit, I think, gets the W in the NFL draft to this point. The Buccaneers now on the clock here, 76 here, moving through the third round.
Goodell's reading the pick right now
of our NFL draft show.
And we get a running back off the board, and this is a guy that I thought could be an interesting pick if the Steelers took him at 102. They take Keyshawn Vaughn, the running back out of Vanderbilt.
Well, they had to eventually draft a running back, right?
I think that's a good pick, and that's a good pick.
Right.
I like him a lot. I like what he did at Vanderbilt, and they need one because I think they're gonna throw the ball around to those wide receivers in Tampa, but also I think they're gonna try and take a little bit out of the Patriots playbook over the last few years here and try to get that running game kind of going again. They're gonna try and be more balanced than teams have been in the past. It's probably, I think, try to be more balanced than Tampa's been in the past.
Yeah, and they're going to be, I would imagine, a lot more balanced and at least more careful with the football and more efficient than when they had Winston.
Brady. Well, yeah, but I think they're gonna be more inclined to let's try and get the running game going because we have Tom Brady than with Jameis Winston. Right. With Jameis Winston, we're killing time until we can figure out who we're going to get after. But now I feel like
that's true.
I feel like this is a good pick. I like Keyshawn Vaughn a lot.
No, and that's accurate. And also, I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of get more of the Brady level of play from the early 2000s where they won rings with the Patriots, but he was more of that use the running back, more of a game manager, can throw when necessary. That's more of the older Brady you'd rather have so that he can not make the mistakes that he was more prone to last year than ever before.
I think the Bucs have had a pretty good draft too. First round, they go Tristan Wirfs from Iowa. They go Antoine Winfield Jr. in the second. And now they get Keyshawn Vaughn. They addressed three needs right off the bat that they needed right there. They needed a tackle to protect Brady. They needed a safety desperately, and now they needed a running back too. And they hit on all of those. And I think it's a really good job done so far by Tampa Bay.
Yeah. How about Denver? They draft Judy. He's the highest rated receiver that they drafted in a long time. Too. That's a major addition for the Broncos, who have not really had a playmaker in a while since maybe Emmanuel Sanders left. And then they're getting younger as well. Thoughts about Denver in terms of what they're going to do here, and just about Denver in general as a team who still seems like they're a year or so away, but are actually finally drafting and rebuilding. And this is now where Elway's actually having to do work. When he first got there, they did the quick fix, the Band-Aid, bringing in Manning, bringing in older players. It was able to, like LeBron with the Cavs or Heat, you can lure in older players with Lakers, and everybody wants to go there. Now that's not the case, and they have to redo it all over again. But now they're finally doing it, seems like, properly.
Yeah. Denver, so two electric wide receivers. I don't know if they're going to go offense again and address the offensive line, maybe get Mike Munchak, another guy to work with. I think Lucas Niang is still on the board, right? So Niang would be a steal here for them. I mean, Niang makes a lot of sense.
I think, too, they need a corner. So maybe, you get a guy like Bryce Hall from Virginia still on the board. Dantzler from Mississippi State are guys as well, because they lost Chris Harris to the division rival Chargers. They don't have Akeem Talib anymore either. So they're definitely in need of help at corner, too. So, I mean, they've gone offense twice already. I'm surprised they went receiver, but they did, and they got two pretty good ones, especially what they're trying to do with Drew Lock.
What about linebacker?
It's not really a big need for them. I wouldn't mind. They could take a guard, and there's still a couple good ones out there. Cushenberry still as a guy that's been like kind of connected to them a little bit. A Moody, Hennessy. There's options there. Corner.
I'd imagine they have to go defense here after the first two being wide receivers. I mean, I get maybe wanting to protect the quarterback more, and I get that system, but they do need help defensively. Maybe not at linebacker, but yeah, secondary wise.
If I were them,
they need a corner. Yeah.
Like if I were them, I would be looking just best player available here. I have 2 or 3 needs I need to fill.
Right. Okay.
Corner, O-line, and then I think linebacker is somewhat of a need, but I don't think it's massive need. If I'm them, I'm going Lucas Niang here. I think it's great value. And they bolster that O-line. And I mean, that offense, if they get that O-line down, is going to be ridiculous.
And not only do they need an offensive tackle, or they need help on the offensive line to help out Drew Lock, they just brought in Melvin Gordon. They still have Philip Lindsay. I think they also want to run the ball as well, or they wouldn't have brought him in. So they need help to do that as well. So I also agree that it'd probably be a wise decision to go offensive tackle here or offensive guard, but you're running out of corners too, and you need one desperately.
Yeah, and that's definitely a need position, especially if you're going to go defense. You went first 2 picks offensively, you go defense, and that's the biggest need. Nick, in terms of the rest of your mock and the rest of your big board, who are some players that have not been talked about as much that are still available that maybe the fans don't know as much about because we're getting deep now into the third round that you can kind of mention that these teams may key on or should key on?
Reggie Robinson out of Tulsa, cornerback. I mentioned him earlier. I think he's a guy that could go around this pick. Another guy that's had a late rise is Darnell Mooney out of Tulane. That's a guy that's a home run hitter, real speed guy. I mean, he's ran like a 4.35 at the combine. And I mean, he's a good route runner. He's a guy that could sneak up there. Sadiq Charles out of LSU is another guy.
He's a guy that the Broncos could take, honestly.
Yeah, actually, he could. He has some character issues, so he might slip into day 3 due to those. He was suspended this year at LSU, something to note. So he could slip, but I could see Sadiq Charles going here. So, yeah, those are 3 guys that I think fans might not know a lot about. One more guy I do want to highlight, at least for the Steelers pick at 102. We're seeing the interior guys come off the board. John Simpson.
They go corner. Denver goes corner.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, John Simpson out of Clemson, a big, strong guy, fits the Steelers' need. They were at Clemson Pro Day. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Anyone's LC Vangio with his nice little 1970s school picture. It was nice. It was like his senior picture there. I don't know if he's doing that for the seniors these days or what he was doing, but senior picture on the mantle there for the Broncos in their war room. Yeah, they go corner. That was the need. If they're going to go defense after the first 2 picks for offense and they were receiver, it makes sense. They would go defense and get a corner.
Yeah, they take a corner, but the corner is questionable.
Probably not even the best corner out of Iowa with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, this would have been a good pick for a guy that's not known. Michael Ojemudia is one of my guys in this class. I think he's one of the smartest corners in the class. He's a playmaker. He's a good tackler. He's a good player, guys. I actually like this pick. I like this pick. I think
we got a Nick pick here.
We'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I trust Nick.
Do you think he's the best corner available right now, though?
No, he's not the best corner available, but I love that one of my
Why
guys.
do you like this pick for Denver if you agree he's not the best available?
I like it because he's a great scheme fit for them. Because he's got the length to be press man, and they like doing some press stuff, but what they've done recently is run a lot of half quarters And that's exactly what he did at Iowa. So this is a natural transition to him in the NFL. His transition is going to be easy. He's a plug and play guy. He's polished. I mean, you look at him. I just love the fit for him. He might not be the best corner on the board. Maybe though, if you're doing a Broncos specific board, he might be the best corner on the board just because he fits that team.
Who is then the best corner on the board? Dantzler? Like, who's the best corner on the board then?
Dantzler. It's Dantzler. Yeah. I think,
Who else is still out there? Troy Pride?
Bryce Hall.
Yeah, Bryce Hall, Reggie Robinson. Here's the thing with Cam Dantzler. Like, this is a guy that ran a 4.65. That's awful. I mean, that historical precedence. There have only been two guys that have beaten that. It's Josh Norman and Trumaine Johnson. Those are the only two guys that have ran that bad and been good in the NFL. And I mean, that was very short spurts. Both of them fell off quickly. But he's the only guy that shut down Jamar Chase this year too. I mean, no one got the best of Cam Dantzler this year. Jamar Chase got shut down. Henry Ruggs got shut down. Devonta Smith.
The Falcons are picking, yeah.
All of them
just took Matt Hennessy from Temple, the center.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But in other words, draft Cam Dantzler. That's what I would say. Draft Cam Dantzler.
And now you have two monkey wrenches coming here after Atlanta, which definitely was a solid pick for them and filled a need. But you got the Jets here, who out of nowhere went from a draft that would have been heavily criticized when they didn't take Mims. They trade out of it. I don't know why they were gun shy, but they get him anyway later. So now it's a solid draft, as Nick said. And then the Raiders, now Vegas Raiders after.
Nick, we're sitting here at about just about 25 picks until the Steelers go again. Well, where do you see as the board kind of shaping up as maybe just from a positional standpoint? Has anything happened as we move through the second and third round that's sort of been a trend that you think is notable when it comes to the Steelers?
I'm going to say this. I think it's interesting that the wide receivers haven't gone at all. We're not seeing a lot of wide receivers go. But the one thing is the interior O-line and the interior D-line are getting picked up here a good bit. So we're seeing a lot of guys go off the board there. Not a lot of running backs yet. We've seen two go here in Gibson and Vaughn. So we got guys like Moss, Eno Benjamin, LaMichael Pirine, Darrington Evans still on the board. So there's a lot of options at running back. And at edge, there's a few options too. There's Alex Highsmith still out there. So yeah, there's a lot of options here. Interior O-line though, looking less likely at 102.
Are you getting close to maybe call another shot? Are you ready to?
You want me if I call a shot from here? It's a little.
That'd be impressive.
Shot in the dark.
That'd be a Babe Ruth shot. That'd be a Babe Ruth called shot. Yeah, that would be impressive.
I'll take a shot in the dark then. I'll take a shot and call Alex Highsmith.
Okay.
Nick,
get you maybe 10 picks within.
I mean, I actually thought coming into this draft that the Steelers' number one overall need is nose tackle, and it's not a position that really lined up with where they were drafting very well. Is there a guy in these IDLs that are maybe between here and where they picked that is actually a Steelers nose tackle? Because I mean, like I know a guy like Jordan Elliott is here, and I think they talked to him, but he's not really that 3-4 nose. Is there one of those guys to be had here?
I mean, Gallimore's still somehow on the board, so that would be something. He's a nose that can shift out to 3-tech, so that's a Hargrave-esque pick. I mean, that'd be Hargrave-esque value here in the third round. So
yeah, that would be Hargrave all over again.
I mean, like that would be a steal for the Steelers. A true nose. I mean, Rashard Lawrence, that's a reach though. I mean, there's not really a lot of true noses in the class, period. So
yeah.
That true nose just went off the board to Jackson. So in Devon Hamilton. This is why I was talking a little bit about this. Oh, Lecky Fotu, another guy that would be a pick.
He's more of a fourth round pick, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would say fourth. Here's the interesting thing with me. There were no reported meetings of defensive tackles throughout the process. We got a few of every position the Steelers could have needed. None at the combine, none at virtually. We never got any report. I wonder if they view it less. Do they trust Alu maybe to move inside? Do they trust Bugs? I don't know. Maybe I just don't want to go into opening day with Daniel McCullers as my starting nose. but
I
that
don't
might be
think
what
that
they're
he
doing.
would be. I think they'd do one of the other things. Maybe move Hayward to tackle.
Well, the other thing too is
That'd be
maybe
interesting.
maybe they just plan on playing more of a 4-man front because of the way the NFL is
Play a
changing in
2-man.
terms of the multiple wide receivers and stuff. You know, you're playing more nickel stuff. You're playing with 2 defensive linemen, and then your defensive ends turn into TJ Watt and Bud.
I think that's more likely than moving Hayward.
Yeah, I think they're probably planning on playing more 2 defensive linemen and then playing a 4-man front, and that probably lines up more with what they're trying to do in the back end. Also, you know, with an extra, you know, moving Terrell Evans around and then having Minka single high.
Yeah,
Right.
but you still have to be able to play your base defense, and
Yeah,
I don't think with the roster they have right now they can.
This is the one thing. I mean, I was discussing this with some other people, and they're like, they think that they're going to move Alu to nose. I don't know.
It's plausible. I would move Hayward before I'd move Alu.
Like that. I would move Hayward and then put Wormley and Alu in a rotation over at the 5 tech. That's what I would do.
Wormley can go in there, and I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to absorb double teams successfully. But I mean, he can stand there and play the position. I'm just not sure that it's a very good fit.
not what
The
you want.
Jets go defensive end here out of Florida, so I thought
Bernard?
maybe they would add another weapon, even though they got Mims there. But no, they go defense. They need to shore it up.
Which one did they go? Did they go Grenard or Zuninga?
Zuninga.
Zuninga.
Okay.
They go Zuninga.
All right, interesting. Grenard's the better one.
I mean, the only issue with Zuninga is he's coming off of an injury. He's not. He's coming off an injury-plagued season.
Like Zuninga's like a guy that I talked about in the summer as having all the upside in the world, and then he just never improved.
He
got hurt. Didn't he get hurt?
But I mean, even in flashes, like at the beginning of the year, you just didn't see anything from improvement from his junior tape. And I mean, we've been talking about this since he was a sophomore. He's got to improve. He hasn't changed since he was a sophomore.
Well, what's the thought process in taking him now? Because if he's coming off of an injury-plagued season in which he's struggling, they go here when there was somebody else available at the same position.
I'm not sure. He's like a day 3 guy to me. He's just a juiced up edge rusher with upside, but hasn't improved at all.
It's like a debate class. I'm trying to be like a professor to you and ask you to get in the heads of people you disagree with.
Well, I mean, I think to me, I mean, like he looks to me like he is just the archetype of the college defensive end in a 4-3 scheme that they're going to try to get to be a linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. And so anytime you're
like a Michael Sam,
anytime you're doing that, you're all about, like, if you look at the guys the Steelers took, not all of them were good defensive ends in college. Like, you know, some of them were pretty pedestrian because they were not their body style wasn't actually well suited for the position they were playing in college. It was better suited to be a 3-4 outside linebacker, but they played at a 4-3 school. I think to me, he looks a lot like a lot of 4-3 defensive ends that the Steelers turned into 3-4 outside linebackers. The Jets have a 3-4 scheme. And when you're making that transition, it's all about projection. So if you can fall in love with the athlete, you can ignore a lot of the lack of production because you figure you're going to have to coach them up on something totally new anyway.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the health concern might be something you can't fix. I mean, that is something as well.
Sure. And you know, and I don't think the Jets are very good at linebacker in general, so he doesn't have to be great to be an upgrade over what they have.
And this is now an interesting point here because we have the Raiders who are now going to be back-to-back. So the Raiders are going to be able to do some things here. And they've had a solid draft that's a little uncharacteristic of the Raiders to this point.
And I think this is a pick that Nick alluded to or predicted earlier, but the Raiders take Lynn Bowden Jr. from Kentucky.
That's such a Raiders pick.
Yeah.
They finally go Raiders because they've been against the
Raiders in round 1 too.
I guess so, yeah.
They take a guy that was single-handedly carrying his team to wins all season. So
it's a receiver, and they love taking receivers, and the Raiders are all about speed and athletic receivers. It didn't work out.
Not really a receiver. I mean, it is, but it's more than that.
Am I the only one that thinks this is a weird fit because they have a pure slot in Renfro, and I mean, Bowden's not playing outside. He just doesn't beat press, so he's a slot. So what are you going to use him as? Taysom Hill?
And a guy from not too far.
I think they're going to use him as
well, like Mariota could be Taysom Hill. So Like it's weird to me. I don't. Where do you use Bowden in that offense? It's a weird fit because Renfro has vice grip hands and is a good route runner. You're not going to push him off the field. I don't
I
know.
mean, I think you use him with Tyreek Hill, I
Yeah.
guess. Like Tyreek Hill is a pure slot that is, a starting wide receiver for Kansas City. I mean, I guess you just don't have it outside.
It's weird. I mean, you have Tyrell Williams and Henry.
Yeah, but they
Ruggs
have
that are
Patrick
outside.
Mahomes. And the Raiders don't.
Yeah,
so
but it's
Tyrell-
not like it takes a lot of ability to throw the zero routes that make him good either.
No, does this draft at all with what they've done add maybe some calming to the conversation around whether Carr and Gruden are going to be able to work together? Does this kind of make it clear that they're going to stick with Carr and they're going to give it a shot and maybe they have worked together and got over things?
I mean, I thought that was clear anyway. I'll tell you this,
No, it kind of was, but this solidifies it. And that was a conversation prior to last year. And after the whole AB drama, there were people that every time there was a quarterback in rumors, it was always about the Raiders. And that might just be that they always are interested in everyone. But Carr's been a solid quarterback who's dealt with a lot of crap with the Raiders for years. I do think he's actually been underrated. I would stick with him rather than get anybody else that could have been available. But this now at least solidifies that, as we now have Mayhawk clapping when he sees it on his TV above his stove.
It's not over the stove. There's a living room that's across from the kitchen island. I was wrong yesterday when I was saying that, but the Raiders are up again, and Goodell's about to announce their second pick. They need a defensive lineman, so I could see them going for Gallimore here.
Yeah,
and they do have Mariota there as well, but I just don't see him being actually somebody that's going to compete with Carr. I didn't like him in Tennessee, and here we now see with the Raiders.
All right. They took Brian Edwards from South Carolina, a third wide receiver,
and back to back
draft of all time.
And back to back. This is now a very Raiders draft, and I guess Gruden wants to throw some balls. He wants to throw footballs.
I guess.
Are they trading Tyrell Williams?
Maybe.
That doesn't make sense to me because you have Ruggs and Renfro, who are two really good young receivers. You have Williams, who's the top receiver.
Well, remember they traded Khalil Mack to get all this draft capital, and they've not really replaced that position with any of this capital.
They have Max Crosby, but they don't have a guy else like Max Crosby. So
okay,
that's an issue. What? I don't get it. It's weird to me that they're going receiver. I mean, I love Brian Edwards and Lynn Bowden. It's just, I don't know what the value is there for them. What value do they get out of having 5 really good wide receivers? I mean, are they have to be trading Tyrell Williams in order for this to happen?
I mean, I get taking 2. Obviously, Ruggs, and then you take a second one, but I don't understand the premise of taking 3 when they still desperately need an interior defensive lineman. So I'm still wondering what the issue is with Gallimore, that he's still there.
Well, I mean, I don't think you can put not being selected by the Raiders.
Okay, yeah.
The issues don't necessarily lie with the player.
Well, guys, I think it's pretty clear that if ever there was going to be a team to draft back-to-back wide receivers after drafting a receiver earlier when they have other needs, it was going to be the Raiders. So that was going to be this is a Raider thing to do. But yeah, it's, honestly, as much as a Raider thing to do, it seems like Mayock's at least smarter. I guess he's not been a GM prior for a TV guy than to do this. I mean, it just seems so unconventional that you're literally not a track team. You do need to actually play defense. This is not a arena.
Well, they did take a corner. They took Damon Arnett from Ohio State.
Okay. But there's too many receivers. They're wasting picks that could go somewhere else. I get maybe I don't have a problem with one of these two being a receiver. I don't care. It's just that the fact that they're back to back after already taking Ruggs, who was a great pick at the time. We all like that one, but now this is getting perplexing. And they're thrilled. You're seeing a lot of slapping high fives with a bunch of people that all look very, very similar.
Well, the Raiders are going to be so the guy we just talked about goes off the board to the Cowboys. Neville Gallimore to Big D.
I see the confusion there with the stove thing and how there was an island. I now see that. I see that now. Jerry Jones still does not look happy. He has looked pissed this entire time for 2 straight days.
I don't know why he has. That's a great draft for.
Yeah, we actually didn't talk about the Cowboys earlier when we were mentioning teams that won this draft. The Cowboys might be a big winner overall.
Lamb, Davis, and now Gallimore. That's really good draft.
They've had a great draft so far, and they're a team that's in win now mode. They have a lot of contract issues, but they're definitely a team that had some holes that they have now filled, as well as getting best available and already having pieces there. They definitely are one of these winners today. And Denver and then the Rams after the Cowboys pick here becomes official. Again, this is the NFL Draft Show here with Steelers Now on Pittsburgh Sports Live. This is day 2 of our draft coverage, giving you that jam-packed back-to-back virtual draft here as we're using Zoom as the NFL doing their virtual draft. And there is, one thing we haven't touched on at all that we haven't needed to. There has not been one technical issue, connection issue, any coach, any GM complaining about any of that. They did more complaining prior to the draft. All the expectations that these guys had that Kevin Colbert brought up that he wanted more rounds because of, none of that has actually become an issue. There has been more problems with drafts and teams missing picks in past drafts that were regular, not here in the virtual draft. It's gone off without a hitch to this point.
Agreed. And I think the other thing, too, is we need to give a big shout out to Trey Wingo of ESPN because he has been expertly orchestrating this entire thing the last 2 days, an unenviable position for him to have to carry along this entirely virtual draft. But he's done a hell of a job. So we got to give him a shout out as well. Because
and he's hosting 2 networks and and Booger.
Hey, I you know what? Booger gets a bad rap, okay? I kind of like Booger.
Almost gotta love him at this point.
Ever since he had that line where he said Kelvin Benjamin's a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end, I was always completely fine with him after he said that.
That was the line of the year. I have to
line
say.
of the century.
Potentially.
Will never be a better line of Monday Night Football.
Okay. They've had comedians in the color booth, but yes, that was the best line ever to this point. Where do we grade the Broncos draft? I mean, obviously Judy, Hamler, they're like the Raiders. It's been 2 receivers. I don't think they're going to go as Raiders and go 3 receivers again, but they are picking now, and they just went corner. They just went defense. Do they go something to try to protect somebody? Do they go in terms of, we mentioned some safe guard selections potentially. Do they go back to defense? They have been put on as potentially.
I would say go offensive line. Cushionberry's still there.
Yeah.
Yang's still there.
Yang is still there as well.
Moody.
I mean, I think definitely need to go offensive line here.
A guy like Matt Pert, who we haven't talked about a lot. I think it would be a pretty decent pick for them.
Has anything happened, Nick, that changes any perception of what the Steelers may do in recent picks at all?
Not really. I mean, other than Gallimore coming off the board, not really. I don't know. I'm feeling O-line at 102. The more we get,
it's an important pick though for the Steelers in order to have, in terms of their draft grade and how they've actually done. Claypool's a good pick. It fits. It was a little bit maybe sketchy with Mims there, but he then eventually slits. They get a mulligan there, but they don't have that many picks and they're far from each other. So they need to hit when they're there.
Yeah. So, I mean, they reach a little bit on Claypool, even if Claypool's not a bad player, so I'm not going to kill them for it. He's not a bad player. Now you might not be great, but that's to me too. The Steelers obviously viewed him as a second-round player and over Claypool. I think Mims is the better player. Claypool might be the better fit though in Pittsburgh. I mean, that's just legitimate. I wouldn't have taken him at 49. I would have liked for them to have traded back.
Sure.
But it's fine that they didn't do it. At 102 though, this is where you want to get value and need. So you want to fill something. You have a few needs you can fill. At safety, Kavon Wallace still on the board out of Clemson. John Simpson still there. Both of those guys out of Clemson would be very good value. Niang would be elite value. I mean, Niang's the 32nd ranked player on my big board. So get him at 102, I'd be stoked. I'm just Cushionberry still on the board too. I mean, this is shaping up to be good at offensive line. And we know that the Steelers need depth options on the interior and in the future.
What about running back? When does the next running back go?
That's the direction I think the Steelers should go in here with their third round pick, because I was adamant that they should not have gone with a running back at 49.
Okay.
And I think that if you want to go, I think they need to go off the offensive route again if they're maximizing these next 2 years. And I think they can get they can get some good value there at 102 at running back. And they can get a guy who, like I've kind of been rehashing all night, a guy that is a kind of diversifies that running back group. They can get a guy with some speed, with some twitch in him. They can get a home run hitter kind of guy that, instead of trading for a Fournette that's very similar to James Conner and similar to Benny Snell as well. And instead of shelling out that 49th overall pick, some of the guys on the board, the guy, Darrington Evans from Appalachian State that Nick likes a lot, that's a guy that I think would immediately add some excitement to that offense. And a guy who with some speed that can catch the ball out of the backfield. LaMichael Pirine. There's plenty of guys. Zach Moss is still on the board as Cushenberry gets drafted by the Broncos. So
they had to do it at this point.
The protection.
That's a good pick.
For Drew Lock. But I think, and I like Eno Benjamin too out of Arizona State, a Herm Edwards guy. But I really liked what I saw of him on tape when I watched him last season for the Sun Devils. So if you're going to go running back, I think this is the perfect area to do it because I think there's some guys that can really provide something to this offense.
Nick, one of the positions that is obviously a need for the Steelers that we have not talked about at all because it has not really been a fit for where they're drafting and for this class has been inside linebacker. They lose Mark Barron. Vince Williams is not a young guy. So they have an immediate need for a third inside linebacker and a future need for a future starter there. And I'm looking at the board here. Davis Gether, Marcus Bailey, Malik Harrison. There's a couple inside linebackers that could be decent value for their third round pick. What do you think?
I didn't come into the draft circling inside linebacker as a need. It could be.
Is that because of last year? Because they filled it last year, even though there's still another.
I like Ulysses Gilbert. I really like what I saw from him. That's just me, though. I think the Steelers really like Ulysses Gilbert as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have released Mark Barron. But if I'm Akeem Davis Gaither is very tempting, because he's a starter right away. He's better than Vince Williams, like better 3-down linebacker.
Yes,
play him right beside Bush. That'd be one of the best coverage units in the league at linebacker. So I'm down for it. I think it's really good value and it fills a potential need.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting. It would obviously be a change in strategy, right? I don't think anybody thought that's where they were going to go, but if he keeps falling, I think he's a really good option. And then the offensive linemen seem to be. Niang, I don't know what he's still doing here. There's a couple other guys.
I'll tell you, if they can't get a solid running back they like, which I think they should go running back like Cale said, but if they can't get a solid running back they like, or if they like Snell enough to pair him with Connor, they're not going to bring in Fournette, or even if they are, then offensive linemen should be a real concern and should really be what they're going after the rest of this draft. So who knows? Snell was okay at times. He's very, very friendly and always willing to do an interview. I'll tell you that. I asked him actually at camp. I remember, Alan, you might remember this. I turned to you after I randomly said to him, hey, will you do this quick interview as we were going down near the fence there for that Friday Night Lights practice? And he said, yeah, you're in media. I can't turn you guys down, right? And I laughed to myself. It was like,
oh, no, you can.
You certainly can, but you're not right now. And you just agreed to my interview. And yeah, I got a good laugh out of everybody around.
But I think running back makes sense for the Steelers, but I like 3 or 4 offensive linemen more than I like all the running backs. I like Davis Gether more than I like all the running backs.
So do you go offensive lineman and then consider maybe trading that 6th rounder for Fournette?
Yeah, I think there are, as it stands right now, and obviously we're still, 17, 18 picks away.
Yes.
But as it stands right now, there are a lot of players I like more than I like any of the running backs. And I also don't think there's a lot of separation between the next 4 or 5 running backs that are going to come off the board. I'm not sure that one is like a significantly better player than the others.
My issue, though, is I agree with you, but this team does need to fill a weakness at the position. There were several games where they couldn't get the running game moving. I get Connor was hurt. I get maybe overusing him in the Dolphin game, which I did criticize Tomlin on my show for Pittsburgh Sports Live. But at this point, Connor has not had an entire season of work. He is a question mark whether or not he can be the featured back. Snell is a great complimentary back, but that's it. You'd like to have somebody else to have some confidence in your team to be a little versatile rather than just a full-on passing team, and that would cause Ben to make more turnovers like he did a couple years ago. Any offensive line could help these running backs, but if you're not going to try to go get Fournette, which, again, I would do if you're really in win-now mode, and you don't don't love anybody that you're drafting, you're a little bit screwed then, unless Snell really picks it up. You're looking at a very similar season to last year if Connor can't stay healthy.
I think if they had Ben Roethlisberger as their quarterback, the running game would have been just fine last year. I actually don't think running back is a need for them at all. I like them
At all?
At all.
Do you love Snell, or do you believe more in Connor than say I do?
I believe in Connor. I like Snell, and I think Jalen Samuels is the pass catching back that people want. Just didn't have a quarterback that could
only in spurts though.
I didn't have a quarterback that could throw him the ball. I mean, I like their running backs. I don't think
the Colts go here. Julian Blackmon here, safety out of Utah.
Wow, that's early for Julian Blackmon. But
yeah, that's another reach, but it is, I guess, a need position for them.
Yeah.
You're getting a lot of teams drafting need positions with reaching on value players. That's kind of been a trend here, especially in the second and third round. Teams are just sticking to who they need. It appears teams are drafting more to need than value, which is generally the opposite of what we usually see and what normally teams would do at this point.
I think one of the things that causes that is that it's as the number of different offenses and the number of different sub-package defenses and that all 53 players have become far more specialized. And so it's one thing to say that you have a need at a position. Like, could the Steelers use a safety? Yes, absolutely. Sure. I mean, we've talked about them taking a safety. But they don't need like a giant physical heavy hitting safety because they've already got one of those in Terrell Edmonds. It's to the point where you can't duplicate skill set. It's not just position, right? Like the Steelers needed a wide receiver. Well, they weren't going to take a slightly undersized guy that is really good at going deep and not much else. They've already got James Washington.
I guess so. Yeah.
So like it's become this, like, as the league has gotten more and more specialized, I do think that teams are zeroing in on the specific traits they really want and not worrying so much about this guy is rated below this guy or this guy's the overall better player, because we really need a safety that can play both to the field or to the boundary, and or we really need a corner that can play inside and outside, or we really only need a slot corner and we don't need an outside corner. And I think that's, as this whole process progresses, I think that's one of the things that we as a media community are going to have to do a better job of, is explaining that, like, there are more than 22 positions, and really lay out, like, these guys are slot receivers. Like, they should be listed as slot receiver, not just.
Yeah, it's a bigger deal.
That's different. That, like the two picks that the Raiders go back and say, oh, they took two straight wide receivers. Those two guys could not be more different players. Like, they're totally different. They play different positions.
And if you look at
positions,
and it is about your skill set more than position than ever before. And if you look at the dynamic duos and the best duos even throughout NFL history, a lot of the time they do different things. Randy Moss, a deep threat receiver. Chris Carter, more of that slot moving the chains receiver, even with Hines Ward and Plexco for that brief time. So that is kind of what teams are trying to put together. And maybe that's, again, why Claypool was the pick instead of Mims. You now see Zach Moss, the running back out of Utah, going to the Bills here. So that's another running back, maybe quicker than we would have thought in terms of running backs getting drafted. I was going to bring up and also ask that they showed a lot of video there of Jake Fromm, who I agree is certainly not a third-round pick and shouldn't be picked here for quite some time. But Eason's a guy with his arm strength that could maybe be taken. Somebody could take a shot on him. Do you believe Eason's the next quarterback taken, and who's the next team to maybe take a quarterback? Because the other issue you fall into right now
points to the clock right now.
It could be it's the Patriots. Yeah.
Certainly use a quarterback.
Yeah, that could definitely be the idea. And Eason could be that guy with arm strength they maybe could groom. They don't have to worry about right away, and Belichick could maybe try to make something happen with him. I could see that. That definitely makes some sense. But now you get into a situation, if not New England, where some of these guys would get drafted to a team that already has a young quarterback that it would make even less sense into. I guess that's kind of what happened with Jalen Hurts and the Eagles with Wentz being there. But yeah, I guess New England would be that next team for potentially Eason here.
I keep bringing up the Raiders as potentially a pick. 91.
But they just traded for Mariota, though. Doesn't that change things? Because that's the young
Does
quarterback.
it?
that they
I mean,
now
like
have.
if you
I
can
don't
get
know.
is Mariota or is Mariota your franchise or is he just there as a backup?
No, but they have Carr, who's still kind of young, and then they have Mariota, who is even younger.
The question,
And
I
I
think
don't love either one of them, but yeah.
like I think their question is, can they win with Derek Carr? If they believe so, they're obviously not going to take
Okay.
Eason.
That's
But
right.
if they don't, I think they could take him. Eason needs to sit a few years anyways, so
That's true.
How about the
it could be a
Titans?
pick. I think it's good value. I mean, I think Eason's bad, but like
You hear that? How about the Titans? Because we know what happened last year. They had a quarterback have some success in terms of winning, but it wasn't like he was having to throw that many passes. It was more of that dink and dunk game managing to get them those victories in the playoffs. He did get a contract to stay there. However, I don't believe he's the franchise guy. I don't think they even fully believe that yet. Mariota is now gone. He's in Oakland, or I'm sorry, in Vegas, as we mentioned. So is that maybe a team that has a security blanket with another young guy they bring in who doesn't need to go in there right away? And if things fall off the rails again, and that quarterback position is going to be what they all point to if they start losing. That's going to be where the eyeballs go.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's possible, but they just paid Ryan Tannehill a massive bag.
I know that just sucks so much. I just don't believe he can
it's
do it
just
over the long term.
They paid him so much. I think I remember seeing when they did the cap breakdown. I think it's like a 2-year deal. They pretty much it's pretty much essentially a 2-year deal. They have an out. So it's
right,
possible.
but didn't you mention Eason's a guy who you want to wait for a couple of years? So maybe that's perfect.
It is possible. I mean, I think it's also completely possible that the Titans are just going to go all in on
Patriots pick.
what they have right now. So, yeah, Eason's not a bad fit there. I mean,
if I'm the Patriots, I would go Eason. I think Eason makes sense for the Patriots.
If I'm the Patriots, I go Davis Gaither.
Well, they went Jennings. They don't do either one. They went Jennings, outside linebacker, Alabama. So there's the pedigree, but it's another defensive backer. This has been the linebacker parade for now 2 years with New England in the draft. And the defenses would help them win those championships recently in that recent dynasty, more so than even the offense, as Brady was putting scotch tape on some receivers. And now they're getting really younger on defense because that defense finally started to falter. This is typical Belichick, especially defensively. The second you take a dip, he will replace you, and that's what he's been doing with Winovich all the way now here again with another backer.
Where do they play him, Winovich, and Uche?
That's the question.
They're all outside linebackers.
This tells me they
no inside back. Do they move anybody to inside? Can anybody fit better in the inside?
Uche. This tells me they might view Uche as off ball. It's very possible they view him as an off-ball backer.
Okay.
It's possible. I mean, the Patriots dink and dunk so many things. I mean, they run a massive rotation.
I'd imagine they like Winovich too. I don't think they're souring on Winovich, right?
No, he was good last year.
No,
yeah, I know. Yeah.
I mean, they lost Van Noy, and now they're replacing Van Noy with 3 other guys. So.
Or is this purely just Belichick? Defensive-minded, best available. I can't not do it. I'll make it happen.
No, because Jennings is not a guy that was like gonna go so quickly that he wasn't gonna get another shot at him. I don't think.
Well, they don't have picks for a while. I don't know.
They have a few picks here.
They've got another pick coming up.
They have 3 picks, I think.
Oh, okay.
They pick again at 100, right ahead of the Steelers. So
they do.
Like,
Okay. I knew they had several picks, but I thought it was after.
I don't think Jennings was like some guarantee to go between 100.
No, but this is 3 linebackers in 2 years, and 2 of the 3 were top flight backers with value.
Ball, that's a bit of a projection because he hasn't done it a lot. He did a little bit. I mean, he's got good speed. He's shown some coverage ability. It's interesting. It's not what I would have expected, certainly.
No, and this really means that unless it's Tennessee, Eason really certainly could fall, and this gives
I don't really consider Eason falling because I don't think he's a 3rd-round pick anyway.
No, I mean, I guess in terms of I don't disagree, but there were some teams. You could argue that teams have been drafting so much by need. That's more of a need than say a 3rd linebacker, unless that's really an indictment. If there was a quarterback they liked better, they probably would have done it. They haven't had a quarterback they love, so maybe this is an indictment of Eason in addition to Fromm and all the other QBs. This really could be these teams just don't like those guys. and they don't think anything of them. There's 6+ round flyers, 5th round maybe at best, and that's just the situation. Cleveland now on the clock here at pick 88 as we're now finally approaching getting the Steelers in sight there at 102. Again, Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale, Berger, Nick Farabaugh. Pittsburgh Steelers Now NFL draft show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. We do have the live stream still up there on the channel. We're going to cut highlights of this like we did after round 1 as well. All of those are on Pittsburgh Sports Live. All of those highlights. My rant about the Rodgers situation in Green Bay now and the Packers trading up for Jordan Love. Cale articulating why Joe Burrow, he believes, is going to be the Tiger King and going to be the savior for the Bengal franchise. We went back and forth on Minkah Fitzpatrick, and it seemed like unanimous. We all agree. I was there originally, but we now all agree that that was a great deal by the Steelers. That first-round pick, with basically the de facto first-round pick for Pittsburgh this year, is by far the best player than any other ones they would have got. It would have been a neat position if they didn't fill it with Minkah. He's young. He's on a rookie deal. He's impactful. He's better than anybody else there. He's there for the future. That was a great trade. And I think we even talked about the Juju rumors, too, that we all would have made that move, but it did not happen, and he's probably gone after a year, certainly proven by the Claypool draft, as that's basically a Juju clone. So, again, go to @PGH Steelers Now, also on Twitter to find all this content, and @PGH Sports Live on Twitter.
Interested to see how.
And the Browns here, what do you guys have the Browns taking here? Cale, it looked like you were about to jump in. I don't know if my connection maybe crapped out. I saw your mouth moving and then you didn't say anything, so I was trying to leave you go and then you left me hanging.
Oh, no, I did. I think Nick had something. He was saying something here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Browns go linebacker here, I think.
Okay.
I think linebacker makes sense.
So are they little
Akeem Davis?
I guess that's interesting if you get back-to-back linebackers, because then you would feel like Belichick would have got the better backer. So if that's not the case in terms of the big board, I wonder why he prioritized who he drafted. Can you get in Belichick's mind for me? Just kidding.
You're asking me a lot. You're asking a lot from me.
Yeah. Well, this is your maturation process, though. But anybody who's getting introduced to Nick, he is still in college, folks, so he's well ahead of the curve and certainly going to be a part of that next generation of media someday.
Oh, man, getting him.
Yeah, I can really see the Browns going linebacker here too. Losing Schobert to the Jags. They've already addressed safety. They've already addressed tackle. I can't think of anything else they really need. I mean, maybe interior defensive line. Other than that, I think it's strictly linebacker. And then based on who's left on the board at linebacker, I mean, maybe we see Akeem Davis Gaither here. I know Nick wants him to stick around as long as possible because that's his boy. Troy Dye, also a guy that potentially here is Malik Harrison of Ohio State. They have obviously the in-state connection. They already have some Ohio State players on the roster, and Denzel Ward. I think that could definitely be an option for them as well here. Because I think
if it's not backer, is there any other? If it's not linebacker,
defensive line. But I think you have to go linebacker. I think that is their clearest need right now. I mean, that was third on the list. It was tackle, it was safety. They knocked those off, and now the next one up is clearly linebacker. In terms of the defensive line, you got Jordan Elliott out of Missouri, Rashard Lawrence from LSU too. I mean, there's some guys there, but I agree with Nick. It's got to be a linebacker.
Do you guys believe anything of the rumor? Because we mentioned all the rumors around the Steelers, but the Browns are a team that affects the Steelers, and they're an interdivision rival. Any belief in terms of any of the rumors with OBJ? They kind of were quieted. They just brought him in last year. He obviously didn't produce. Him and Landry didn't have a chance to really get it done because of everything going on in Cleveland. You can't blame him. We touched on that in the round 1 edition. That's not because OBJ sucks. He's still one of the best receivers in football. But any thoughts on if they would move him, if you would move him, if you were them, and what that could maybe do for them?
No, I don't. I think that, you don't bring him in just to trade him a year later. And they wouldn't have fired Freddie Kitchens if they thought, like I said, his inability to produce was his fault. They wouldn't have fired Freddie Kitchens then. Clearly it was an X's and O's thing. They just didn't have – Freddie Kitchens didn't have the ability for some reason to be able to get Odell Beckham Jr. the ball. But no, I mean, I think that's the last thing you want to do. You bring him in to help and give a weapon to your young quarterback. The last thing you want to do is take him away, because other than Odell, you got Nick Chubb at running back, you got Jarvis, you got the tight ends. You bring in Austin Hooper. You have David Njoku there as well. And then other than that, who do you have at wide receiver with the Browns taking Jordan Elliott, the defensive tackle from Missouri?
They cannot trade OBJ. They have no depth behind him at wide receiver.
No, exactly. I wouldn't either. No.
And he had 1,000-yard season. Like, it's not like he was bad or anything.
No, he was not bad. No, you cannot blame him for that.
It was strictly a organizational issue. It was Freddie Kitchens was in over his head, had no clue for some reason how to get one of the top 4 receivers in the game the ball, which is unexcusable. So no, I mean, you keep him in there.
I don't know. I think his lack of production last year is really overstated. I think he was. I mean, if you look at his career, he's had better years when he was with the Giants, but only like slightly. I mean, I don't know. I mean, his targets in New York were 130, 158, 169, his 124, and last year was 133 in Cleveland. I mean, that's kind of right in the middle of how often he was getting the ball. I think that is what he is, and he's a really good receiver. I'm not sure he's one of the best in the league, but he's really good, and they don't have anybody else, so there's
and honestly, I didn't like the Freddie Kitchens hire in the first place, but to make him the scapegoat and blame the world on him after one season when there was so much else going wrong in Cleveland's a bit unfair either. He might not have been ready for that situation. They let Hugh Jackson linger around for several years, even when they didn't win a game. But I can't say that everything that went wrong in Cleveland was Freddie Kitchens' fault either. But of course, you move on because he shouldn't have got the job in the first place. So now you finally got to find your guy.
I just think the Freddie Kitchens, I mean, looking at the stats here, he had a career low in receptions, except for the 1 year he got hurt in 2017 where he only played in 4 games. But, he's got the 74 receptions. He's got a career low in yards, career low in touchdowns as well. I mean, he had 3 touchdowns in the season and he played only 4 games. And he only had 4 touchdowns.
I mean, to be fair, Baker didn't play as well as he did the year before.
No, agreed. And a lot of that is offensive line, and that's exactly what they addressed with their first overall pick. Right. They needed to get offensive line help. They needed to give him time.
And I have Minnesota with the selection of 89.
As Minnesota takes.
I like Jordan Elliott. It's kind of a weird pick for them in that I didn't really expect them to go there, but I like the player. Nick, what do you think there?
Yeah, I like it. Larry Ogunjobi was once promising. He kind of fell off a cliff this year. They need to replace him in that interior line. Elliott's explosive, has a ton of upside. It's up to them to coach him up. He's a bit raw, doesn't have a good pass rush plan yet, but the potential's there. I think he's a better fit as a 3 technique, so I wonder if they experiment with
This is a great pick by Minnesota. This is a great pick by Minnesota now. Dantzler is still there. They do take him at corner. That was a need. I know they addressed it already, but this is a guy that was higher on the board than who was taken earlier. He now, I guess, is the guy you could say fell, and he ends up in Minnesota.
Well, I did mock the Vikings going corner in the first round, so it's not crazy that they go corner again by the 3rd round.
Well, you said they needed 2 corners. Here they are.
I think Cam Dantzler is very good value for this pick.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely. And they lost Mackenzie Alexander, they lose Trey Waynes. They had to go double corner or they were going to have to go and pick somebody up off the street that's still available for free.
This feels like also they lucked out, though. This feels like I wonder who I wonder who they were going to pick if he wasn't available because they probably weren't predicting him to still be there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they probably should have addressed it earlier on. I mean, they did a good job getting the guy from TCU, but they did luck out because when they didn't go in the second and take the corner there, it was kind of like a head scratcher. Like, okay, well, when are they going to get one? And they lucked out.
Really, outside of Dantzler, most of the other corners that are kind of at the top of the board right now are more slot guys.
Yeah.
Reggie Robinson, I guess, would be the other one. I don't know.
But there were teams that needed a corner in front of them, so they did have some luck involved. But yeah, that's a solid pick for them, especially in terms of value. It could have been a player that was not still there. The Texans now the team on the clock as we advance to a new level here and get closer to the Steelers' next pick at 104 to round out the 3rd round.
Wow, I'm impressed by what
outside linebacker out of Florida, Greenard.
The Steelers, the board at 102 is looking really nice for the Steelers here. They have a few good options here, especially in terms of value. It's going to be hard for the Steelers to reach. If Curtis Weaver is there still, so is Alex Highsmith. So if they go outside linebacker, I mocked Alex Highsmith at 102. I'm still feeling that pick. He's there, the exact type of outside linebacker that they like. So I could see that. Maybe they'll wait for the 4th round though. He's better value at 124. I'll look at O-line though. That's the thing. I think O-line might be the pick here coming down the pipe.
The Addish.
That's possible. I'm thinking John Simpson. Just because they have the center guard capable guy in Wisniewski already, they could just get a pure guard in Simpson. So you don't force yourself into pigeonhole that you have to pick a center guard combo. But Biadish wouldn't be a bad pick.
If Davis Gether is still there, can they say no to that?
No.
I don't think either.
No.
I wouldn't say no to it, at least. I don't know.
Do the Patriots go Eason here?
Possibly.
Maybe. He's not going to go.
No, but I'm just saying they're the team that you bring up for quarterback wise. Obviously not.
I mean, they have
Baltimore.
the worst starting quarterback in the league right now. Clearly, Brian Hoyer.
I mean, he almost beat the Steelers last year. We were there, man. He had a good game. If it wasn't for an injury, I feel like they would have won that one.
Bill, I love everything about Bill's setup. It's just perfect.
It's typical Bill. It's like he's in a South Florida beach vacation, maybe in Delaware. I'm sorry.
Is where he is. He's at my grandma's house. That's where he's drafted.
But it's like he's at your grandma's house on a beach resort in Delaware, but like Bethany Beach instead of the other beach that maybe is cooler. He's at the Old Lady Beach.
Yes. There you go.
I will say also, you should all be happy to know that there are some people still watching the live feed over there on Pittsburgh Sports Live. So they are riding out with us this 4-hour parade of a show that's going to be a combined 8 hours plus after these 2 days are done from what we're producing for you here just on the on-air content for Steelers Now on Pittsburgh Sports Live. And now Goodell is purely relaxed and just laying back in his chair as they go tight end. So the Patriots go tight end. Gronk gets traded. They get more draft capital for Gronk. There were rumors of trading Gronk a couple years ago. He then retired instead. Gronk did not play last year, but Gronk's still a player that can get it done with Brady, potentially the greatest tight end of all time when healthy. We talked about his dominance and how dominant he was, kind of like Shaq in the NBA years ago. They now want to kind of replenish that, and they're looking tight ends again. They had a tight end. They were the two-headed monster of tight ends many years ago as well with Aaron Hernandez there with Gronk. So they love those tight end sense and the curl routes and that slow, methodical West Coast offense type of style. Edelman's going to need help. They go tight end.
I'm not sure. I love Asti as a value pick, but it's a pretty good fit for what the Patriots.
He's a pass catching tight end though.
Yeah, he's a good fit for what the Patriots like to do. You know, most of the tight ends that are available at the sort of the top of the board right now aren't really that guy. But I do think that's a bit of a reach. But really, I mean, if you're looking for that kind of tight end, Nick, I'm not sure there's a better pure pass catcher available right now.
Right, that's what they needed.
It's tough to say. I mean, I think Asti is one of the most underrated tight ends in the draft. Dave too, I could totally see it. He's gotten a lot of hype recently. He's a complete versatile tight end. I think he's a fine blocker. I don't think he's a bad blocker, but his catch radius is kind of the thing. He just makes a ton of tough catches outside his frame. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense. I personally would have gone Troutman, but that's just me. Hopkins is better too. Troutman and Hopkins are my top two tight ends. They're still on the board. Tight end class.
I'm not a big Hunter Bryant fan, but that feels like a Patriots-y pick, doesn't it?
Hunter Bryant, I mean, I graded Hunter Bryant as a tight end. He's kind of a receiver. Like it's really, he's like actually like a receiver. Because he's
smaller than than Chase Claypool.
like Hunter Bryant and Chase Claypool were like the same weight. So
yes.
And I'm like, and I'm not moving. And Claypool's not a tight end. Like
no,
that's not what Claypool is. I know there's been some theorizing about that, but you're not going to play Chase Claypool in line. I mean, that's not something you're going to do. Yeah, he might be used like a tight end outside and flexed out in into the Y position, but he's not going to be like a flex in guy. So I don't know. Hunter Bryant is a great receiver, but horrid blocker. So you're just picking a big receiver with that.
And now we do have the Ravens on the clock here at 92, so 10 away from the Steelers. And as we said earlier, the Ravens might actually be the major winner of this draft. Every single pick has been
the Ravens take
best available.
Together. I mean, they already took Queen, so I can't imagine them going inside linebacker again. But I also can't imagine them letting that player go by. Should the Steelers
that's a
think about
typical
trying to trade up here, Nick, to get him if he keeps falling.
The draft, it's tempting.
Right.
I could see them.
If you're the Ravens, wouldn't you think about trading down? Although the Steelers and you are probably not going to be
If I'm
part
the Ravens, I'm taking Davis Gaither. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
I could also see them going edge rusher. I could see them going Weaver out of Boise State.
Yep, I could see them doing that for sure.
Hey, Alan, did you notice that we talked yesterday about who had a better backdrop between Kurt Warner and Michael Irvin with all the trophies? And I said Warner would have the win if he put the MVP back there. He put the MVP back there. Yesterday, he had the Walter Payton Man of the Year. He had the Super Bowl trophy. He now has the MVP. He had the Hall of Fame bust. Now he has the MVP back there that wasn't there before. So he completes the circuit of trophies now.
What a Zoom background.
Seriously.
I still think the 3 Super Bowl trophies. That's
But it's all about the individual behind Kurt Warner, and he does have at least one trophy.
an enormous flex with 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah. Michael Irvin's one of those guys. I'm surprised he doesn't wear all 3 rings. He wears one at a time, but I'm surprised he just doesn't wear all 3 rings and put one on his pinky or something like
They
that.
wear it.
Goodell looks like Goodell's going like full like Mr. Rogers. Like he's sitting in the chair now. He's got the sweater on, and he's like,
Yeah, he's laid back.
"Hello, neighbor. How are you? Oh, didn't see you there."
I think that's the first time Roger Goodell has ever been compared to Mr. Rogers ever, but I see it.
Yeah. The Texans or not the Texans. The Ravens take Devin
Retired, folks.
DuVernay, the wide receiver out of Texas. So
Interesting.
they take the wide receiver. They get another weapon for Lamar.
Well, I think that makes sense because we talk so much
It
about
is.
maybe they couldn't avoid the linebacker if he's there and falls to them. But sure, but they already addressed that. They have an okay defense. They need another weapon for Hollywood Brown. He's great on the one side, but you're just going to double cover him. He can't run routes as well as just be the deep threat. So you get somebody else who can do that dirty work and add space for the two of them. It'll help Lamar Jackson. They add a running back as well. They've hit every single need they've needed so far in this draft. They're the only team that has hit every single need and really the best that they could do with their positioning. So I think this is a great pick. I think this is the pick they had to make. I think linebacker would have been that pick they couldn't avoid because they're the Ravens and they love solid linebackers. But unlike New England, they realized they didn't really need one. They wouldn't have had a fit for one, and they get more help. They not only protect Lamar Jackson, they add weapons for Lamar Jackson, plus shore up the defense that can get off the field. The Ravens right now are looking like the Super Bowl favorite.
Well, the other thing too is adding DuVernay. I mean, they have one of the fastest receiving cores. I mean, definitely in the AFC North, but in the NFL because DuVernay has track speed. I mean, he's a 100-meter state champion in Texas out of high school.
Right.
Obviously, have Hollywood Brown as well, who is one of the fastest players in the NFL. We knew that coming in. So, they got a guy on the outside who's a burner. They got a guy in the slot now, and DuVernay who's a burner as well. So that's some serious speed in that receiving core for the Ravens.
And it's going to make it so much easier. And Lamar Jackson, who obviously already coming off an MVP season, that it's about longevity and him staying healthy. But if he can, and certainly for next year, any issues, he can dump it off to running back. Any issues, he can dump it off to any of these guys who are going to find a spot and get open. They can go big play every other down. They're going to maybe throw a couple runs and maybe some short passes and then try to go deep every other possession. They got a solid unit, to say the least, and the Ravens are certainly the winner of this draft the same way Miami is the biggest loser right now. Tennessee now on the clock here at 93. They've been a team we've thought has done well in this draft. Many of us have said the Titans are kind of a sleeper A or B plus grade so far in the draft.
Yeah, I'm a little interested in DuVernay as opposed to Darnell Mooney, who are both two guys that really ran well at the combine. Nick, where did you have?
John Harbaugh's really happy. He pumped his fist there on that draft pick.
I had DuVernay over Mooney for what it's worth. I think DuVernay a little bit better after the catch. Mooney is a little bit better of a route runner because DuVernay is really stiff. He's like fast but not good laterally. But he's going to be a guy that you get a lot of manufactured touches to on screens. He's a bowling ball built like a running back. kind of Debo Samuel light after the catch in a lot of ways. So love the pick for the Ravens. It's very good value. The Ravens have a loaded team, very, very loaded team. Not going to be fun to face them next year twice.
And they got better, and they didn't need to get better as much either.
I don't even know. And the thing is, the crazy thing is, they might not even be the best team in the AFC because the Chiefs. so it's tough. I mean, like the Steelers. I don't think people are going to realize how tough the AFC North is going to be next year because I think the Bengals are going to be improved with Joe Burrow.
Right.
They get Jonah Williams back as a left tackle. You know, the Browns now have tackles, and they're hitting all across the board elsewhere.
Yeah, for years you at least would half your wins off of those games in the division. That's not the case this year.
Yeah, now the Ravens are good, and I mean the Steelers themselves are getting better at too. I mean, they're not many defenses are going to want to face that wide receiving core with Ebron and Connor. I mean, it's not going to be fun for them to face the Steelers either, especially with that defense. So,
and someone out of those 4 teams is probably going to be a very, very good 6 or 7 win club. I mean, just mathematically, someone's going to end up last and win only 7 games or 8 and 8 at the most, and just way it'll break down. And that team is probably going to be pretty damn solid. It might be one of the better divisions in football, and even 2 years ago, it was one of the worst divisions in football and incredibly top heavy.
Yeah, I think you're going to see 2 teams for sure out of the AFC North, especially with the expanded playoff system now.
Right? Maybe.
I think it depends on how much they beat each other up, right? I mean, on one hand, like you can totally envision a scenario where they all go 9-7 because they all lose a bunch of games with each other. You know, everybody ends up 3-3 in the division.
Which is a major difference in terms of playoff positioning. And because of the new format, the seeding is going to even be a bigger deal. So you don't want to have to play an extra game. You want to try to get a bye week. The Chiefs are going to be in a much better position in their division. Not only are they an equally great team and they're the champion, but the Broncos aren't ready yet. The Chargers have talent, but they always screw it up. The Raiders aren't ready yet. They got the division on lock just basically by showing up. There's no way they're not going to win it. That's not going to be the case for anyone out of the AFC North. They're going to be fighting for positioning or even getting in. And that bye is taking place in Kansas City, and that everyone's going to fall in line. And if you're the 3rd seed versus a 1 or 2, it's a big difference now with this new format, which will be an argument for another day, but that's just the case and the reality we have to live in. Tennessee here at 93. They're still on the clock. Green Bay 94, Denver at 95 as we're getting close again to the Steelers pick at 102. If you stuck with us this whole time, I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not really sure what else you were doing in your night. Maybe you could have watched Dateline. It might have been more entertaining, but we appreciate it nonetheless here as our Steelers Now NFL Draft Show carries on to its 2nd day right here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, Nick Farabaugh. Nick with us this whole broadcast here in day 2, so we definitely appreciate it. We only had him sparingly in round 1. All of our highlights from that show for round 1 are on the channel of Pittsburgh Sports Live, as well as within articles over there at Steelers Now, and Alan's take on Claypool being the pick for the Steelers has been touched on, as well as other articles churning over there at Steelers Now as well. Any thoughts on what Green Bay may do? Because they're looking happy. They're thrilled. They had the crazy move that I ranted on about trading up, I repeat, to get a quarterback there, Jordan Love, who nobody really loves. And they're seemingly moving on from Aaron Rodgers, not only from that move, but how they built the team with a running back who's in the 1970s mold. They don't seem to care about throwing the ball. They're not worrying about getting weapons. Aaron Rodgers is certainly going to be pissed. They were a good team last year, but seemingly now they're dropping off. And what are they going to do? Are they going to keep on basically telling Aaron Rodgers quietly, you're out of town and we're moving on from you? Or are they maybe going to finally go to the defense to make the team better, or finally give him a weapon at receiver?
I like defense at this stage in the draft for them, just because it seems like there's a lot of good players out there that could give.
Is it because there's not enough of a quality receiver left, even though they probably should have done that earlier?
I mean, I don't really see like a receiver that jumps off the page for me at this spot. Maybe Tyler Johnson, Donovan Peoples-Jones, that'd be a good pick. Mooney, we just talked about. So there are a couple.
You see Tyrann Mathieu' tweet there in response to Cliff Kingsbury's draft room where he
No
said,
wonder
"No
they
wonder
couldn't
they couldn't
afford me."
afford me anymore." Laughing my ass off. That's fantastic. But he ended up being the winner, getting a Super Bowl ring out of it. But that's hilarious. Even
So Nick's boy, Darrington Evans from Appalachian State, goes to the Titans at number 93.
Another small school guy. Third
So
round.
scratch him off as a potential guy for the Steelers at 102. That was a change of pace kind of guy that I was talking about, maybe at the running back spot.
That gives him security.
I'm throwing running back in the trash at 102 now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Not happening, guys. Not happening.
Okay. So what are your thoughts in terms of position now? Because you're switching off running back. So now what are you thinking?
Offensive
O-line
or
linebacker.
Yeah. O-line. I think it's O-line, inside linebacker, outside linebacker, or safety. So Terrell Burgess is still there. Kavon Wallace is still there. So they have safety options. They have a ton of options to tackle. They have Niang, Pert, Prince Tega Winogo, Sadiq Charles, a few options on the interior with John Simpson. And then an outside backer, they have Curtis Weaver and Alex Highsmith still there. So few options for them. Could go any way. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see where they go. Akeem Davis-Gaither, obviously the inside linebacker pick. Malik Harrison's also there still.
Yeah, there's Marcus Bailey too.
Oh yeah, I like Marcus Bailey a lot.
Yeah, so there's a couple good inside linebackers there.
Yeah, for sure. So
yeah,
this is.
And you have teams coming up in front of them with Denver, Kansas City. They might not have to worry about them stealing somebody that the Steelers would want, especially if they're going to go offensive lineman. They can get somebody at that pick. But it almost seems like the Steelers were going to be forced to just kind of go safe with who's been taken in front of them to this point.
I think there's a lot of good options right now. It just depends on how these next 10 picks fall. But really, I mean,
it's unlikely they're not going to have a guy left that they could like with a similar grade, is what I'm saying. No one's going to steal someone from them.
I mean, yeah, Davis Gether could go here. Niang could go here. Both safeties could go here. And that position could go from one where they really like it to they don't like it at all. Same with the outside linebackers. There's really only 2 or 3, right? Like that are realistic options here.
Is Mike Vrabel's house under construction? Because they have, it looks like just a makeshift. They're taping a banner in the back.
I think
Sport Live got more going on back there.
It looks like they cleared all the cast of characters out of there.
Yeah, the guy wearing the sword outfit that's kind of like a Titan with the basketball shorts on. I was trying to explain.
He was Frozone from the Incredibles movie.
Okay.
He's
gone. He was a staple of the first round that I enjoy. He was an MVP.
Yeah, he was wearing that. There was the other guy wearing Vrabel's Pro Bowl jersey. And something I noticed today, I think it was Levitard's show that pointed out to me, in the back corner there and the one near, there appeared to be someone sitting in a way that was suggestive of something. And the internet started freaking out, thinking that someone, let's say, left the bathroom door open. And that's what everyone thought the angle was. It turned out it was not that. It was the Vrabel house confirmed it was someone sitting on a bar stool, but it got a good laugh out of everybody.
Okay, I didn't even see that, but you figure we would have got more of that with the virtual draft, and these coaches you would think aren't smart enough to not worry about what's going on in the background. But only one issue? We didn't notice anything else?
Not really. I mean,
there was a couple choice moments with girlfriends during round 1.
Oh, CeeDee Lamb.
Fairly entertaining.
Isaiah Wilson was
Lamb and Wilson were the 2 really good ones.
Yeah,
I've noticed that ESPN has not shown as much of that now. That part of that's because they only had cameras in I think 60 guys' houses. Yeah. But I was wondering if they would dial that back a little bit tonight anyway, just because of the unintentional.
Maybe that's why we're seeing so many camera shots on Fromm and Eason, because they're running out of camera shots that aren't controversial.
Guys that are left. They're the last guys in the green room. It's just that the green room is now not a physical.
Joe Eason again right now.
Right. Yeah. Broncos now are the team here, and Matt LaFleur talking it up and laughing it up. So what Green Bay has done. I guess the other prediction anybody could make, I don't know if we're going to get this result here, but anyone have a guess on the number of M&Ms or Skittles or whatever was in that jar next to Goodell? It's been 2 days and not one has been out of there.
He's now like laying in the leather chair. I'm fairly envious of Raj.
Yeah. I wasn't impressed by his basement when he threw that tour up there on Twitter, but now I am. I'm
It's
definitely
getting
jealous of the
crazier.
basement. My studio basement is not to his level, even though I have
Nick, are Eason and Fromm going to get taken today? Like, I really don't think they are.
Not today. I
No.
wouldn't think so.
Like they shouldn't. They're day 3 prospects.
Yeah.
If
If
you're
one
gonna-
of them does, who is it? Is it Eason?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess anybody could talk themselves into Fromm, but I don't see it.
You know,
I
the
Yeah,
don't-
but, like, who's left? There's no one left on the board that
No.
needs the quarterback.
You know the quarterback that could go that would be a sleeper to me? Anthony Gordon out of Wazoo. That would be the one that I would look at.
Fromm is like a Jason White or something like that. He's not gonna. It's a college quarterback. That's it.
He's like a Kellen Moore, like
Okay.
to me. Except he takes less risks down the field. Jake Fromm, like this is what I think Jake Fromm is. He's going to be a bad quarterback and he's going to be a future offensive coordinator.
Probably a future offensive coordinator who after, before he's a future offensive coordinator, he's probably going to be a career backup who will stay in the league for 6 to 7 years and maybe have a spotty start or two.
I will say this about Fromm in New England, in that I think he is a guy that just makes sense for that offense. And the offense is not built on a quarterback with arm strength.
And they know they can get him later, though,
And
probably.
he's not, he doesn't have arm strength. So, I mean, that I can see that them wanting him, but I just not today.
Is this by chance? And I'm not saying I agree with the move at all because it makes no sense since they had a young quarterback who they just paid in Wentz. But is the fact that there were no other quarterbacks who anybody loves and these guys are being picked so far down the line and they're not even going to make day 2 at all, is that why the Eagles had to rush to maybe make that trade and get that guy then? Because they haven't picked since. So if they didn't get a quarterback then, they would have had to wait a long time. I'm not so sure why they need one to groom when they have Wentz, who's very, very young and when healthy is a Pro Bowler. But any chance that makes sense of that move at all?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
It's a bad move, plain and simple.
It was stupid.
It was just a bad move. I mean,
It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm trying
And
to.
you know
play
what?
host
And
here.
I kind of feel for Jalen Hurts that he got picked in that situation.
Yeah, that sucks for him. It does.
I think that because I think he's better than being a Taysom Hill offensive weapon kind of guy. Like I think he has the type of skill set for the modern NFL that he obviously needs a little coaching up and stuff, but he's
Well,
got
maybe they
that
trade him.
He's got great leadership. He's incredibly hard worker. I saw an anecdote on Twitter yesterday that a reporter or someone asked him who's close to him or covered Oklahoma or something, texted him and said, "Hey, good luck. Like, what are you doing for the draft?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm going out to throw." Like yesterday, like when the draft was about to start. So I think that kind of just gives you a snapshot of what kind of guy and what kind of commitment that Jalen Hurts has. But that just sucks for him because I like him as a player. I like him as a person. And I would like to see him, get an actual opportunity for one of these teams.
Yeah, that's not one.
Throwing a bad quarterback out there or something like maybe in New England. I think that would have been cool. But I think he's better than that than being if they're going to just sit him there or if they're going to utilize him as some Taysom Hill type.
Yeah, that's not a great opportunity for
fairly
him.
bad draft by the Eagles overall. And like I really like Jalen Reagor as a player, but I don't think that was a great fit for their need, even though sort of like was talking about they needed a wide receiver, but I'm not sure that that's the receiver they needed. And I also think he came off the board a lot earlier than most of us were thinking. I not a great draft for Philly for me.
Yeah, no, they haven't been criticized enough, but I think that's going to certainly garner them some criticism.
Yeah, and a lot of Philly fans are upset about it. I have other Philly fans that are trying to kind of rationalize it. Like Pittsburgh Sports Now's own Chris Mueller, he's trying to tell me that it's a great pick, and we'll develop a new quarterback. And listen, I know you don't want to admit that the Eagles kind of messed this one up, but
well, why develop a new quarterback? They got one.
Well, he said he was trying to say that because Wentz has been injury prone and the league is eventually going to expand to 18 games. He was trying to pull out all the stops to try and rationalize.
Okay. Well, they just paid Wentz a lot of money. If they're worried about him playing, they should have kept Foles.
I let him have it.
Look at this pick.
And
Lucas Niang goes to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
What a draft for them. They just sit there
That's
with
a
the
good
last pick and just throw darts at the board and get the best player available a couple times now. Fantastic value here.
Edwards-Helaire, Willie Gay Jr., and Lucas Niang.
And teams are taking chances in front of them or going off the board. They don't have to. They just want to ring, but they're having these players fall right into their lap. And like the Ravens, the rich keep getting richer. These are the two best teams in football, certainly both in the AFC, and they're getting every player that falls right to them at highest draft board value as well as need position. And think of what they're doing there in Kansas City, the weapons that Mahomes has, Mahomes' ability, and now more protection. They do shore up the defense, which is their only weakness there in the secondary from a year ago, losing that from the prior season. And man, yeah, this could be another championship for the Chiefs. They certainly could be a top 2 seed and look at that bye again, if not being the Ravens, who get beat up in the division of the AFC North. And Andy Reid wearing that Hawaiian shirt, it took him a long time to win that first championship. He's definitely going to the Hall of Fame now. He should have been there already. And he's only building on that legacy now. A great draft. They might be the ultimate winner here along with Baltimore.
And I think they were investing in two. They realized that Mahomes took a little bit of a beating last year, obviously missed some times with injury, and they said, okay, we need to also protect our investments. So they invested some in offensive line here as well. The Browns take Jacob Phillips, inside linebacker from LSU.
Ooh, that's a really bad pick. Ooh, wow.
Oh,
okay. Tell us about it, Nick. Tell us about it.
Yeah, let's hear why.
Guys, I'm going to head over to my updated big board. I had Jacob Phillips rated as the 256th player in the draft.
and Nick, where did you have Akeem Davis-Gaither, who plays the same position?
40th.
So maybe this is an example of what you talked about earlier before we got started yesterday, that, you know, because of the lack of pro days and stuff and lack of workouts and interviews, that maybe they just go with a guy that they saw play a bunch and played in the national championship game, and a guy like Gaither's drops because he plays at a smaller school.
Right?
Listen,
Could be.
The only thing Phillips has is athleticism. He's a bad processor. He doesn't tackle well. He's tight-hipped. It's literally just burst with him. And yeah, I think the Steelers are lucky that they selected a bad linebacker, because that linebacker room in Cleveland's a big yikes right now. So.
And speaking of the rich, we got Baltimore back on the clock. They're waiting in the wings again, like the Chiefs were. Again, great pick by the Chiefs and protecting Mahomes when you already got weapons there. You need to protect and provide weapons. They got both.
I think this is where we see Curtis Weaver go off the board for Boise. Baltimore needs an edge rusher, but then again, I could also see them just saying, all right, screw it, we'll take another middle linebacker and take Akeem Davis.
Because they didn't do it last time when they had a receiver that they wanted. Now they maybe don't have the needs as much, so why not just go typical Ravens football?
They traded Hurst. What about like maybe Thaddeus Moss here?
Yeah, it's a good point. Because Lamar Jackson loves throwing to those tight ends, and if they can just retool with another athletic one with good hands, I mean,
it's probably the only position they don't have a Pro Bowler right now offensively in terms of that ability.
It may not be ability, but next year it could be production, because if they just feed Andrews the ball, regardless of how good he is, if he has 10 touchdown catches and they'll
for sure
he'll be on his way.
Yeah, and then the Giants, Raiders again, and we're getting real close to the Steelers again here in our Steelers Now draft show here, day 2, moving through the 3rd round. Steelers take Claypool, and it's been a lot around them in terms of other teams and what they're doing, but the NFL has changed a bit. Nothing has been too crazy, but there have been some surprise moves for sure, with some teams reaching and going off the normal value board. Not sure if it's because of what Nick said earlier, that these small school players are going to have a tougher time, even though some did go. A lot of the big school players are getting drafted higher than maybe they normally would have been projected, even though obviously at those Alabama, Clemson, LSU, Ohio State, at those schools that win so much, you're going to have a lot of eyeballs on you. I think it looks like Eric DaCosta's in. Is that an office or his kid's room or something? I can't
tell.
I know Harbaugh got a nice little man cave office going on right there that's secluded from the family. You can tell he has the family pictures. He has the trophies. He had a football there. He got a couch there as his, next to his desk.
Wow. I don't want to tip the pick, but I just found out who Baltimore got, and they just got another steal, guys.
Jeez. So a better draft between them and the Chiefs. Is that the conversation?
It's Baltimore. Ridiculous. Baltimore has the best draft in the league right now.
Look at that. Queen, Dobbins. Unbelievable. Yeah. And Dobbins fell into their lap. That was a situation where some even discussed that as.
All right, Goodell's reading the pick right now. Is it going to be good or bad for Steelers fans?
Bad.
Oh, Nick said it's even better for the Ravens again.
My God. Oh my God.
Malik Harrison, Ohio State.
Wow.
My gosh, dude.
That was a guy too that for the Steelers at 102. I liked.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, that's a
Goodell's
great,
really relaxed reading it too. Really
that's
relaxed.
a great pick. Oh, that's solid.
They went inside linebacker, but there's so many good inside linebackers that there's still a couple there for the Steelers if that's the way they want to go. Like, I mean, that's a pick that's a good pick for Baltimore, but I don't think that's a pick that hurts the Steelers super badly just because Bailey's there, because Davis Gether's there. If they want to go inside linebacker, they'll still be able to, I think.
Yeah. But this is it just speaks to what the Ravens are doing in this draft. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's another really good player. And yeah, they've gotten a lot better for sure.
I mean, the Ravens are the big winner. The Chiefs did really, really well as well. We mentioned the Lions, even the Vikings, Cowboys as well, but I think no one's beat the Ravens, and they already were one of the best teams coming into the draft. And not only are they a great team who've also done well in the draft, they're overall so young. That's what makes them and the Chiefs so great, and why this could easily be a Colts-Patriots thing again with Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, like Brady and Manning were back in the day. Going now to the Giants here, 99. We're not far from the Steelers here, so the four of us don't pass out. We're going to get to 102 at least.
How about that's the 6th Ohio State player taken?
Yeah. Well, is that surprising? I mean, they were supposed
to go along with 9 LSU players.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah.
We could see.
Well, that's again when you have eyeballs on those national games.
8 Alabama players.
I mean, we could see another guy from Ohio State come off the board here too if KJ Hill goes before the round is up. He'd be a Patriot pick for sure.
I feel like the only thing that stands out is there hasn't been as much from Clemson as in past years.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been
there's a couple.
They have a lot of
Higgins and Simmons.
But not as heavy.
Like they have a lot of talented underclassmen though that are coming up here soon.
Yeah,
Clemson could be coming up quickly here too.
And is Joe Judge in a bunker somewhere with just he basically has nothing on his walls? Talk about a boring man. Put a picture. That's all I did.
Matt Pert is the pick for the Giants, so they get another tackle.
More protection.
I think that's a pretty good value pick here. I liked Pert to go way earlier than this, and small school guy out of UConn, doesn't play against a lot of top competition or really even like actual Division I competition.
They were a legit Big East team not long ago.
They've fallen on some awfully hard times.
They have, yeah.
But I think this is a pretty good value here.
He's legit. He's my 47th ranked player on the board. I like him a lot. This guy is built in a lab. I mean, every physical trait you'd want to tackle, this guy has it. He's like 36.5-inch arms, like go-go gadget arms, like legitimately crazy length. Yeah. So yeah, this is a good pick for them. They're investing on the offensive line. I love it. Thomas, Pert, and then I mean that's good stuff from them. So
and Daniel Jones is going to be put in a position to have success. I mean, he's the guy. He did well enough last year to stabilize. Manning's now gone. That monkey's out of the door. So it's Daniel Jones' show. It's Eli Manning Part 2, and they're definitely protecting him. Maybe they need some more weapons there, but Barkley's at least going to help you for a few years as an elite back.
And they did a really nice job of getting Xavier McKinney where they did too.
Yeah.
A fairly nice draft for the Giants overall.
Yeah. And after they got so criticized last year, they have kind of come back. Egg is no longer on their face. They kind of proved us wrong a little bit, even though they still, I believe, reached for Daniel Jones. And we'll see. If it works out, they went for their guy, and now they're going value, and they're also filling needs. So they've been very, very – for a team that's not going to win next year, because we spend so much time on the Ravens, the Chiefs, even the Cowboys, who have at least enough talent that they should win. We all know the Giants aren't going to win, but they're building for the future, probably at least. The Raiders here, who have drafted 3 receivers, including 2 back-to-back.
And they go with a safety, Tanner Muse from Clemson.
Okay. Well, they had to
Oh.
finally go safety.
Guys, I'm so happy Tanner Muse went off the board. This was like doomsday scenario at 102 for me. I think Muse is just bad. So
Yeah, I don't trust a defense. I don't trust a defensive back that doesn't wear gloves.
like
Is this
Or
just
any-
some player? Is this just a guy who's getting overrated because he was on Clemson? Is that where you're at, Nick?
like
Probably
he ran.
partially.
I mean, he's just like a great straight line athlete and got a ton of hype because of that, but he's super tight hipped and he's an inconsistent tackler. So he's not going to be a safety because he's so bad in coverage. So he's going to be a linebacker.
Patriots traded up right in front of the Steelers.
This is a
Jets trade the trade pick to the Patriots right in front of Pittsburgh.
So I mean,
That's another pick for New England. They've already had a couple.
There's a half a dozen safeties I like better than Muse.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's upset that.
Maybe I like Burgess. I like Wallace. I like Geno Stone, Kenny Robinson.
I can't imagine he would have fit who the Steelers would have drafted, though. That doesn't seem to be their guy, a guy who can't tackle, who gives the pretty boy image on a good team that covers him. That doesn't seem like a guy the Steelers normally would take.
No, if the Steelers wouldn't, I don't know, maybe, but I don't think that had taken him given the board as it stands right now.
Right. You have so many other options there. But now, what was the mentality of New England trading up right in front of Pittsburgh? They're at 101, the Patriots, then the Steelers. New England traded to get here. What's this thinking?
They got to be all line, right? You would think they'd got to go all line here. Maybe they're going up for John Simpson from.
Yeah, they had to be worried that somebody would be gone or they wouldn't do it.
They're not going linebacker.
Or Sadiq Charles if they want to tackle.
They could be
What
coming
if
up.
they're going for Davis Gaither for a middle linebacker?
That's another linebacker. I mean, they're already
They've gone outside.
They could
yeah, but they're already sort of pigeonholed Uche into an off-ball role now.
They could have traded up for a corner.
Or Eason.
Troy Pride is probably the corner, right?
Amik Robertson. They need a nickel.
Okay, Amik Robinson is a guy that I haven't really considered because the Steelers don't need a nickel, but yeah.
I mean, they met with him at the combine. It's certainly possible that they take a nickel just because Sutton and Hilton's contracts both expire after 2020. So
that's a gigantic bottle of water, Alan.
Staying hydrated is very important.
It is, and I'm out of water.
Underestimate the importance of hydration.
I have a lemon. I have a lemon. You don't have a lemon.
You're gonna broadcast for 5 hours up here. You need a significant amount of water. You don't need a little cup. You need.
That's true. Cale and I are the only ones who never had a break from speaking, though. So
I did step out.
You did step out. That's true. So I guess it's just me.
Mike, credit to you. You've hung strong here.
Okay.
Guys, I don't know about you, and I know you guys don't value Easton this way, but I feel like this is the Patriots going up to get a quarterback.
Wouldn't they have got him later or no?
I don't know. Maybe they're scared that the Steelers might be going after Easton.
Oh, come on. Let's not go down that road again.
Big Ben. I'm serious. I don't think
Steelers are not going to take Eason.
You're going to end your Allen again.
Maybe the Patriots are fearful of that, and that's why they traded up in front of them.
Yeah, but they're not stupid. I mean, forget the Steelers. Do you think they traded up because they were worried about another team drafting him before it gets to them because they wanted a quarterback and they had to come out of this with a quarterback? That might be more reasonable than
talk about there not being any other teams that need quarterbacks. They're one of one.
When was their next pick?
I'm looking at the order right now, and I'm just wondering, maybe they're trading up here. I think they might be trading up for another tight end, Troutman.
So is this Aaron Hernandez Gronk all over again?
Troutman's really good value for this pick.
I liked what they did with the tight end before. I mean, I know that maybe wasn't the most popular in terms of players, but that's a position they always do well with. They always want. It fits their system. If they can't take the top off the defense, if they don't have Randy Moss there, they want to move the chains on tight end sets. And if no one's going to ever be Gronk again in terms of dominating power, but they want pass-catching tight ends now to replace that production.
So Goodell is like pretending, like I guess he FaceTimes the players after or something, and they put him up on his big TV screen there.
Yeah, I see this.
He video calls them, and he like is doing like an air hug to the players, and it's very uncomfortable to see Roger Goodell do that.
So it's the only thing that's more uncomfortable than the actual real chest bumps that he would try
That's
on
fine.
stage.
I like that. That's sweet, and that's become a tradition. But it's weird to see Roger Goodell, who looks like a school principal, like on FaceTime pretending to hug people.
Mr. Rogers, school principal. You're all about the analogies and the comparisons for Roger Goodell right now. I'm with you. Who do we got over there? Jacob Eason, Jake Fromm, Antonio, Gandy Golden's up there, Harrison Bryant, Curtis Weaver. Those are videos ESPN got for you.
They're announcing New England's pick right now. Goodell's back in the chair.
Okay.
No M&Ms.
Bill Belichick's at the Golden Girls' house. He's at the grandma's house on a beach.
Nick, you're right. But they trade up to take Dalton Keene of Virginia Tech. So they're going 2 tight ends again.
Okay, it's not surprising. That's the Patriot way.
A weird trade up. I
feel like they didn't have to worry about Pittsburgh obviously taking
Steelers weren't going to take them.
No, they didn't have to worry about Pittsburgh. But as I was telling Cale, I don't think the trade was about what the Steelers were going to do, as I guess they thought that this was a spot that could move in. And if they didn't trade up for this player now, he'd be gone by when they pick again. That's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, maybe they were worried about Baltimore or Baltimore. I mean, the Vikings, Kyle Rudolph's getting up there, but I don't know who else would be trying to get a tight end here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what did they give up though?
I haven't seen it yet, but
yeah, so I can't imagine much.
Clock.
And here we go. Yeah, Claypool, obviously this first pick for the Steelers. That was a 2nd round selection at 49, wide receiver out of Notre Dame. Definitely the Juju mold. Definitely fits the bill for Juju. Claypool basically is that replacement of Juju when he is undoubtedly gone in a year, whether that's production or whether that's just money value. The Steelers offense is getting dangerous now. They maybe need to protect more. They maybe could go back to looking at defense. There's still a question mark at running back, and whether or not that can be filled here is a question mark. But if not, they can maybe still try to make a trade for Fournette or sign Shady McCoy and get a last-ditch effort for him and pair him with Snell and Connor, who I don't think any of those guys are feature backs that I've named, but maybe in tandem they could get it done. It's interesting. This is a big deal for the Steelers in terms of overall for their draft because they had to do a weapon, it seemed like, on that first pick. They've waited so long. Even the Patriots and other teams have traded back in and have moved around. The Steelers have kind of stood pat, and they lost out on picks from trades in the past. They don't have tons of capital.
Goodell's making the selection right now.
This is Highsmith, I bet. This is what I mocked. I think it's going to be Highsmith. Brandon loves him.
Highsmith, outside linebacker, Charlotte.
Okay.
I mocked him in my
Nick
mock.
Farabaugh.
Okay, Nick.
So I'm just going to do a little.
All right. All right, here we go.
Here's what I love about Alex.
I'll give you the round of applause there.
But here's what I love about Alex Highsmith. Burst, bend, and he's got a ton of athletic traits. So this is a developmental guy more so, but he can produce right away because he's got that burst and bend. It's a great base to work with as an edge. And Bud Dupree might be gone after 2020. So this is a guy I think that could step in 2021, be the starter opposite of TJ Watt. I love this fit. He's a perfect 3-4 outside linebacker. Can drop him into space. The Steelers aren't dropping their linebackers into space as much anymore, but he can do that. They needed this developmental guy. I love this pick.
This is another small school guy. And as much as we talked about small school guys getting hurt, about not having as many eyeballs on them, and I'm sure that they have. There's been a lot of major star players that got taken that didn't really have as much of a translating to the NFL value as some of these small school players could have. But the Steelers aren't scared of them. They've done that before. And now we're seeing some more small school players finally get taken. So that could mean that maybe the rest of the draft tomorrow, the next day, you're seeing a lot more of these projects and smaller school guys maybe actually do have some hope, even though more rounds weren't added on. The Eagles here now are on the clock. But again, any other thoughts on the Steelers pick here?
Nick, would you say the Steelers are better off with Highsmith or with Davis Gaither if they had taken him here?
I'd say Davis Gaither.
That's the guy I probably would have preferred as well.
His frame is probably what's causing him to fall. That's the one thing I'll say. I think he's falling because teams really don't know what to do with him because he's not big enough to be a true linebacker, even though he's going to play will linebacker. But I would have picked Davis Gaither. But I love Highsmith, so I'm cool with the Highsmith pick here. Maybe they get Davis Gaither in round 4, which would be even better.
Okay, and we see the waterworks there and the family crying, and that was jubilation. That was something they probably weren't expecting, and they've been waiting a while. And we're gonna do what we need to do in a service to our actual fan base. We're gonna kind of stick with Steelers talk here the rest of the way as we get towards closing this out. Steelers do take the first two picks. They are done now in the draft as Taylor does go outside linebacker to the Eagles. But sticking with the Steelers here, it is Steelers now. It is our draft show. It is day 2. It is on Pittsburgh Sports Live. So we got all the way to pick 102 with Pittsburgh, and now Hunter, to wrap things up here. Any other thoughts now on what the Steelers do the rest of the way in terms of building the team, whether that be the draft, whether that now leads to more conversation about moves otherwise? And then even why was this your pick, Nick? Because that's what we really got to get from you. You were correct. I gave you the round of applause. Why did you mock him to the Steelers when you had no idea how this was going to shake out prior?
It's just the Steelers needed a guy behind both Dupree and Watt, and they showed so much interest in certain outside linebackers. It just felt like there was too much correlation there. And when I looked at all the outside linebackers, I looked at Highsmith and said, this guy is a Steelers linebacker through and through. I mean, the burst, the bend, he's a perfect fit in the 3-4 system. So I put him there. And I know if the Steelers if the Steelers talk to a small school guy, it's big deal.
Right.
Listen, because like Brandon Hunt is the guy that usually deals with the small school stuff, and Brandon Hunt's the guy that coordinated the Minka trade. He got a lot of the draft picks last year, Ulysses Gilbert, all that, and I knew Brandon Hunt's probably behind this in some way. That's his region, that's his area. If he's in on it, you can bet there's a lot of correlation there. So I just think the fit and Highsmith's skill set fit so perfectly, and I think he was going to be here. I thought he was going to be here. He's good value. Everything just kind of lined up perfectly, and Highsmith was a really nice fit and just made sense.
Alan, any thoughts on how this fit for the Steelers?
Yeah, I think it's a good fit, and I think it's a player that can be immediately useful. I think one of the things that happened a lot last year is Bud Dupree and T.J. Watt played too much. I mean, I think they
as good as T.J. Watt is, yeah.
They can't be on the field the whole game, and they didn't really have a backup that they trusted. I did not consider outside linebacker to be a huge need for them. It's a developmental need. It's not a now need. But this is a really good pick. It's a player that exactly fits that college D end, 3-4 outside linebacker. This is what the Steelers do. This is what the Steelers defense has done for decades, that they take these players and they turn them into linebackers. And now, like Nick was saying, they don't even drop their outside linebackers that often anymore. So it's not even as difficult of a transition as it used to be for these players. They can more easily fit into the Steelers scheme where they're basically, I mean, really, most of the time when the Steelers are in nickel, these guys are defensive ends. I mean, when the Steelers are in nickel, Bud Dupree and T.J. Watt are standing on the line, and they almost never drop into coverage. Like, they are 4-3 defensive ends at that point. That's exactly what Highsmith's going to be asked to do. My big caveat and my big question mark is I think there were players that are available at positions of greater need maybe that they could have gone to. But in general, I just think this is a pick that was a bit telegraphed, and I don't think in a bad way. I think this is one that they were clearly interested in this player, and I think the Steelers do a pretty good job. They don't take a lot of small school players, but when they do, they generally do a pretty good job of making sure that they do their due diligence with it. And so this is a guy they've been on for a while, and so I think they felt pretty comfortable with this pick.
Well, as Nick said, when they talk to a small school guy, especially under these circumstances where it's going to be so publicized and you're doing it virtually, etc., you're going to then know that they're serious about somebody. And they haven't had the luxury of picks being able to fall in their lap like the Ravens and Chiefs, but they're getting their guys. They filled a need. They got better in offense today, and they got somebody else that might be a reclamation project, but at least position-wise, that's not as much of a need. Now, Cale, how does this segue into what the Steelers do kind of throughout, where the Steelers go from here? They still got to fill this roster out, and there's still their other needs, whether they do it in the draft or they do it otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, going from here, I mean, the needs that still stand out is, I think definitely they have to address running back in some way, but they can do that later. I think also it's got to be interior offensive line at some point, and they got to get someone to play defensive tackle too. And I think that's the biggest thing. If they're just going to platoon a bunch of guys at nose tackle this year, that's fine, but you got to make sure you get the guys and get the bodies. The thing, though, with Alex Highsmith, I like the pick because I'm not completely sold that Bud Dupree is going to be here after this year. I think they're trying to figure, okay, we'll give you the 1 year on the.
He did better than many would have expected last year, though.
He did, and I'm saying I think, but the Steelers, I think he hadn't shown any of that his previous 3 years here or whatever it was. Right. So I think they're saying, okay, we'll give you the franchise tag and do it again. Do it for consecutive seasons, and then we'll see if we want to sign you long term. But what this does is this brings in a guy who, like everything Nick said, is a relentless pass rusher, a guy who can come in right now, and he can be a rotation guy. He can contribute. I think he fills in for what they lost in Anthony Chickalo. Maybe he can be a guy that contributes in special teams as well. But he's a guy that slots in there as your backup outside linebacker to give either of those guys a break, like Alan said. I mean, they can't play every single snap. It's just not sustainable, no matter how old they are. Or how good they are. So I think that's a good move, though. I will say I would have liked to have seen them go the direction of Akeem Davis-Gaither. The only thing, though, is I agree with Nick that it's probably a size thing. And I think what the Steelers probably became afraid of was, all right, we already have one undersized linebacker in Devin Bush. Yes, he is kind of the prototypical modern NFL linebacker. He's smaller, more agile, he's more speedy. But I don't think the Steelers are fully comfortable doing that at both linebacker spots, at both inside linebackers.
That would be risky. Yeah.
I think they didn't feel comfortable doing that. They weren't comfortable having two guys that are very similar in that terms of skill set. I think they like having a thumper in Vince Williams and a more finesse and speed guy in Devin Bush. So I think that's why they steered clear there, though I do think that would have been a great option because he would fill in nicely for a guy like Mark Barron in some of those sub packages. But the rest of the draft here, I mean, you address wide receiver already with Claypool. You address edge rusher, which, is a need, not necessarily the immediate need, but it is a need. So I think you get some depth at interior defensive line. Same thing with interior offensive line or running back, because I still stand firm that I think you can get a valuable running back that gives you, a skill set that is complementary and that creates a more diverse running back group, that you can create that running back by committee. I think there's still going to be guys there that are on the board the next time the Steelers pick, which is at 135 or 124, and then they pick again at 135, 2 fourth-round picks that are just 11 picks apart from each other. I do think that they can still get a running back at one of those spots and a guy that can contribute and a guy that can, add a different element to this offense.
Nick, who do you have in terms of the Steelers taking for those picks? They are finally clumped together. They don't have to wait a while again. Did you mock that far? And who do you have thoughts on potentially going to Pittsburgh if around?
Yeah, so obviously did not take a safety. So I think safety has to be one of the picks, I think, in the fourth round. I think Kavon Wallace out of Clemson. It would not shock me if they both were there, if we went back-to-back Clemson guys from Simpson and Wallace. I think that is certainly possible. I think Kavon Wallace makes a lot of sense when looking at the need at safety. Otherwise, at running back, Benjamin is still on the board. I think Benjamin would be a nice add. He's a complete running back. Really good value on day 3.
I like that a lot.
Lecky Fotu still out there. So if they look at D-line, I like that. I'm going to keep saying it. I love the fit of Akeem Davis-Gaither. I still think that is very possible that they take him. I think he could continue to fall. It would be an absolute steal.
Okay, that would be.
And the O-line, Ben Bart's still out there, Sadiq Charles. There's a few guys that are still out there that it wouldn't shock me if the Steelers bit the bait on.
Nick, I got another one for you here. I agree with you that there's also a need for safety, and they have those 2 picks that are pretty close together. So safety, is definitely an option there and probably should be a priority there to get some depth. What do you think of a local guy and a guy that wore a college uniform that was very similar to the Steelers in Geno Stone from Iowa out of Newcastle?
I'd be down for a Geno Stone. I think he's a day 3 guy. The round 5 is where I would take Geno Stone, but he's a very instinctual guy. And when you look at him, he's going to be a guy that plays better than his testing. He ran like a 4.7. He doesn't play like a 4.7 on tape. He's a good tackler, primarily a box guy. But yeah, I like Geno Stone. I like Kenny Robinson out of WVU too. I think he's a ball hawk.
That's actually something to bring up because we do have WV Sports now. That's a part of our platform. Any thoughts on his evaluation?
I think he's underrated. Heck, I would have taken him on day 2 personally.
Okay.
I think ball skills are so important. He's got a ton of range on the deep end. So I really like Kenny Robinson.
I know he's being. I can tell you, I spoke with Mike Logan on my show a few weeks ago, and he's mentoring him, and they've had a lot of conversations, and he loves him and feels he's underrated, and so he has a good mind in him, and there's some comparison there for another WVU grade. So we'll see. Any other thoughts in terms of the Steelers, in terms of they get a need fill, somebody who can right away help them with that first selection, and then somebody else is more of a project, but we didn't see a running back. We didn't see, I mean, I feel like not everybody was going to have mocked this to be the way the draft went for the Steelers.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think wide receiver edge is not like a shocking combo. I don't think that's a earth stratifying thing. I think they showed interest in both positions. I think the more shocking thing is that the person they picked at 49. I mean, there wasn't that much smoke with Claypool. I mean, yeah, Claypool has a lot of traits that fit the Steelers thing, but they didn't have any meetings with him that we know of. So yeah, I mean that's the only shocking thing to me. I expected outside linebacker best weapon at 49, but just didn't expect Claypool. Kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he does fit though, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
Alan, any final thoughts in terms of the Steelers draft to this point, in terms of the Steelers drafting in the future, what they're going to do the rest of the way here in terms of filling out the roster? It's hard to criticize too hard their picks, but they're not also the sexy picks that some would have liked. Granted, the draft didn't fall conventionally in front of them. They don't have the wow winning of a draft like, say, the Ravens or Chiefs or even Niners could have. They aren't going to suck as bad as the Dolphins, but it's middle of the road to help their team, in which now is going to be a very competitive division, and even more so from this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think they certainly have some significant needs that they have not filled. I think offensive line is now, to me, the number one priority going forward. Both if they can find interior linemen, great. If not, tackle is also a position where they could use some help. They still don't have a nose tackle or really anybody at defensive tackle. I think they need depth at safety or inside linebacker, if not both. And I think there's a lot going on there that they still need to get. I mean, there was none of their needs coming into this draft were super pressing, but there were a lot of them. And so I think, they're going to have to navigate through those needs the rest of the way and not get caught up in the best player available.
Yeah, and as Bill Belichick passed the treat to his dog and walks off the set of Golden Girls, I think that's getting to us to wrap things up here. Cale, any final words?
Well, I would say first, I think it was a good move by the Steelers to take a wide receiver. I mean, we talk about at length over the last 2 days about how they're going all in for the next 2 years with Ben Roethlisberger. He's back from the elbow injury. They're going all in. They're going for it. And, a lot of people looked at potentially there being a need there or an option there for them to go to running back. Some people look at defense. I think the defense is pretty stout. I think the defense is good except for a few, the hole at nose tackle and one or two things depth-wise here and there. But they needed to go offensive player. And they got another target for Ben Roethlisberger. They got a big guy, a big body, runs a 4.42 in Chase Claypool. I think it's a good target for Ben Roethlisberger, something that he's really going to be happy with. Apparently, he called him right after he got picked, and Juju texted him, so Juju doesn't feel threatened, apparently, which is a good
fantastic
thing. So I think that was a good move by the Steelers. Maybe not the guy that everyone wanted, but clearly there was a reason why Denzel Mims dropped so far. So you know what? We have faith in the Steelers that they can make a good decision in taking Chase Claypool and that it's going to turn out well. With Highsmith, I mean, I like the pick. I get it. It adds depth to outside linebacker there. He is a guy who's, been good on tape, and the Steelers can develop as well. They've shown the ability to be able to develop linebackers throughout their history. So even a smaller school guy, I think it's a good pick. But yeah, I mean, as we look at the rest of the few days here, I think safety is important. Like Alan said, offensive line. I think we're all kind of in different areas here, which is interesting. Alan thinks offensive line. Nick thinks safety. I think running back. Mike, I'm not sure where you think. I think you still want Leonard Fournette.
I was thinking running back, but I mean, my Leonard Fournette dreams aren't going to come true. I almost just want that to mess with Twitter.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of areas where they can address, and it's important that they got the 2 fourth-round picks coming up early tomorrow. They're not that far from each other, just 11 picks. So it'll be interesting to see what directions they go in. But I think, only 2 picks. That's what we knew coming in, but a good draft so far for the Steelers. They addressed some needs, and it'll be interesting to see what they do the rest of the time tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the Steelers got 2 picks that work for them. They fit Steeler football, which is still a thing. And I also think they're 2 picks that are going to be hard to nitpick too much. There's nothing really to criticize here. They didn't have an opportunity to wow you and get an A-plus grade or to really win this draft with where they're picking. And I think you actually hit the nail on the head earlier, Cale, when you brought up the fact that they have Devin Bush on one side. He's very athletic. He's very fast. He's very, very smart. We saw him in rookie minicamp. He was reading plays. He knew all the damn plays before they even walked in the door. It was phenomenal. But he is undersized, similar to what even Ryan Shazier was. And you can't have that guy, again, be also undersized on the other side. So they had to get a different, bulkier, more of that bruiser at middle linebacker or at linebacker, even if they have somebody else who's maybe calling plays and the quarterback of the defense isn't actually that hard hitter. They have somebody else doing that dirty.
Here's the thing with Akeem Davis-Gaither is I would have loved the pick because he's a great player, but it's exactly that. I mean, we're not there yet where you're going to have 2 guys like that playing both inside linebacker spots.
Yeah.
The NFL hasn't reached that point yet. We're on that way. We're going that way, and it's already started with the Steelers drafting Devin Bush, last year. But I don't think we're there yet, and I think that's a few years away that's what the norm is, that you have, 2 guys that are like 6 foot, 225, and they both run a 4.4 or a 4.5, and they're basically safeties, but they got a little more meat on their bones. I don't think that's necessarily where we're at yet. I think that's what scared off the Steelers a little bit with taking Davis-Gaither, is that they aren't ready to commit to that, and I think that it's a few years until the NFL is there, but eventually it'll happen.
I mean, to be fair, Ulysses Gilbert is a guy that's kind of like that. So when they run Gilbert and Bush together, they are committing to that. So maybe they just feel comfortable with Gilbert.
Yeah, maybe they do. Exactly. Yeah, maybe they're content with him and they want to see what they have. So yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and we could do this all night, and we pretty much have. We now ventured into actually a whole nother day, so we officially, you could argue, have done 3 days of broadcast and put the hours together and the tape together and all the highlights we're cutting. It's not even come close to the overall chunk of time that is almost double digits in terms of hours. So Papa's got to sleep at some point here in the midst of all the draft coverage this weekend. So I want to thank you guys absolutely for joining me, especially Nick for doing it with us here all through this one, as well as his appearances through the first round, and Cale, except for a few bathroom breaks, he basically held serve with me throughout the program.
What am I going to do?
I get that. I guess I'm a cyborg or something. And no, I don't have a cup down here. I don't know what I'm doing, but I had to have somebody. Alan has to write these. So I was talking to myself, and I can rant all day, but I don't think we would have held the live viewers if it was just me kind of waxing poetic and preaching. So once again, thanks to Alan Saunders. We're going to have all that coverage over there at SteelersNow.com. There's already some of it there. He's hitting it up right now. You want to also hit up at PGH Steelers Now on Twitter and at PGH Sports Live on Twitter, and go to Pittsburgh Sports Live on YouTube. Tell your friends, guys, subscribe to the channel, hit the little box there below the video. It makes it easier for us to get the content to you. If you don't want to follow any of us on Twitter, if we're annoying, but you want to somehow get notifications, the compromise is freaking subscribe, and you don't have to be worried about any of the tweets. Then you'll get the notification right there with you, and it helps us keep the lights on, even if they're home studios, and pay the bills here to keep this network moving. So again, thanks for Alan Saunders, Nick Farabaugh, Cale Berger. I'm Mike Asti, and this was our jam-packed back-to-back WrestleMania edition, one day could not hold it, virtual NFL draft show here for Pittsburgh Steelers Now on Pittsburgh Sports Live, and till we all meet again.